Hello and welcome to Rowrah for round 2 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Round 1 yesterday served up as spectacular in wet weather conditions this morning. Qualifying has taken place in drying conditions, the early classes going out on wets. The latter classes have switched to the slick tyre. There was that crossover period as always where a few drivers took some gambles. It worked for some and not for others. We'll run through that when it's time to bring up some grids. As you can see, the sun is out here in Cumbria for the first time in 2 weekends. It was wet last weekend for the O-Plate. It was wet yesterday and through Friday practice as well. But it's dry today and hopefully that will continue throughout the race date here today. If yesterday is anything to go by, today is going to be equally as spectacular. First race of the day will be our Might Ease, so we start with the youngest of our drivers. Oliver Reynolds has put it on pole position this morning with yesterday's final winner in commanding fashion, Luca Pede alongside him. Max Tetlow and Eli Parkhouse on row number 2. EJ Dira and Aidan Castleman will go off row number 3. Ray Verdi starts in 7th, Teddy Veselovsky alongside him with Joshua Chung and Arton Odula on row number 5. Fabian Smith and Jensen Paris are in front of Archie Watkins and Dax Miller. Jack Voss and Astro Matthews complete your 16-kart Might E grid for heat number 1. They're ready and waiting to entertain us down on the dummy grid. As we get the first Sunday of the season underway. The SuperOne Championship contested over 6 weekends, 12 rounds racing on Saturday and then a complete reset for Sunday as well, with the qualifying session in the morning setting the grid for both of the heats. So drivers can't progress forwards and start where they finish. So it will be the 77 of Oliver Reynolds on pole position for both of the heats, Luca Pede alongside him as they roll out. There'll be no rolling up lap for our Mighties, our Iami M1 or our Koma C50s. They'll go straight to the grid, and when the lights go out, they'll go racing here on a fine Sunday morning. Thank you so much to everybody that's joined us in the live chat. We'll have a quick look at those in a few moments' time. In fact, we've got Rob Church saying good luck to all the Omega Racing team, and Bam Bam saying let's go Chase. Team 737 being supported by Bob Spence as well, and Dirk 1285 joining us again. He was with us yesterday for the Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live of the finals of yesterday, which will be a common theme throughout the season. So all of the Saturdays will be streamed via the Slipstream broadcast, and then we'll be here on the Sunday. 5-second board being shown, lights are out and we're away and racing. And from the outside of the front row, yesterday's final winner, Luca Pede, gets a flyer, goes all the way round the outside of poleman Oliver Reynolds as they run up and through the chicane. And Pede already looking to move off into the distance. Yesterday, he took the victory in commanding fashion. Can anybody in these dry conditions challenge him? But yesterday in the wet, he was in a class of 1. He's already away as they make their way up towards the Iredale hairpin for the first time. And then down this long back straight towards the stewardesses. See patches of damp still on the circuit, but the racing line very dry now. However, these drivers did qualify in the wet this morning. It was a roundabout Junior Max, which was our 7th qualifying session, of the morning, where we had that crossover period where the Hondas had gone out just before them. They've gone out on wet tyres. The juniors, as they use a softer tyre that will come up to temperature quicker, they all went for slicks, and that was your crossover period. I think the fastest driver in that class on wets was Jake Cozzy, who was down in 6th or 7th place, but everybody at the front was on slicks. That was the right call. So Luca Pede with a gap of 9/10 of a second back to Oliver Reynolds and Max Tetlow there running nose to tail. For a gap back to the next duo of Eli Parkhouse and EJ Dira, Teddy Veselovsky and Ray Verdi, and this is that battle for 6th place. It's the 25 of Veselovsky in the blue colour. Behind him, Ray Verdi and Aidan Castleman. They'll go side by side, the 20 and the 40, both in the RCE colours. Verdi holding out, Veselovsky in the blue suit with the blue helmet. Left-hand king as they Run down the hill towards St. John's, and there's a move down the inside. Rafe Verdi tries to get alongside Teddy Veselovsky. He is balked by Veselovsky, and that's allowed Aidan Castleman to move through. Castleman in that 46, although he goes slightly wide, and Verdi's going to come back out. And Verdi's got a superb run out of Paddock Bend. And from 5 or 6 kart lengths back, he's going to go not only past Aidan Castleman, but goes past Teddy Veselovsky as well, and he's up to 6th place. And Castleman got, again, swamped by those in front of him. Joshua Chung and Arten Odula are the 2 drivers behind, in the 42 and the 21 respectively. You see whether Verdi now, with clear track in front of him, can begin to pull away from Teddy Veselovsky. But you can see what that battling has done. There's nobody in sight in the distance. Already nearly 5 seconds to EJ Deera in 5th place. And I think it'll be more than that by the time they come round and over the timing line at the end of this lap. Luca Pede again opening a bit more of a gap. 1.1 at the front will track his progress, but the downside of being miles away at the front of the field is that you don't quite get the TV time that you were hoping for. As in the background, that was that Chung and Odula coming together ever so slightly. I think Chung had gone wide out onto the rumble strip, and Odula had to take evasive action. I think Odula both lost a bit of time, and Oliver Reynolds is falling down the order. We didn't quite see him, but he's been in 2nd place, so this battle we've been following has gone past the 77 of Oliver Reynolds, and that was a bit of a tale of his day yesterday. He had some really good pace to run at the front, but did have 1 or 2 spins that dropped him down the order as he pushed the envelope a little bit, and there he is in the 77, so he'll come back to start on the front row in the next one. He's still showing in front of the 57 of Max Tetlow, so yes, he's fallen down the order, but I think that's a transponder or 2 then for Oliver Reynolds. I didn't think I'd seen him on the side of the track while we were following the Veselovsky, Castleman, Chung Odula battle earlier on. Had Rafe Verdi involved. He will lose a place though to Max Tetlow, and he will be reinstated. We've got some very capable timekeepers here at Super One that will count these karts over the line and will keep track of the numbers. So even though the transponder not working, he'll be there as well. And to come back at Max Tetlow, we now do have a 4-kart battle here, because EJ Deera so Eli Parkhouse and EJ Deera have played a really smart game and haven't battled a lot, and that's allowing them to catch up onto the back of Tetlow and the 77 of Reynolds as they continue to battle. Reynolds almost squeezed onto the grass there, but drops him. We've had a warning for Aidan Castleman in the battle with Teddy Veselovsky over 6th place. And there goes Oliver Reynolds down the inside into St. John's. Really tidy move by Reynolds, and carries a lot of speed round there. It's scrubbed off though round Sunny Bend because he went in a little bit too deep into St. John's, carrying all that speed, and Max Tetlow comes down the side inside of him. Healthy dose of side pod from Tetlow. And Tetlow moves through with a tidy little overtake for him, the 24, and there's some lap traffic in front, and we've got a kart stationary on the outside as well there, just waiting to get back on. It's the 25 of Teddy Veselovsky. Visors up, so I get the feeling he could well be out of this race. Marshall just moving him to safety at the side of the track, but he'll drop down the order. Already been shown in P11, but was running as high as 5th earlier on. So this 4-kart battle over 2nd place. Luca Pede off into the distance, doing largely what Felix Tandy did last season, which was drive off into the distance. He did come under some pressure later on into the season by Nico Veselovsky, who we'll see later on in Honda Cadet. He makes his transition from the Bambino age classes into the Cadet age classes. Fastest lap of the race by EJ Deera though on the previous with a 1:05.9, 4/10 quicker than Luca Pede at the front. As more lap traffic for the drivers in second place to contend with, and now it's Eli Parkhouse who finds himself at the head of this 4-kart trade. Just need EJ Deera to get to the front now, and then all 4 of them will have had a go at leading the train in second place. Can they all get down the inside here of the 67 of Jack Voss? I think only 3 of them can, and that may well be the end of EJ Deera's chance of challenging for second place as we head towards the final lap now for Luca Peed, who will come round Paddock Bend now. There's your battle in behind. You can see EJ Deera, as he couldn't get quite close enough to go down the inside with this trio. He's now fallen away off the back as the last lap board comes out. The 77 of Oliver Reynolds is going to try and go down the inside of Eli Parkhouse. Parkhouse can't turn in, and Oliver Reynolds is through, and I think Tetlow's going to get a really good run out of the chicane. Indeed he does, but he's going to have to go high and wide all the way around the outside. Stationary yellow flag, meaning no overtaking, so he slots back in and will battle another corner. And to be fair to EJ Deera, he set that fastest lap earlier in the race, and you can see why, because he's towed straight back up onto this trio. He's still in with a bit of a chance here, albeit he's going to need a little bit of luck on this final lap as EJ Deera, with a bit of battling in front of him, but the pace is strong, particularly up that far end at the Stuart Essers, right up onto the back of Max Tetlow. Could probably stay in that slipstream a little bit until he needs to pull out as they run down the hill, and they're peeling off into the pits. But they haven't taken the checkered flag yet. Well, I am mightily confused. It now says they finished, but I don't think they have. I think that's probably happened a little bit early. So anyway, yeah. So Luca Peed takes the victory then from Eli Parkhouse, although it will have been Oliver Reynolds in that battle as well. Reynolds moved up into that second place, shown a lap down because of a transponder issue, but Luca Peed from Oliver Reynolds, we believe, is going to be the result from Eli Parkhouse, Max Tetlow, EJ Deera and Rafe Verdi, with Aidan Castleman, Jensen Parrish, Joshua Chung, Fabian Smith will complete your top 10. So, don't know whether that was a timing issue or an admin issue. We'll move on fairly quickly because we've got a nice big grid for our next class. It's Iami M1. So Iami M1 will be the next one up. Thank you again for those that are getting in touch via the live chat. Getting big support in for the 88 of Mark Ristick, and he's in this race. So those of you that have been waiting patiently to watch Mark race, here we go then. It's time for Iami M1, heat number 1 here for round 2 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Presley Knight, who was dominant in the wet yesterday, he put it on pole position again this morning. Damp conditions, but we'll see how he goes in the dry. He'll start alongside the O-plate for Jack Rossi Minot, Shay Downey and Jules Nash on row number 2, Oakley Rudman and Mark Ristick on row number 3. George Miller, Vinnie Wright on row 4 with Stanley Thurston and Teddy Smith on row number 5 in front of Nicholas Anser and Jed Evans. 13th is Henry Exton, Briella Stevens alongside on row number 7, Teddy Delaney and Maverick Reddick on row 8 with Albert Omi and Gabriel Chu on row number 9. Timothy Robinson and James Talbot complete the top 20 with Amari Morrison and Frank Tingle, your final row. Now I need to have a quick look on qualifying because I was under the impression that Frank Tingle had qualified very, very well. We need to go and have a quick look that. And indeed, Frank Tingle did indeed qualify on the front row, but fallen down the order for a non-compliance, which usually will mean he's coming slightly underweight, which in wet weather conditions yesterday, most of these carts will probably need another kilo adding to them, because in the wet you generally take off a little bit of weight to compensate for the fact that the driver's going to get soaked through with water and the cart's going to get covered in water and muck and grass and anything else that's out there on the circuit, and you generally come in 3 or 4 kilos overweight. Well, if you forgot to do putting a bit of extra weight on this morning after yesterday, that could well be the reason why. Brand new slick tyres on most of these carts, because yesterday was fully wet. This morning they'd have had the wets on, so brand new slicks going on for the first time here at SuperOne. So let's see whether Presley Knight can convert his wet weather ability into victory in the dry as well. Good support coming in for Ezra Robinson-Matthews from Airspeed Alive 1. Thank you very much. And BAM supporting Chase Wilmington in Mighty Cadet. Saw a comment earlier on saying that Turkish superstar Zain Sofawoglu will be in Formula 1 in 5 or 6 years' time. Now, that might be a little bit premature, given that he is only 6 years old or in that area. So, whilst they do start them young in F1 these days, I'm not sure 12 is going to be where it's at, but I've no doubt he's going to give it a good go if a few years later than that, that's for sure. See how he goes in Micromax later on. On the front row again in that class later on today, having won yesterday. So outroll Iami M1. And they are going to get a rolling up lap, and I think that's because they're on the brand new slick tyre. So they're going to roll round and it'll be a standing start for Iami M1, whereas yesterday they just rolled out and stopped on the line. But with it being the brand new tyre, they're going to need a lap or so just to scrub that shiny surface off that tyre. In grounds of safety, it's probably the best call as well, so they'll roll round. It'll give us a minute or so just to here we go, Presley Knight off at the front and really working that kart. Driver of the number 16. Highest returning driver to the championship that is taking part this weekend. Logan Edwards, who finished second yesterday, he finished second last season, is registered but not here this weekend. Presley Knight third last season, although electing to keep his number 16 rather than running his seeded number. Numbers 1 through to 10 here in SuperOne, reserved for last year's finishing positions in the championship. Support coming in for Henry Exton, Shay Downey from Jordan Taylor, 98.29 from Isaac and the gang. North Motors Racing saying go on Timmy, and Ronnie Racing saying the Racing Boys from the previous race, I'm assuming. White E-class. Footballer saying go Jace, Reggie Rhodes in Koma, has been supported by Kira Raku, and Tengen K1J saying where can I watch yesterday. So yesterday was a slipstream broadcast for Alpha Live. So that is on the Alpha Live channel as a slipstream broadcast. So that's a members only broadcast. You can become a member of the slipstream. And we've got a problem there, have we, for the 51? Yes, we have. Rear bumper off for Shay Downey, and that's not going to get fixed, I don't think, before we can get going. Shay Downey out of the race before we've even started. Rear bumper detached, chance is gone, and Shay Downey will score no points in the opening race of the day. 7 minutes on the clock, we're away in racing. In race number 1 for Iami M1, and the front row, you can see already tyres very, very slippy if they've not managed to get them up to temperature. As Presley Knight and Jack Minot make their way up towards McRae's. Oh, a little bit of contact. One of the drivers goes into the side of the other and it tips the driver behind into a spin. Wasn't quite alongside enough to go side pod to side pod. The rear end remaining light. And the kart turns around. We've got one on the grass as well, so we'll have a few falling down the order at the end of lap number 1. Presley Knight already moving off into the distance, and you can really see the benefit there of getting the heat into them tyres on lap number 1. That's something that you can try and teach a driver on a practice day, is on lap number 1 going out. The problem there for the 36 of Amari Morrison. Hopefully we can get him back on track. Contact warning for Jed Evans. I think that was regarding the lap 1 incident down at McRae's. Presley Knight into the lead gap already of 2.5 seconds. Another contact warning this time for the American driver Maverick Reddick in the 75. There's a move by Jules Nash down the inside of Vinnie Wright. And then he will run side by side with Teddy Smith, and Smith's going to have track position, so Smith taking full advantage. Opportunistic move, and then Vinnie Wright into the back of Jules Nash on the brakes up towards Iredale's, and he's going to come back down the inside as they run to the Stuart Essers. Good move by Teddy Veselovsky as Vinnie Wright swaps over to the outside and opens the door for Jules Nash to come back down the inside. Wright thought he'd done enough there by moving across in front of Nash. Nash then sent the car back down the inside. Vinnie Wright. That one now for 5th place. And Teddy Smith went 4th to 6th. Confirmation in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Likely not Rudman in the top 3. Vinnie Wright now seems a little bit more content to try and work with Jules Nash. You can see it has fallen off the back of Teddy Smith. Oh, and then wide goes Wright, drops the wheel off the circuit on the outside of Iredale's. Didn't get quite the grip he was hoping for out there, particularly on these smaller karts. As we drop back into the next battle, Henry Exton in the 32 has made some good moves up the order from P13 where he started to run in 7th place in front of, it's Mark Ristic now. It is up into 8th place. He's got past Stanley Thurston. And Ristic's going to go down the inside of Henry Exton into the right-hander. Good move by Mark Ristic, and that's allowed Stanley Thurston to come through as well. Ristic, who races under the flag of Slovenia but resides in Dubai. Comes over this weekend for a bit of wet weather practice and had plenty of that on Friday and Saturday. Track nice and dry. Was speaking with his mechanic yesterday, he was very impressed that he's adapted to coming over here for the first time and running in the top third of the field. And they've started to eke out a bit of a gap to Exton, Briella Stevens and Teddy Delaney in the number 17 machine. Train of 5 has now become a train of 3, Ristic and Thurston. And is that traffic in front, or have they caught somebody? Not quite sure. We'll pick up on that. Here's your battle for 2nd place. Oakley Rudman has track position as they run up towards Iredale's, and he goes down the inside of Jack Rossi Minot. Minot with the switchback, and he's going to be on the inside for the Stuart Essers, the furthest point of the circuit. Rudman's going to try and hang it out all the way around the outside. We're going to hope the nose is still alongside in the second part of that corner. Run down the hill. Rudman's got good momentum. Too much momentum, in fact, as he taps into the rear bumper of Rudman, and that sends his rear end a little bit light. 1:40 on the clock. Leader is 10 seconds down the road and was over 2 seconds faster than this battle, because they have been slowing each other down ever so slightly. Contact warning for Oakley Rudman. He's not going to mind though, because he's down the inside of Jack Minot. He carries too much speed in. And that would have been for the rear bumper tap at the far end of the circuit. Didn't see anything else in towards him the lap, so either it was prior to us focusing on this battle for second place. Let's see whether Rudman can get the run towards Stuart S as he goes high and wide and then goes down the inside, and I think finally he might have this one done. Does give Jack Rossi Minot a bit of space, and Minot uses that space to pop the nose down the inside, but Oakley Rudman is up into second place, having started in P5. Battling largely with Presley Knight in the first two heats yesterday. Had a bit of a problem in heat number 2 that we'll not go into. We spoke about that on the Slipstream broadcast yesterday. Oh, he's almost collected the barrier on the outside as Oakley Rudman, and that's going to allow Jack Rossi Minot to pretty much drive all the way around the outside of him. Rudman does well to hold on to that position. Lap and a half to go here then in Iami M1. Rudman's got the pace, but Minot's had the consistency. Wide goes Rudman. That's probably the correct line. It's just that it's very inviting for the driver behind to send the car up the inside. So Rudman taking a few risks here, particularly bouncing over these curbs. Nearly caught him out at the first corner a minute or so ago. Onto the final lap for Presley Knight. He's 11 seconds down the road and comfortable as long as the cart keeps going underneath him. Tidier this time from Oakley Rudman. Jack Rossi Minot with a good run. Rudman out onto the outside, and Minot needs to squeeze him a bit on the inside here because he breaks earlier. This is where the switchback's coming. That is textbook by Jack Rossi Minot, and he's slid down the inside of Oakley Rudman. Will just need to be a little bit tight into here, not to allow Rudman to come down the inside. Jack Rossi Minot in second place. Presley Knight will be down the hill and heading towards the final corner at Paddock Bend. Here he is, he's made his way through some traffic. Presley Knight will take victory in heat number 1, again by a comfortable margin. It'll be around about 15 seconds, I think, as this battle for second place rages on. Jack Rossi Minot, a little bit of traffic in front, but it won't come into play. It's been a good drive by Minot to take the second place from Oakley Rudman and Teddy Smith. Jules Nash, Vinnie Wright, and then we await. There's been a bit of a gap back. It's Mark Ristick, Stanley Thurston, Henry Exton. Who is it going to be? It's Ristick from Thurston. And then Exton, Briella Stevens and Teddy Delaney. They were nose to tail earlier on. There's a bit of a gap between them, but it's pretty much in that order, with the exception that Frank Tingle has come right back into it. He was nowhere earlier on. He started 22nd, but through sheer consistency, we knew he had some pace after qualifying earlier on. There's Frank Tingle. He's come back through from 22nd to 10th place. So Knight, Minot, Rudman, your top 3. Smith, Nash, Wright, Ristick, Thurston, Exton, Tingle. Front of Delaney, Answer, Stevens, Evans, Miller, Chu, Reddick, Omi, Robinson, Talma and Omari Morrison, who was off on the first lap but got back on and got some valuable laps in this first race of the day. We move on quickly because Komas should be rolling straight out and straight to the grid. It's time for Koma C50. So Iami will exit stage left back into the pit lane, and Koma C50 will make their way out. Grid for that race will be with us very shortly. Right on cue, Matthew Pearson, who qualified on pole yesterday, won both of the heats, but lost out in the final to the man in second place, Jace Hannon. Logan Grassi, tough day yesterday, was battling inside the top 6, but the final didn't go his way. Qualifying this morning, though, much more to his liking. He'll go off P3 with Robert Hanley alongside Ayrton Edward Jones and Jacob Haywood White on row number 3. Dalton Dyke Whitfield will start 7th. Reggie Rhodes, Aidan Hughes and River Di Giorgio Miller on row number 5 in front of Jude Campbell and Tristan Begley on row number 6. And it's going to be Regan Abercrombie and Jensen Hodgetts completing 14 karts for Koma C50. This is the time where the composure of the driver is required as their parents, mechanics, helpers make their way out onto the circuit. They sit calmly, alone in their thoughts, waiting to head to the younger classes. The parents and helpers head down to the grid in order to assist the driver in gridding up in the correct position. Themselves. Instruction given and they'll head down the hill here out of the pit lane of Rowrah. Coast it down the hill, don't need to use the throttle, petrol's expensive these days. Pam Warmington saying good luck to River Di Giorgio Miller. First race weekend. And only been in the kart a few months, and Chase Warmington's biggest fan at the track, so good luck to River. David Train as well supporting River, so we are away and racing. It's been a good start again from the outside of the front row by Jace Hannon. Yesterday's final winner sweeps round the outside and into the lead. Matthew Pearson in second place, but Pearson has got a really good run. He's chose the outside. I get the feeling if he'd gone inside we would have had a very early redressing of the balance. In fact, we've had it in the second phase of the corner on the exit, and Matthew Pearson is back into the lead that he never really held other than being on pole position. They start exactly alongside each other here at Rowrah. Rather than it being a staggered grid, they are alongside each other, track position being the important one on the inside for pole position, which is where Pearson was. But Hannon with a great start. The top two already on a breakaway here in Koma C50. It's been a poor start, unfortunately, for the 28 of Logan Grassi. He went off 3rd place, but driver there in the yellow Ayrton Senna replica helmet looks to be down in 8th place. So tough start for Logan. So the top two breaking away. Pearson and Hannon, as were yesterday, your top two. The rest of the field will come through, and it's going to be Robert Hanley in front of Jacob Haywood-White, Ayrton Edward-Jones, Dalton Dyke Whitfield, Reggie Rhodes and Logan Grassi, with Aidan Hughes and Jude Campbell completing the top 10. And up and round the craze, back to the leaders. Jace Hannon goes in right up on the back of Pearson, then loses a little bit on the front end and goes slightly wide. Back into the wheel tracks and is right behind Matthew Pearson as they go up to the stewardesses. A very difficult corner because stay away from that curve in the first part of it. You can see it's heavily used, that's because they hook it in the wet. In the dry, they stay away from it and try and open up that corner a little bit. Side by side they go, and we're going to have another change for the lead here. Jace Hannon with a good run, and then Pearson already lining up a move. It looked like through the chicane he was taking a different line and looked to have all the momentum until the paths of the two drivers crossed over mid-corner, and they'll be side by side again in the run up towards Iredale. Hannon will have the inside and track position. Pearson, if he stays on the outside, should get a switch back, and indeed does, and again they'll run side by side. Hannon now on the power a little bit earlier, slots back into position, retakes the lead. You get the feeling that this is going to be the story of the Koma C50 season here in the HW Bin Services SuperOne Championship, with Pearson and Hannon going toe to toe. across the line now. Hannon with a gap of half a second, but Pearson normally very quick through here. He gets this second phase of the corner incredibly. Uses the curves perfectly not to destabilise these very light carts. 71 kilo the weight limit in Koma C50. And from half a second back at the timing line, he's right on the rear bumper of Jace Hannon and will try and go down the inside. I thought he was going for a switchback. Back into the wheel tracks as they run down this long back straight. Again, will get a good run out. It's just when they try and cross over in that middle part of the corner, it does prevent Pearson from getting a good run. Nothing between them down the hill. Pearson's nose wedged firmly under the rear bumper of Jace Hannon. So there's your leading duo. Next two aren't too far apart either, albeit a little bit further back. There's about 7/10 of a second between them, and then behind we've got this battle going on now between Ayrton Edwards-Jones. Logan Grassi is up to 6th place now in front of the 14ers. Down the inside goes Matthew Pearson for the lead. Every time we cut away from this lead battle, they start going at it after a couple of laps of being tractor and trailer. And Pearson, as Hannon got back in front of him, will try and draw alongside once again, but I think Hannon's going to have enough. Slot back in. Wide goes Pearson, that'll give him a good exit, but it's there where he really wants to be able to drive out the corner, and he finds Jace Hannon in front of him. A little bit between the two of them there as once again they just crossed over lines, but no harm done and certainly no malice in it between these two drivers. Logan Grassi has got himself up into 5th place now. Every time we seem to cut away, the luck goes against us here. We cut away from the lead battle and they start battling, and then once they finish battling we come back and there's been a change because it's all action in Koma C50. Logan Grassi then up into 5th place in front of Ayrton Edwards-Jones, Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Reggie Rhodes in the E-plate there in the black cart with the orange on his nose. And it's going to be a 3-cart battle now because I think Logan Grassi's going to have enough pace-wise to pull away. Got a big gap though. As off goes the 17 of Ayrton Edwards-Jones, and he's going to be nose into the wall. He's going to need a bit of marshal assistance. We saw one running, so they're straight on the scene. Well, Ayrton Edwards-Jones off and into the wall on the outside of McRae's. He looks to be okay, which is the main thing. Leaders now are beginning to navigate some traffic. They make their way past the 27, Tristan Begley, who does a really good job of just maintaining his racing line and allowing the leaders to find their way through. I mentioned this many times on commentary across multiple championships. Blue flags and the like do not mean the driver jumps out of the way like Formula One. They maintain their racing line. It's the faster driver's job to find a way through. Side by side once again as we have a lap and a half to go. Jace Hannon and Matthew Pearson. Pearson's going to have the switch back. This time I think he may well have enough. Pearson will be on the power and he will be faster down the straight, but I'm not convinced he's going to be fast enough to turn in. Yes, he is. He's got a great run, but is that a waved yellow? It certainly is in the background. My eyes do not deceive me. They're certainly not painted on. And that one will be for people with far more power than I to deal with after the race. Hannon and Pearson will battle this one out all the way to the line. Round paddock bend for the ultimate time. It will be the last lap board awaiting the two of them and lap traffic in front to contend with as they head up towards the chicane. Will Pearson drop off slightly to try and do this? No, he's going to box Hannon in. Is he behind the lap traffic? They're going to go either side, it looked like. No, they're both going to go down the inside. One round the outside, and that's Pearson. And Pearson now, I think, is going to be too far back. Is he off the back of Jace Hannon. Hannon may well think that Pearson's still there. In fact, he does, because he takes a semi-defensive line down the straight up towards Iredale's, which he didn't need to do. And that's allowed Matthew Pearson to drive right up onto the rear bumper once again of Jace Hannon, when Hannon had around about half a second, but he wouldn't have known whether Pearson had got past that traffic or not. Down the hill we go then for the final time towards St John's, Sunny Bend and Paddock. Pearson's got his nose almost alongside, but not enough. Going to need to be a move down the inside into Paddock Bend. He's got a decent run. Jace Hannon, will imagine, will park the kart somewhere near the inside, and indeed does. Pearson's not going to get the run here. Jace Hannon will win heat number 1 from Matthew Pearson in a race-long battle that I do hope continues not only through heat 2 and the final, but all the way throughout this 2026 Super One season. Robert Hanley will take 3rd place. And it looks to be it's going to be Logan Grassi in 4th. Reggie Rhodes, having found the way past Dalton Dyke Whitfield on the final lap to complete your top 5. Dalton Dyke Whitfield down into 6th place. Aidan Hughes will be P7. We've got a little bit of a wait, and he is still under pressure from Jude Campbell in the 15. There's Hughes in the yellow. Hughes will take 7th from Campbell. And then it's going to be the 44 of Jacob Haywood-White, who was in the battle with Robert Hanley earlier on in the race. We didn't quite catch him falling down the order. He's going to cross the line in P9. And was indeed 4th, lost 5 places on lap number 7. Off camera as we followed that epic battle for the victory. So Hannon, Pearson and Hanley are your top 3. Grassi, Rhodes, Whitfield and Hughes in front of Campbell, Haywood-White and Ayrton Edwards-Jones. Regan Abercrombie, Tristan Begley and River Di Giorgio Miller, unfortunately going to retire with a few laps to go. He only completed 5 laps, so unfortunate for River, but the opportunity to come back for heat number 2 very shortly. So we move on then to our next race, which is once again an amalgamation of Micromax and Iami Water Swift Restricted. So this is the one that most of our live chat have been waiting for. Ellis Holt this morning spent most of the qualifying in 4th or 5th place, but got a huge slipstream off a few drivers and worked really well to put himself up onto pole position. He'll be starting alongside fan favourite Zane Sofawoglu on the front row. Charlie Cale and Buster Scott on row number 2. Archie Mostyn and Jackson Fuchs on row number 3. Row 4 sees Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and Cooper Galloway, with Arda Bilionoff and AJ Halil on row number 5 in front of Noah Brad and James Hudson on row 6. 13th is Alfie Ward. He'll be a bit disappointed with that after yesterday's performance. He finished inside the top 5. He's got Jensen O'Connor for company with Tommy Delaney and Hayden Bailey in front of Ezra Robinson Matthews and Daniel DeBrio on row number 9. Sam Hope starts in P19. He's got the American Max Stone alongside him, Ronnie Griffin and Arthur Rhodes in front of Santo Amico. Rhodes and Amico are your Iami Water Swift Restricted runners, and Arthur Rhodes yesterday was the one to watch. He charged through most of the Micromax field. If you're wondering what that yellow stripe round the tyre is, that's because it's brand new and they haven't worn it away yet. As mentioned earlier on, it's been a wet race weekend all day yesterday, so this is the first opportunity for our drivers to sample the slick tyre. Qualified on wets this morning as well, so your opportunity to on the slicks. The 88 there of Ronnie Griffin makes the long journey up from Cushalton in Surrey to race this weekend. Great grandson of Ron Harris of HPE Motorsport, legendary engine builder in short. circuit, oval racing and drag racing. 54 though. Oh, Nico Veselovsky getting some camera time ahead of Honda Cadet. He's decided to park himself right in front of the camera. Watches the micros get ready to go out. Grid marshal has the green flag. He's just waiting for clearance from the start line to send the drivers out onto circuit, and indeed does. Away we go in our micros. Who can get the heat into the tyres early on, so that lap one, a few of them going off onto the outside there as they just get used to the first time this race weekend for slick tyre. Probably for last weekend as well, in fact, for the O-plate, because that was held in damp conditions as well. So thank you to everybody that has joined us this morning. 2 heats this morning, then a lunch break, but don't go too far away. We have a drivers' parade here at HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship, where all of our drivers line up down the start straight, full kit on helmets. It's where you really get to see the driver. You'll recognise them from suit and helmet, and you'll get to see all of our drivers here. And then we'll have a normally we have a draw as well for a few SuperOne items. Field will make their way round. The front row of Holt and Sofawoglu are just going to need to slow it down. Indeed they do, just to allow the field to form up behind them. Ellis Holt dictating the pace, as is his right, and keeps them nice and slow round St John's as the field form up behind. Just need to be careful, because now we move into our cadet classes. This is where the front fairings come in, and by that I mean that they have a drop down nose, so too much pressure applied to the front end pushes the nose in. That is an automatic 5-place penalty in the SuperOne Championship. It's a really good shot, that down the hill, seeing the two trains in line. Ellis Holt in the all black. He does round, gets the power down, lights go out, and we're away and racing as Holt and Sofawoglu all the way round the outside of Ellis Holt. And yesterday's final winner puts his stamp on already. So we've got a few drivers round. That's the 32. Is that Cooper Galloway? Yes, it is. He went well yesterday. He's going to have to work really hard this morning to get back into position. Didn't qualify quite as well as he'd have hoped either. And he's going to have to come back through. It looked like we had another driver round as well. We'll pick them up at the end of lap number 1 in terms of where they are on the timing, which you can find it by typing, just type SuperOne results in. It'll bring you up the link on Alpha Timing, and there's a live timing button, so you can watch that maybe on your phone while you're watching this on your TV, on your laptop, just to follow your driver if they're not on screen at that moment. Sofawoglu will lead us up and over the line. It's been a good start as well by Charlie Cale in the number 8 in that yellow car. He moved himself up into second place. Ellis Holt, the pole man, down into third. Buster Scott, Jackson Fuchs, Archie Mostyn and Noah Brad in front of Tommy Delaney. Arthur Rhodes already up into 9th place in that Iami Water Swift restricted kart that went off P22. Noah Brad and Tommy Delaney making big moves as well inside the top 10. They started in 11th and 15th respectively, and now run 7th and 8th. Sofawoglu looking to make that move away at the front. Gap was 3/10. It looks to be a little bit more than that, but Charlie Cale keeping him honest at the front. Gap will have gone out ever so slightly, I think, maybe 6/10. Indeed it is. Charlie Cale comes over the line in second place in front of Ellis Holt. Behind them you've got Buster Scott in a fairly lonely 4th place at the moment. You'll see him there sliding through, and then there's a duo just behind that of Jackson Fuchs and Archie Mostyn for 5th and 6th place. This is your battle for 10th place, which has now become a full-on battle as Ezra Robinson Matthews in the 91 there in the gold and black machine under pressure from the 97. Oh, and then contact, that's Cooper Galloway into the back of Alfie Ward in 97. Galloway coming back into this race after that spin on the opening lap, trying to move his way back inside the top 10. I get the feeling that that's a when rather than a... and there goes the move down the inside before the sentence is even complete. Galloway up inside that top 10. Alfie Ward's going to try a little bit of switchback on Ezra Robinson Matthews and will have the nose down the inside. Is he going to have the confidence to keep that car in? No, eases out. Through comes Ezra Robinson Matthews to hold on to 11th place. We've got a big gap though to close into Tommy Delaney in front of them. And we're going to need to work together if we're going to close that in. As Alfie Ward late on the brakes, closes right up onto the back of Robinson Matthews. Track that gap at the front, but we'll probably stay with the in-race battles as we fall onto the battle between the 71 of Arda Bilionoff and the 43 of James Hudson. And they also have Sam Hope as well, in the number 22 in the mix, just behind them. He goes 3 wide, are we? No, just the 2. Down the inside by Hayden Bailey in the yellow Lando Norris inspired helmet. Moves himself up into P19. He's chasing Ronnie Griffin down. They've found a way past Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, who was a real standout for me yesterday in the wet weather conditions, but hasn't quite had the pace to transfer at the moment in the dry. See whether she can come to it throughout the race day, as Ronnie Griffin there in the 88 getting a little bit roughed up on the outside and loses another place behind Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Hayden Bailey, we saw him in the Bambinos last year in those age classes, and moves up into micro for the first time. Gap at the front is out to 2.1. Move down the inside. Now that's a track position move rather than a class move, because the 182 is Arthur Rhodes in the Iami Waterswift restricted kart. He's moved to the front of this train now and moves up into 5th overall in front of Jackson Fuchs, who's there in the yellow kart. There was a TWR Pantano sandwich which had Aidan Mostyn in the middle of, but he's just been overtaken by it appears to be Noah Brad, I think, in the 49 machine. Both started to pull away slightly, so there's your confirmation. Arthur Rhodes is up into 5th place, but he has got a front fairing penalty at the same time there by the look of things, and that's, with that being an inter-class battle and there's only 2 drivers in that class, that may well rob him of a victory, unfortunately, unless the other Iami Waterswift runner of Santo Amico in 19th place has already picked up a front fairing penalty, but that looked incredibly wobbly on that front end. It's a TWR battle at the moment there for 6th place overall. 5th in class between Jackson Fuchs in 17 and Noah Brad. Now Archie Mostyn to stay within the mix. 3-kart battle there coming down the hill. We'll pick out where they are, but we're back to the race leader as the time elapses down to 0 in a few moments' time, which means next time round will be the last lap. And Zane Sofawoglu has put daylight between himself and the rest of the Micro Max grid. 3.6 seconds for the driver of the 54. He comes down the hill towards St John's. What I want you to do for this final lap as we follow Sofawoglu around is just look at the steering wheel and just look at how little that steering wheel is moving. Just the tiniest. of turns for Zane Sofawoglu, and that is the sign of a quality driver. Using the brake to rotate the kart, transferring his weight in the seat, and driving off into the distance, because behind, Cale and Holt look like they're having a bit of a battle. There's less than a tenth between the two of them, and they were 1.5 seconds nearly slower than Sofawoglu, and that's because they're going to scrap it out over this second place. Defensive line for Charlie Cale. Ellis Holt right into the slipstream as they're going to run down the hill. Cale with his head left and right takes a tighter line in, and Ellis Holt's going to try and drive around the outside and hold on. Zane Sofawoglu will take the victory in heat number 1. Who's going to take second place between Cale and Holt? Holt's going to draw alongside. Drag race to the line. Ellis Holt's going to take it. Ellis Holt with second place. Charlie Cale tried everything to keep the number 9 behind him, but couldn't do it. And Ellis Holt got the run out of the final corner. Ellis Holt for second, Charlie Cale in third. They're still going at it all the way down the order. It's going to be Buster Scott then in 4th place. Arthur Rhodes overall in P5. He came through the field in that Iami Water Swift restrictor kart, but did appear to have a front fairing issue. So given that there's only 2 of them in that class, that may well drop him into second place, which will be a tough break for Rhodes, but a good lesson learned about coming through the field as cleanly as possible, as he's certainly got the pace to impress. Noah Brad will finish in 5th in micro in front of Jackson Fuchs, Tommy Delaney, Archie Mostyn, Cooper Galloway, and Arda Bilionov complete the top 10 in micro. So next up, at least on the timing, says Honda Cadet and Mighty Cadet, but in qualifying this morning, Honda went out on their own and Mighty Cadet went out with Mighty Super Cadet. So we'll find out whether it's a 1-class race or a 2-class race. The grid may well show them both because of how the timing was set up, but I'll let you know when they go out as to whether it's 1 class or 2. In fact, if we go and have a quick look at the dummy grid shortly, but it's certainly going to be Honda Cadet. They're a definite, and they will be up next. So we do have Mighty Cadet. They're on the left-hand side because they have blue numbers. Now, I've just figured out in my own head why they went out qualifying with the Mighty Super Cadet, and that's because they do have transponder issues because of the strength of the battery, and it struggles to pick transponder up as well. They have a race for qualifying rather than a qualifying session that's traditional. So that's why they'd have raced with the Iami Mighty Super Cadets this morning, and now going back to racing with the Hondas. They're some of the Super Cadets going across Mighty livery, and out onto track they go. So we'll have a quick look at your grid in Honda Cadet and Mighty Cadet as well. Honda will go off first. Henry Colborne was on pole position after qualifying this morning. He starts alongside yesterday's race winner Archie Cannon. Archie Loveridge will be in 3rd place. He's got Luke Hamill for company with Mason Becker and Marcus Cooper. Number 3. Aubrey Harrington Edwards will start in P7, Archie Rutter, Ben Bowers and Reggie Duplessis. The top 10 in front of Ollie Knox and Nico Veselovsky. It's going to be Freddie Williams and Jaden Bond with George Lilly and Phoebe Shelton in P16. Yesterday's Mighty Cadet winner Daniel Stangery continues to form. He goes off pole position with Harry Voss alongside him. Jax Wong and Frank Pearson are in front of Chase Wilmington and Gianluca Hudson with Emily Christie and Samuel Kenny beating your Mighty Cadets. So it'll be a rolling start for both of our classes. They'll go off in 2 separate groups. Gap decided by the pole man. Let's see whether those in Mighty, in fact the Mighties are really close to the Hondas. Normally they'd be 20 kart lengths or so back, and in fact I think they may well try and create that gap shortly with Daniel Stangery in. So Henry Colborne will lead us away then in Honda Cadet. Into the tram lines we go. Lights extinguished and we're away and racing in Honda. As Colborne leads us up towards the first corner, and he's cleanly through the chicane, as is Cannon. As Luke Hamill takes a chunk of curb and skims the barrier. And that looked like a false start flag, was it? Everyone's saying they're rolling round, and indeed they are. So the lights did not extinguish, it turns out, and we're going to go again. And it looked like that's a bent rear axle on one of the Honda Cadets. We've got a one there, that's the 51. That's a bent rear axle for George Lilly. You could see when he drove away. They're trying to get that kart restarted, but it looked very much, and he's trying to point to the marshal there and say, look, I can't go anywhere if I want to keep all of my teeth. And he's got a bent rear axle, and he's out of the race. They need to get that kart moved to one side. The team will be preparing an axle already, I imagine, for George Lilly's machine. So down the hill we go then. Still the Mighty Cadets in close proximity to the back of the Hondas. Looked like the front half of the field certainly were very nicely positioned. So into the tram lines we go again. Will it be a repeat performance for Henry Colborne? As we head up towards the first corner, and it looks like we're having another false start. And is this because the Mighties are right on the back of the Hondas? Because the Hondas look really nicely positioned. Colborne and Cannon are doing a really good job, really, of backing that field up. You saw them going down the hill nicely together. Rear camera shot had two perfect lines. Plenty of opportunity now for the drivers to get some heat into these slicks. Support coming in the live chat for Archie Loveridge from Georgina Mills. John Parra is saying he's been waiting 22 days for this. Not sure why it's 22. Feel free to let me know. So up towards Paddock Bend. Will it be third time lucky for Henry Colborne? This time we are away and racing, and Colborne once again, as we've got drivers bouncing up and over the curves. That looked like it was Aubrey Harrington Edwards, and got the 48 off as well. I think that's Jaden Bond. Aubrey Harrington Evans going up and over the curves. Jaden Bond having a bit of a spin. Already a change for the lead down at McRae's. And it's yesterday's final winner, Archie Cannon, in front of Henry Colborne. Good start by Luke Hamill, but he could well lose a place there to Archie Loveridge. We are going to try and go 3 wide there. That's not going to work, drivers. And Archie Rutter puts his hand up and said, well, we knew it wasn't going to work, but we stuck it out round the outside anyway, and he got squeezed as Hamill drops a wheel off the track, and that's going to turn us into some Noah's Ark racing here. It's 2x2x2 now. Archie Loveridge goes down the inside, but that split the pack of 6 into 3 twos, and in fact now we've got Ollie Knox in fact on the back of Mason Becker, and Becker goes down the inside, I think, of 38 of Harrington Evans. Archie Loveridge moving away from Luke Hamill here. And this leading duo are going to need to work really hard, because I think Archie Loveridge has got some pace in this. They're going to squabble it out all the way down the order though. Becker should be clear of this trio. The battling of Ollie Knox, Ben Bors and Phoebe Shelton, who started on the back row, is already up and into the mix. He's had a really strong winter testing campaign, Phoebe Shelton, who's brought her towards the front of this Honda Cadet class. She was up there battling yesterday. Here comes Colborne, down the inside of Archie Cannon, and that is what Archie Loveridge wanted to see. As Cannon goes back down the inside of Colborne, and this is exactly what Loveridge wanted to see. Colborne's going to pick a side, he's going to pick the inside, and that's going to stop Archie Cannon. It's going to help them both. He comes back down the inside. Cannon went for the lead, comes out in third place. And what he really needed there, having been overtaken for the lead, was probably a lap or two of trying to push Henry Colborne rather than trying to send one straight back down the inside. I know it's difficult to say that because drivers, they want to win. They want to lead every corner, want to lead every lap and win every race. But in order to do that, sometimes a waved yellow flag there in the background. We've got a driver. Is that a driver off on the outside? Yes, it is. Try and pick out who that may be. As we mentioned a few times, we have some issues with transponders in the Mighty Cadet class. Going back to what I was saying, sometimes you just need to sort of reset and push. It's the 76 of Jax Wong is the kart that's out. And that's just over the start line. And now it would appear like that leading trio have calmed down a little bit, and if they sort of work together, what that does is it opens the gap up and means that they can scrap like they were scrapping 2 laps ago, but without the risk of losing further places and inviting further drivers into the mix. So Loveridge, Colborne and Cannon. Colborne's going to go for the lead here. Loveridge tries to turn across to put him off. Can't do it, and he's going to lose another one, I think, here, because Archie Cannon's going to have the track position in the run up towards the far end. No, he's not. He was perturbed a little bit by Archie Loveridge's turn across. And they'll go down the hill towards St John's. Bend, and that looked like a little bit of traffic in front that they're going to have to contend with, still with 2.5 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time. But as we've seen in previous classes, unless they can all get through as a train, it does have a way of fragmenting the field. We've got a driver there, and we'll see how they come out of that one as they go round the outside of Samuel Kenny. They've done incredibly well to stay as a train of 3 as we just fall back there to pick up the battle further behind. That's Mason Becker. He makes his way round McRae's. And I think he's fallen back behind Hamill and Knox. Oh, off goes Mason Becker at the far end of the circuit. He's done incredibly well. Just basically had them wheels spinning before he even went into the bark chippings on the outside. But Mason Becker, who I think had already fallen behind Luke Hamill and Ollie Knox, will fall even further down the order. It looked like it's Hamill and Knox in that train of 2, and as the Hondas start making their way through the Mighty Cadets, and here's your replay down at the far end, and it was Mason Becker trying to go down the inside of some lap traffic. Couldn't quite navigate it and ended up off the circuit. Down now in 10th place, Ollie Knox and Luke Hamill, as we see the 22 of Daniel Stangarian going down the inside of Phoebe Shelton. 2 different classes there. Shelton, who was up inside the top 8, currently running in 11th at the moment. She's had an up and down race as Phoebe Shelton. Got up to 9th on lap number 1, but then has fallen down the order a little bit. And Archie Cannon has gone missing. Is that a lap traffic issue? Yes, it is, because they've fragmented ever so slightly as we just catch that Phoebe Shelton battle with Archie Rutter over 11th and 12th place. Time is going to go down to 0, so they'll have a lap and a half to go. Colborne is imploring Loveridge to push him. Loveridge suggests that it'd be better if Colborne pushes him, and Archie Loveridge retakes the lead. Every one of these top three have had a go at leading this race, but at the moment it's going to be Archie Loveridge that's going to lead us onto the opening lap. Two drivers off, that's Chase Warmington on the outside, and the leaders are going to come up to that corner in around about 15 seconds time, and it may well be that they don't have an opportunity. Harry Voss, the other driver in the O-plate, was involved. Are we going to have a yellow flag? Colborne's had that scouted round the outside of the lap traffic. Archie Loveridge picked a side, the side that he really had no other option to pick, and the driver behind had the opportunity to react, and Henry Colborne moves through and leads with half a lap to go. Down the Mac straight up towards the Stuart S as they all look over the shoulder to make sure the driver's still there. Colborne semi-defensive to the inside, gets on the brakes to stop Loveridge getting the run. Cannon's back in the mix, and there's another stationary car, so there was no overtaking anyway. Down the hill they go. Colborne's on the inside, he's got the brakes on. Can Loveridge get a run? We've seen her switch back into that final corner on multiple occasions, and it's going to be Cannon, I think, who's going to try that switch back, but it's going to be Henry Colborne. Is it up to the line? Colborne takes it by a tenth from Loveridge and Cannon. A quarter of a second splitting your top three. In Honda, Phoebe Shelton there to the line, racing the 77 of Nico Veselovsky. Colborne, Loveridge, Cannon will be your top three in our Hondas from Ollie Knox, Luke Hamill and Marcus Cooper. Ben Bors, Mason Becker, Aubrey Harrington Edwards and Archie Rutter complete the top 10 in front of Phoebe Shelton and Nico Veselovsky. And in all the action in Honda, I would absolutely love to tell you who won in Mighty Cadet, but I haven't got a Scooby-Doo. Because I'll try and get the result when they publish it in around about 15 minutes time and report that back. But Nicola Jackson just said again, we need to share the feed between both classes. What's happening in Mighty? I do apologise on behalf of everybody, but the problem is we cut away from one class and go to the other, and then we sort of lose track of who's leading because of all the action that's happening, and because the transponders don't always pick up on that Mighty Cadet. There's only so much that we can do, unfortunately. I do try my best, but it's a problem that I know that Mighty are working on to try and get the transponders and the timing working, but it's difficult to pick it up, and you sort of lose that battle, and whether drivers are battling for position or whether they're just in different parts of the track and where they are. So I do apologise for that, and you know, I know that that's something that Mighty are working on, but yeah, the situation at the moment, it is what it is, and that's what it is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it in any way. That's the circumstances and the field that we're playing on. So we'll try throughout the season to give a bit more coverage to the Mighty Cadets, and then same with the Super Cadet as well. But we'll certainly try our best. Moving on anyway, it's time to step it up a notch. It's time for Junior Rotax. This was the transitional qualifying session of this morning, hence why that tyre is used rather than brand new. Some of these drivers, though, will have brand new tyres. The qualifying session, though, only 5 minutes, so it won't have taken a huge amount of life out of those tyres. So it was the 41 of Alex McCullough who put his car on pole position. He's got Elijah Hartley for company on the front row, Amy Peacock, the O-plate, and Jude Pudderfoot alongside on row number 2, with Warwick Milam and Nathan Rond on row number 3. Laurie McVeigh starts alongside Jake Cozzy. Cozzy, the highest placed runner on wets this morning. He'll have brand new slicks for this one. He's got Zach Jennings, and Tyler Banks alongside on row 5. Cian Hundle and Ryan Wheatley on row 6. Aidan Young starts in P13 with Sam Stockton alongside Charlie Halewood and Timmy Shahini in front of Archie Ray Watson and Fletcher Groves on row number 9. Row 10 will see Nelson Taylor and Jerry Dufficy. Raul Folianu and Arena Sipilova are on row 11 with Travis Dolby and Jensen Powers on row number 12. And row 13, we'll see Neve Allen, the 83 machine. So as the field roll out, I've just received a message on Facebook Messenger which has confirmed what I'll be doing at lunchtime. I'll be heading to Tom Day Racing to eat cake because it is Aidan Young and Tom Nottingham's birthday. So they've got cake, although to be fair, Tom Day Racing always have cake. Oh, off on the right hand side. We've got a driver, and it's not going to be easy for them to get out of there because that's going to be very, very wet from yesterday. In fact, we've got a few going round on this opening lap. They try to get some heat into the tyres. Neve Allen was one of them, but then we've got another driver off who looked to be one of the ex-kart runners. Hopefully catch them coming back towards this, back to the field. The field's come, there'll be one kart somewhere still being recovered, I think, there on the start line. It is, it's the 91 trying to drag, it's Nelson Taylor trying to drag his kart out, and I think we may end up having to false start this race because it's not in a great position, although all credit to Alex McCullough in slowing this field down and getting it backed up a little bit here. So will we get this race going at the first time of asking? We certainly won't, as you can just hear that his engine's just whirring backwards like a plane engine's been turned off, and that's because that's Nelson Taylor in front, so he's going to struggle actually to get all the way round to get onto the back of this field, even though they are only going at sort of half race pace. But if he can get away, he's going to at least get some track time in, but he's got to clean them tyres up as well, which is going to be a problem. What I would do if I was him, that's exactly what I'd do. Hit the brakes, park at the side of the track, let everybody go past, and just pull onto the back of the grid. That's a really smart move by Nelson Taylor. Just needs to be careful that that plug doesn't oil up now by going a little bit too slowly. Rotaxes can be a bit Rotaxy at times, so and there he is. He retakes his grid position, and that's a really smart call by Nelson Taylor to do that one. So McCullough and Hartley on the front row then. Peacock and Pudderfoot on row number 2. Milan and Rod on row number 3. And on the radiator flap. Keeping the engine temp where he wants it. And we're away and racing. We head up towards the chicane for the first time. Can everybody make their way through nicely as Pudderfoot tries to get alongside Amy Peacock. Looks like it's been a nice start for most of our juniors, although we do have a problem at turn 1 that may well see this race neutralised. We'll come up to that in a few moments as Amy Peacock goes down the inside of Elijah Hartley. Hartley into the rear quarter of Peacock, but just pushing away. Field being told to slow down. That's because the red flag is out and the race will be stopped. We've got a car off at the first corner. The 55 of Arena Sipilova. She is up out of the car, is okay in the main, although will be assessed, I think, by the medics. So the field will stop at the top of the hill. So there goes the medical team out onto circuit. As always here on Alpha Live, we'll try and report what's happening, but we're not going to put the pictures on screen. It's not the right thing to do. Something that I wholeheartedly endorse. So the field will reform in the original grid order. And as always, we'll take sufficient time to ensure that the driver is okay. So thank you for those that are getting in touch. Emma Barrett saying good luck to Vitesse Racing for Milam, Ron and Banks. Up next in Junior Max. Support coming in for Leyland Bradnam as well. And, Alex Owing saying good morning. Good morning to you too, sir. Hope you're enjoying the action here from the HW BIM Services SuperOne Championship. And David Nichols joining us as well, saying what a superb race that Honda race was, with Colborne and Loveridge going toe-to-toe throughout. We'll come back to the live chat ever so shortly. Because we've got plenty more messages, including one from North Motors Racing saying go on Timmy. Field's just going to form up down the bottom of the hill again. They may get one more rolling lap in, so we're just going to confirm if they will, because I don't think they're still dealing with an issue. They're just going to reform at the bottom. So we'll be back in a few moments' time here at the HW BIM Services SuperOne Championship.
Just to let you know, the accident is just about clear.
So field is just going to reform here, and as it's a complete restart, any driver that has had a front fairing issue at the start of this race are able to get out, and if they can do it themselves, are able to sort of reset their front fairing. Josh East using this time to get some close-up photos on track. So we've got a few minutes before this race is underway. So if you are watching and you are at the track, I'm going to put out a special appeal here at the circuit. Our runner has just expressed disappointment that they have forgot to purchase an Easter egg, with it being Easter Sunday. So if there's one going spare, feel free to deliver it to the Alpha Live van, which is just beyond the start line opposite the first chicane. and then I will take that Easter egg and not give it to the runner, and I'll just eat it in front of her, like in some sort of bullying tactic. Turns out I'm not a very nice person. So we're going to have another rolling up lap then to get some heat back into the tyres then for our junior Rotax heat number 1. We're going, carts are cleared. We're a few down. We hopefully will get this one away and racing this time out. On-track marketing. Janine Kell getting in touch via the live chat. And good luck to Nelson Taylor and the X-Kart team. Also saying good luck to the test team. Isaac Welsh has got all the faith in the world that Jake Cozzy's going to come through to win this one from the 4th row in P8. Freya Uden saying good luck to Amy Peacock. And good luck to Jacob Hutchinson. He'll be up soon in Mighty Super Cadet. Apparently it's Anthony splitting his time between SuperOne and the Slipstream broadcast at PFI, and so it's just started to rain there. Well, rain at PF, but no rain so far in the races here from Rowrah. Congestion in the background, the field slowing at the front and then almost coming to a stop at the rear, but Alex McCullough's going to bring us round again. Will he go early this time? Because he went late last time, and I get the feeling he might try and mix it up. He goes now, gets the power down, and we are away and racing. Amy Peacock trying to put the O-plate in the gap. And Amy Peacock, they're going to run 3 wide. She's going to be on the outside of Elijah Hartley, and she does have to back out. We've got a few round on the start line, and then that's Elijah Hartley off and onto the grass. He went toe-to-toe with Amy Peacock. Peacock's not exactly won out of it either, and she's well down the order compared to where she started. There she is on the inside of the O-plate, going down the inside of the 39 of Tyler Banks. But they started in 2nd and 3rd respectively, and will come out of this probably both outside or very much on the periphery of the top 10. Field making their way through. They go down to single file for the Stuart S's down the far end of the circuit. All of that battling between 2nd and 3rd has given Alex McCullough a fair gap at the front. It's 1.2 seconds as they cross the timing line at the end of lap number 1. Jude Pudderfoot up into 2nd place. Rory McVeigh and Warwick Milam, Jake Cozzy with Nathan Rond, Zach Jennings, Amy Peacock in 8th place, Tyler Banks, Kian Hundle are your top 10. Elijah Hartley rejoining via the grass is down in P14. There's Zach Jennings in the number 22 machine, pursued by Nathan Rond. That's been a change round this lap, and Jennings appearing now to be up into P6. There's Hartley, keep an eye out on him in the number 18, oh sorry, 81. He tries to come back through the order. Peacock as well, trying to half move down the inside of the 67 of Nathan Rond, but a little bit too far back that time round. Probably going to come here though. That's a fair good run. And again, let's see whether Peacock gets it done. She'll come into shot now, and indeed did find a way past Nathan Rond. Milam there in the orange and white from the 23, trying to close in on Laurie McVeigh. The top 2 are away, albeit with a gap between them of 1.1. Jude Pudderfoot fastest on the previous lap in 2nd place, but it was only a 10th quicker, so they need a little bit more. 4.5 minutes still to go though. Takes another 10th out of Alex McCullough. Peacock up into 6th place now, has got past Zach Jennings. There they are in the background. Peacock in the red and black. We'll be hoping for a bit of a battle from these in front. It's a look over the shoulder from Jake Cozzy. Peacock, Jennings, and Nathan Rond down the inside with a really nice move. Goes Kian Hundle in the 65 on Tyler Banks. The driver in the Tom Day Racing colours. Good run by Tyler Banks through there, and he's going to come back down the inside of Kian Hundle. Yeah, they've agreed that they're going to go forwards together, and then he goes straight down the inside. Mind games by Warwick Milam. Happens so often. Driver in front says, work with me. Driver behind says, yeah, go on then, and then driver behind sends it straight down the inside at the next corner. Standard karting. It's allowed Amy Peacock right back into the mix as well. Milam, Jake Cozzy, Amy Peacock are 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. Peacock got a good run out of here on the last lap. This time will be defended by Jake Cozzy. Warwick Milam appears to have engaged defensive mode to a large extent when it comes to the hairpins. And that's a very risky game early on in this race. And even though it's only a 7-minute race, two minutes to go normally is where you'd probably start defending, but it's a 7-minute race, so when they're lapping in the 48s, he's still got 4 laps to do this, and Jake Cozzy's going to try and move down the inside. They're going to back themselves into Zach Jennings here. Cozzy down the inside, Peacock's going to do the same, and Warwick Milam's defence is going to be a short one, and they move up into 4th and 5th respectively, but it's given enough for Zach Jennings to turn this into a 4-kart battle. Could even be 5, because that's Nathan Rond in the background as well, trying to come into this. And now Jake Cozzy's going to go super defensive. Puts the brake. That's a really good corner from Jake Cozzy. Puts the brake on mid-corner to stop that switchback that we've seen in a lot of the cadet classes and the Bambinos as well. And he's going to back Amy Peacock up into, and we're going to go 5 deep. Warwick Milam is a bit confused as to why it's gone that defensive. He was semi-defensive. This is really defensive from Jake Cozzy. And Peacock's going to have to spring a surprise without getting a front fairing penalty. She is strong through here, but I imagine Cozzy will be very defensive in the run-up. And the problem is she can't really sweep out wide. Down the inside she goes. She creates the opening. Contact warning for Amy Peacock. But Jake Cozzy white lining it all the way round. Peacock's going to get the run out. Peacock then from Milam. Cozzy down into the middle behind them. That's Nathan Rond down the inside of Zach Jennings. And to be fair, they have backed themselves up that for one more lap they'd have invited the next 4 in. That would have put Banks, Hartley, Hundle, Stockton in the mix as well. Don't think Travis Dolby's a million miles off the back. There's at least 3 of them. I think Kian Hundle could be a little bit further back from that, but there's at least another 3 that can get themselves in the mix at some point here. If they start having a battle, I think Peacock could potentially feel that she's got enough pace to pull away from this one. We're down to 0 on the time. Gap is 2 seconds at the front for Alex McCullough. This is your battle for second place that now sees Laurie McVeigh in front of Jude Pudderfoot. That happened on lap number 6. We're currently on lap number 9. And he moved up into second place. And in terms of fastest lap, he's the fastest driver on track on the previous, although it was only 0.002 of a second faster than Alex McCullough, who now crosses the line and goes even faster this time round as he starts the final lap of the race. Peacock has indeed gapped Warwick Milam and Jake Cozzy. So they're going to battle it out over P5. Expect Milam to park that car on the inside. Cozzy's going to try and drive all the way around the outside of him. Behind them there's a good battle going on as well between Rond and Jennings and Elijah Hartley. Jake Cozzy's going to try that switch back, can't get it done. Warwick Milam still on the inside and he will white line it. And look at the gap that Peacock's pulled. with these all battling, as that's Elijah Hartley finding his way past Nathan Ron. Zach Jennings is just in behind. Then it's the 39, is it Tyler Banks? Laurie McVeigh at the line. Alex McCullough grinds to a halt out of the final corner, and he had a gap of 2 seconds, and it wasn't enough at the end. He was willing that car over the line. Laurie McVeigh wins heat number 1 in junior Rotax from Jude Puddifoot and Alex McCullough. Did the kart grind to it? It didn't look like it was giving him anything at all. I don't think he took himself off. I just think, look at that disappointment from Alex McCullough. But in the end, sometimes you can only do what you can do. He drove a fantastic race nonetheless. And whilst that won't give him any comfort at all, once the dust settles on this first heat, he can take a huge amount of heart away from that. That through no fault of his own, it would appear that he has lost out in heat number 1 to Laurie McVeigh and Jude Puddifoot. He'll still be classified in 3rd place. 3/4 of a second the gap, but Laurie McVeigh over the line from Jude Puddifoot, Alex McCullough, the recovering Amy Peacock back up to 4th place, having dropped to 8th on lap number 1, had to work hard to come through Jake Cozzy, and there's half a smile there through gritted teeth for Alex McCullough, knowing that he couldn't have done anything really about that. Warwick Milam in P6, Elijah Hartley, Nathan Ron, Zach Jennings and Tyler Banks complete your top 10. Next up then, it's time for Intermax and Mighty Super Cadet. So Inter's on the right-hand side, Mighty Super's on the left. So Grid will be with us now. We can start with the Mighty Supers going off the front, it looks like, with Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson on the front row, Logan Jackson and Will Beattie on row 2, Jacob Hutchinson and Harry Watkinson on row number 3. We've got Brandon Hartley and Oscar Dudley, Zachary Parr and Casey Baker before we move into our Intermaxers. We've got Charlie Gregg and Calvin Sherlock on the front row. And it's going to be Leyland Bradnam and TJ McLeish, Eli Romalo and George Allison in front of Charlie Ford and Finley Fawkes, Evan Dearden, Arlo Atwood and Xavier Davidson completing your grid. That does look a lot like the Inters have gone out first. That the Mighty Supers heading out soon. So, ooh, spin. And a stationary kart on the start line as well, by the look of things. That's the 55 of Evan Dearden. The youngster from Oldham climbing out of his kart and out of heat number 1. Fortunately for Evan Dearden. It's the live chat. Cecilia Young saying grandparents of Aidan Young sending best wishes from Finland. They never miss a chance to watch their grandson best of luck, and to his teammate Kian Hundle. Isaac Welsh saying great move from Jake Cozzy towards the end of that race. Barrett saying well done to test racing. So 2 grids then. Intermax going off first. Charlie Gregg certainly the one to beat. Qualified on pole in commanding fashion this morning and took the race victory yesterday. As they make their run up to the chicane for the first time. And they're already into a nice single file as they head to make the run down to McRae's for the first time. Mighty Super in the background too are away and racing. And try and track them as best we can. given the circumstances throughout this race. Greg with a look over his shoulder already. Behind him, it looks like it's Leyland Bradnam up into second place in front of the 14. Sherlock, whose name doesn't appear to be picking up on the timing, but that's Harry Stinson down the inside of Ansel Murray for position. And they're going to be followed by the 191 of Will Beattie. They were generally the top three yesterday in wet weather conditions. Will it be the same today? White. Charlie Sherlock's transponder is 298, so Ansel Murray tries to come back down the inside of Harry Stinson, and Stinson has to relent on that one. I thought he could probably have held it and had track position, but behind them is the 112 of Logan Jackson. I'm just trying to pick out who the fifth driver is in the train. We've got the 17 of Charlie Ford rolling to a halt in Inters. So he will retire from P6, having just lost the place to George Allison. He's moved up from P5. So 134 of Jacob Hutchinson. Fifth place. Ansel Murray is pulling away from yesterday's final winner, Harry Stinson, at the front of this. So Mighty Super Cadet, is driver in third there, which looks to be Will Beattie, but slightly sideways in the mid part of that corner. So Mighty Super Cadet, different engine map to the Cadet class, and they also run the slick Mojo tyre that the Rotax use, rather than the Vega Cadetti tyre, which the Cadet variant uses, the same tyre that Honda Cadets use. Both keeping the Vega wet though. Mojo wet. So Ansel Murray continuing to lead and opening up a gap to Harry Stinson. And they are starting to come through some of the tail end traffic of the Intermax runners. So that's going to give them a something to work with. Charlie Gregg at the front, 1.5 seconds to the good and the fastest lap. He's receiving some support in the live chat from Emma Parsons, from Isla Parsons as well, who joined me in the commentary box last season for one of the rounds here of Super One. She's watching Charlie Gregg, and at the moment she's watching yesterday's final winner drive off into the distance, and perhaps a good job that the ferry back to the Isle of Man doesn't have a weight limit, because at the moment he's going to be taking two huge trophies back home with him. Took one from yesterday, and we're looking to take another one here today. That is out for 2.3 seconds. To Leyland Bradnam. Pressure from Calvin Sherlock. And that blue number 14. Sherlock's going to get a good run there, because Bradnam went in a little bit too deep and knew it as well, but as soon as he came back the corner he had a little look over his shoulder. And now Calvin Sherlock's going to try the move. Radiator flap adjustment for him. He wants to get a little bit more air into that engine. Bradnam holding on and pulls out a bit more of a gap in that second place. He's also been powered by the live chat on the web. T. Bradnam giving him plenty of support. And this is a circuit of two halves at the moment for these two, because Sherlock is clearly quicker through sector 1 and potentially until they get pretty much halfway down the back straight. So that's where sector 1 finishes on the run up to Iredale's. Sector 2 finishes halfway down the hill, and now is where it's been switching so far, and Leyland Bradnam has been a little bit quicker on the downhill section, has been getting a good run. This battle behind sees TJ McLeish and George Allison, I think, but that doesn't look like a George Allison kart. It's not, that's the 83. Eli Romalo, who's showing in P15 on timing, but I think that's a transponder issue for Eli Romaro, because he's got some good pace, and that's TJ McLeish behind him. So I would suggest that Romalo is in 4th place, and its 5th is TJ McLeish. So Eli Romaro with a transponder issue there in the all-black kart. That's going to be George Allison going through there in the number 19. Arlo Atwood, and it should well be Finley Fawkes coming up shortly. And then there's going to be your leader in Mighty, followed by the second place man there. That's your gap at the front in Mighty Super Cadet. There's the man in second place, Harry Stinson, trying to chase down the O plate of Ansel Murray, but Murray's got more than enough for him at the moment. There is your leader as the time is down to 0. I think Charlie Gregg may well be over the timing line, and indeed is, showing us 2 laps to go. So next time round for him, but he's currently halfway round this lap. There's your leader. I'm going to pick up for Mighty Super Cadet in Ansel Murray. There's the gap, and then you've got the 20 of Xavier Davidson. This is the battle for 3rd place though in Mighty Super Cadet between Will Beattie and Logan Jackson. Jackson not quite close enough at the moment. We'll pick the leaders up as they go down, and this battle for 3rd will come into shot towards the Stuart Essers, and they'll run back down the hill. We're on to the final lap for Charlie Gregg as he makes his way up towards the right-hander at McRae's for the Iredales for the final time. These drivers will see the last lap board in a few moments' time to commence their final tour of this Rowrah circuit. Looking over the curves, Jackson doesn't appear to be close enough here, but we'll try half a move anyway on Will Beattie. Here's your race leader though, by a gap of nearly 6 seconds. Charlie Gregg is victorious once again here in Super 1. He wins heat number 1 from the battle between Leyland Bradnam and Calvin Sherlock. There's your top 3. Let's see if we can pick up where we are in the Mighty Super Cadet. They'll be coming into shot very shortly. There's Ansel Murray. He's pulled that gap out in the early part of the race and maintained it throughout after the first few laps. Ansel Murray wins heat number 1 in Mighty Super Cadet from Harry Stinson. And then at the line it's going to be Will Beattie and Logan Jackson in 3rd and 4th respectively. So TJ McLeish showing in 4th place, although we do think that that could be Eli Romalo in that place in 4th. He's had a transponder issue, so it could be McLeish in 5th in front of Alison Atwood, Finley Fawkes and Xavier Davidson. Charlie Ford retired early on, and Evan Dearden didn't make it to the start line, unfortunately. His kart rolled to a halt a few metres after leaving the dummy grid. So, the final race of the morning is with us. It's Senior Rotax, and then we'll head towards our drivers' parade, which will take place on the start line. Stick with us, because that will be fully live streamed as well before we're back this afternoon for the second round of heats and the finals here from the HWE Bin Services Super 1 Championship. Final heat of the morning then is Senior Rotax. Hudson Brown there in the number 3 TWR Pantano kart, running his seeded number from last year. Will start on the outside of the front row, alongside yesterday's dominant winner, qualifying all the heats and the final for the returning Ronnie Smith in the 96 machine. So it's going to be Smith and Morgan Hudson Brown on the front row, and the rest of the grid. A few moments time. Lewis Holt, who had a difficult qualifying session yesterday, his car really not responding, plug oiling up early doors and didn't set a time. He started towards the back, but today a different story. He goes off the inside of the second row alongside Isaac Parkinson, George Cole and Billy Edgecombe on row number 3. Then it's going to be Rory Hinckley and Kieran Denyer, Ollie Rowley and Tom Nottingham, with Max Lorna-Bennett and Caden Welch on row number 6. Kearney Stick starts 13th. Melissa Adrian alongside Jay Pearson and Charlie Goody are on row 8, with Franklin Rasma and Shaquille Joseph on row 9. Lucas Steele starts P19, Max Chown in 20, with Max Davis and Max Greenland on row number 11. Missed row 12, but I think that's going to be Lewis and Lawton, with Olafson and Doherty in front of Gora and Gill, with Stoner and Barron in front of Brain and Williams, with Tom Taylor on row number 17. 33 runners make their way out onto the circuit. The cadet drivers in the background, or the Bambinos, they're not bothered about the racing. They want to slide down the grass patch. Seniors making their way then up to the far end of the circuit. Ronnie Smith then will dictate the pace down the hill. It was a superb final yesterday. If you do have a Slipstream membership, go and watch that one back. If not, that'll be available free to watch in a week's time, as will all of the finals from the Saturday here at the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. All of the Saturday finals will be the Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live, available for Slipstream members, and then available a week later for everybody else to view. The Sundays, of course, are covered exclusive by Alpha Live in their entirety throughout the 2026 season. Ronnie Smith and Morgan Hudson Brown then off the front row. They were the main event yesterday. Today it's going to be the rematch. We're away and racing in Senior Max as we run up towards the first corner. It's been a good start though from Lewis Holt off the inside of the second row, and we've got 5 or 6 off. One driver out of their kart, but jumping straight up and appears to be okay. That's the 17 of Robin Brain, who looks to be okay. Is wide and out onto the grass. Looked like it could have been Kearney Stick squeezed out onto the grass, but Ronnie Smith's got a bit of a gap. We've got a few karts just needing to be cleared and are being so. Still green at the moment on circuit. There'll be a yellow flag, of course, covering that one locally, but as it stands, we are still racing as down the hill we go. Ronnie Smith leads from Lewis Holt and Morgan Hudson Brown as we head towards the end of lap number 1. We waved yellow at that first corner, that's for sure. Smith, Holt, Hudson Brown, Cole, Hinckley, Parkinson, Denyer, Edgecombe, Tom Nottingham and Max Lorna-Bennett, because down the inside goes Morgan Hudson Brown on Lewis Holt. Max Lorna-Bennett there with a bright yellow helmet. He had a really tough day yesterday, didn't take part in the final. His kart rolled to a halt in heat number 2. He had a rear wheel depart from action. We'll be hoping for a much stronger day today. He currently runs inside the top 10 here. And he is in the bright yellow helmet. Currently runs just behind Tom Nottingham as he battles for P9. Mechanical flag for Josh Gora. He had one of them in qualifying as well. Did Josh Gora in the number 91. Generally in Rotax, if it's a mechanical, its rear bumpers come out of its fixing mount, or the chain guards come off. So it's one of the two. So the 55 and the 95 currently battling it out. 95 obviously the favourite because he's got Lightning McQueen on him. He tries to go down the inside. So Caden Welch trying to make that move down the inside of Charlie Goody. Morgan Hudson-Brown is taking bite-sized chunks out of Ronnie Smith in the first phase of this race. You normally see these races go one of two ways, as down the inside goes Hudson-Brown. It's been a late move down the inside. Smith closes the door. No harm done in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, race of two halves. If one driver goes high on tyre pressures, they'll be fast in the first part of the race, and then they go over the optimum level. If the driver's gone slightly lower, they'll start coming into it. But at the moment, Morgan Hudson-Brown has got all the pace under him in that TWR Pantano machine. And Ronnie Smith, who was the master of the wet yesterday, was under some real pressure this morning from Morgan Hudson-Brown. It was these two going toe-to-toe in the final. It was gearing up to be a trio, as Billy Edgecombe had been in the battle all day. And now Morgan Hudson-Brown will draw alongside and has the move done early. They run up towards the stewardesses. Edgecombe yesterday had problems in the final and started this one from P8, and I think he's currently still there. Oh, started 6th, sorry, down in 8th now is Billy Edgecombe. There he is in the momentum colours, number 8. But we're going to have a change there for 3rd between Lewis Holt and Rory Hinckley. And follow this battle, that's George Cole in the Project 1 colours, Billy Edgecombe just behind and Tom Nottingham. Then they've got 6th, 10th back to Ollie Rowley in 10th place. A waved yellow flag coming up ever so shortly, and we've got a flag out there. Everyone's slowing down. That's a very slow pace, and we've gone Battenberg or we've gone to a red flag. It's a red flag. I've seen one at post 1 and senior Rotax. Heat number 1 will be halted with 2.5 minutes to go, and reason being that is Melissa Adrian, whose kart is not the way that it should be, as you can see there. She appears to be okay. There'll be a little bit of shock as the adrenaline surges through. So there's been a coming together there between what appears to be, is that Max Warner Bennett's kart as well? Denton's 28. He's trying to pick out whether we've still got a bright yellow helmet somewhere. Yes, we have. There's Max Warner Bennett in the background, I think, so I don't think him. But I think we could try and pick out who the other kart involved is, but Melissa Adrian is okay. It is the 28, it is Max Lorna Bennett, so yesterday's day not getting any better, unfortunately, for Max, and certainly not better for Melissa Adrian. So we've lined up 2 by 2. What will, if it goes round, will be a single file restart. Drivers getting out. Yeah, we've done 5 minutes work. Let's stretch some legs. So drivers climbing out of their carts. A few of them will remain stationary. Given that they're now pushing them off, this one may well have been declared with 2 to go, and in fact top left hand corner confirms that it is a finish for senior Rotax. On track at least, it was Morgan Hudson-Brown, Ronnie Smith, Lewis Holt and Rory Hinckley from Kieran Denyer, Isaac Parkinson, George Cole, Billy Edgecombe, Tom Nottingham and Ollie Rowley. They'll go back a lap to the next, final completed lap for the runners, rather than where they were. So they're going to go off. It will give the medical team time to work on circuit, and it's lunchtime anyway, so we're going to have a lunch break. So hopefully everybody is okay, and that we get to see Max Lorna Bennett and Melissa Adrian out for this afternoon's racing. So carts are being pushed back from the far end. There's Max Lorna Bennett's kart just being pushed down towards his mechanic, and Melissa Adrian's dad is there in the rear, in the bottom left-hand corner, and it looks like she's going to be taken for a once over in medical, but I can assure you that she's okay, because if she wasn't, her dad wouldn't be going to collect the car. I can assure you of that. So she's going to be taken just to be checked over by the medical team for a precaution, but it looks that she is okay, which is great news. We'll be back for racing action in around about 45 minutes time, but don't go anywhere. It's time for our drivers parade. You can already see in the background we're getting ready for that. Drivers will be making their way out onto circuit with their suits on and all their helmets, and they'll be have an opportunity to win a prize. And if I'm not mistaken, that looks like there could be a few Easter eggs down there as well, being held in the arms of Liz. So we'll hopefully head down there, and I'm going to go and wrestle an Easter egg off a child.
dog. Who's going to win the mini egg? Oh, yeah, he's right.
Everyone's taking pictures. Oh, sorry.
Shall I get next to Vince? Who's got the balaclava?
Is that yours, out your helmet? Sorry, thank you.
Adam, get the ones coming down this way. That end, they'll be coming that end. Sorry.
I'm just going to start doing a lag down from there. Do you want to follow me?
Hello, camera.
You check out
What is he doing?
Big smile. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, and now we're going to do a random generator. You have to be here to win it, so hopefully you'll be here.
Well, hopefully not.
Chase Warmington. Not here. Next. Got to be here to win it. Amy Peacock. George Allinson. Yeah, there we go. Big round of applause. We brought the sunshine for you today, so well done for everyone for getting through the weather. So all have a safe afternoon racing and good luck to everybody. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to round 2 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. I am David Sullivan and we are ready for the afternoon's racing. Our mighties are just getting themselves lined up, ready for their second heat of the day. Oliver Reynolds on the left-hand side there, just having a little snooze in the afternoon. Oh no, he's woke up, there we go. And behind him, that's Max Tetlow, just waiting to head out onto circuit. We are just having the marshals just get themselves into position out there on track. And then we'll get the afternoon going. Just had the drivers parade, which we hope you stuck around for and enjoyed, as you get to meet all of our drivers here from the SuperOne Championship. Just going to rearrange my notes after the morning session, put them back into the order for this one, pick out my Bambino notes for our younger drivers. Luca Peed there in front of Eli Parkhouse. I like that Parkhouse car. So it's all black. There's not a lot on it in terms of sticker kit, but the white bits sort of make it look like a 1993 Sauber for our, I was about to say historic F1 fans, but it's not really historic. It's my sort of childhood, but you still have to remember that's the best part of 30 years ago. Oliver Reynolds will start on pole position with Luca Peed alongside, as per heat number 1, Max Tetlow and Eli Parkhouse in front of EJ Deera and Aidan Castleman on the third row with Rafe Verdi and Teddy Veselovsky. Before then it's going to be Joshua Chung, Arton Odula and Fabian Smith, with Jensen Paris on the outside of row 6. Archie Watkins and Dax Miller are in front of Jack Voss and Astro Matthews. So field making their way out as their helpers await their arrival. And they will be straight into this race as Parkhouse's car is picked up and repositioned by his mechanic. As long as he's inside that grid bay, he should be okay. Starting one back, and that's so that the drivers on the front row can actually see the lights up above them. And we are away. It's a good start again from Luca Peed on the outside, but it could well be Oliver Reynolds as they run up towards the first corner, who will lead us through. And it is indeed Oliver Reynolds in the 77, who on this occasion has held on to the lead. And for the first time, well, I was about to say for the first time, but then he goes wide and Luca Peed is back to the front. I was about to say it's the first time that Luca Peed hasn't led a bulk of the race, but he is back to the front, although he goes slightly wide on cold tyres, as we've got a stationary Astro Matthews. And we run up towards McRae's, so that'll be covered by a wave yellow. They should be able to get him going again. As Luca Peed draws alongside Oliver Reynolds in the run down the hill towards St John's. Down the inside goes Peed, and that's going to give Max Tetlow in third place in the all-white car an opportunity. He looks over his shoulder. That's Eli Parkhouse, EJ Deera in the yellow and purple. In front of Aidan Castleman, Teddy Veselovsky, Rafe Verdi, Joshua Chung. So can Luca Peed pull away now that he's at the front? Look over the shoulder, looks like the track is clear because they're going out onto the racing line where that kart was stationary. We've still got a stationary yellow because driver was still making his way to the marshal's post. So all okay there. Down straight we go up towards the stewardesses at the far end of the circuit. They'll then move out onto the outside. Straight there isn't exactly straight. It does kink left, right towards the end, so they aren't chopping across to the outside. It sort of naturally takes them in that direction anyway. So Max Tetlow's going to try the move down the inside of Oliver Reynolds and makes that move stick nicely and doesn't lose a huge amount of time either. In fact, loses nothing at all to the back of Luca Pede. And now that this track is fully dry, Pede is not having this all his own way this time out. So Luca Pede, Max Tetlow, Oliver Reynolds with Eli Parkhouse, EJ Deere, Aidan Castleman are your 6. Then there's a 3-cart train with Veselovsky, Verdi and Chung. And then this is Jensen Paris coming under pressure from Arten Odula. And we could well have another change for the lead here. It looked like Max Tetlow was as good as past Luca Pede there down the inside. Had that track position. He's going to have another look down the far end of the circuit at the stewardesses. Oliver Reynolds trying to have a nibble. That sends him wide, and that could give Eli Parkhouse a run out of the corner up towards Paddock Bend. Max Tetlow's now going to have a go at Luca Pede. Sends it down the inside, and Luca Pede's wide, and Pede's going to spin. Is he? No! Oh, holds on. Luca Pede did incredibly well there. Railed that outside curb like he was Tony Hawk, and it spat him out into a half spin across the track. And he did incredibly well to hold on to that, and he's going to salvage this race. Still with 3.5 minutes to go from 5th place now for Luca Pede with enough time as Oliver Reynolds is going to come down the inside of Max Tetlow. That's going to be a change for lead, although it could be brief because Tetlow's back on the inside of him. They're going to run side by side down the back straight, but Tetlow should have track position on the run up towards the stewardesses. He moves back through and into the lead. EJ Deere has got past Eli Parkhouse, so he's up into 3rd. Parkhouse down into 4th. Luca Pede in 5th after that moment for him out of the final corner. In fact, is that up in 4th place? That's Aidan Castleman up into 4th place now. Eli Parkhouse is down into 6th. He has to take evasive action to Luca Pede. So Max Tetlow and Oliver Reynolds. Reynolds is already out of the slipstream. He wants a nibble at the lead and slots back in. He can't find a way through. Didn't have enough. And Tetlow with a little look over the shoulder in that 57. Little tap into the rear bumper. No harm done. And Luca Pede still a few kart lengths off the back of this as they appear to be working well together at the front. Reynolds, Tetlow looking to the left, look to the right, young man. Down the inside goes the 77 of Oliver Reynolds to take the lead, and off goes EJ Deere onto the grass on the outside, and that drops him behind Rafe Verdi. And Luca Pede is up into 3rd place, so I get the feeling that that was Deere and Castleman. Pede's taken advantage, he's back up into 3rd place, and the salvation continues for Luca Pede. He wants now to see Reynolds and Tetlow squabbling at the front. Warning for Max Tetlow. He's going to keep his head down now as they race up to the far end of the circuit. They'll get round before this time elapses to 0, so they'll have 2 laps at the end of this one, not only to battle it out, but they've also got to be careful not to back themselves into Luca Pede, and I think Max Tetlow is very aware of that. No move down the inside of Oliver Reynolds and just continuing to push him for a few corners at least to try and open up a little bit of a gap, and there he will draw alongside, but that's not going to lose either of them any time unless they squabble. That's going to lose them some time though, as there is some wheels to side pod, and now we've got a 4-kart train, 5-kart train. Let's not discount Eli Parkhouse in the black colours at the tail of this. And now Max Tetlow's going to look very defensive on Luca Pede, and Luca Pede's coming down the inside no matter what. Down the inside he goes. Max Tetlow's going to try and switch to the inside. Aidan Castleman with a good run in the number 46 RCE machine. And run up to the far end. Oliver Reynolds is a lap and a half from home here, with 5 or 6 kart lengths back to Luca Pede. Pede with a defensive line down the hill, but I don't think it's lost him any time as they flash back into shot as they go round Sunny Bend. Pede very mindful that Max Tetlow will want to come down the inside, but they're not losing the time either to the leader, as Tetlow now will make that move on Luca Pede, and he's through and down the inside up into second place. Pede's going to come straight back at him and will go down the inside. Oliver Reynolds still leading at the front. And there'll be 3 wide in the background as they slide in, and that's looked like Castleman was trying to go down the inside there, but then got on the brakes very early. Luca Pede still in second place as he closes the door on Max Tetlow. And still with all this battling, Reynolds has just not been able to break away. In fact, he will now, because there's some lap traffic for them to contend with as they go either side of Dax Miller down the hill. This train of 4 over second place, Luca Pede and Max Tetlow, but out in front with 1 corner to navigate is going to be Oliver Reynolds. And for the first time, Reynolds is going to see the checkered flag. Reynolds wins. It's going to be Tetlow at the line, is it? It's showing Pede on the timing by 0.02 of a second, but that looked incredibly tight, with Tetlow getting the run out of the final corner, but on timing, it's Reynolds from Pede and Tetlow, 2,000 splitting Pede and Tetlow. Castleman and Parkhouse completely top 5 in front of Verdi, Chung, Veselovsky, Deere after that off earlier on. Arton Odula finishes P10 in front of Fabian Smith and Jensen Paris. Archie Watkins, we still wait for him to come round. He's still got to take the checkered flag. Jack Voss and Jack Miller have already seen the checkered flag. They'll be classified 1 lap down. So 1 further kart who's just coming through the shot now. There is Archie Watkins to complete his race in Might E. And I still think that second place, that should be enough for pole in the final for Luca Pede. A win and a second should be enough for him. Thank you to Naomi Hughes for getting in touch via the live chat. She's also a Slipstream member, so greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Next up then, last time they got a rolling lap, but this time I think they could potentially go straight to the grid. It's time for Iami M1. Kart recovered from the far end of the circuit, but we'll run through a grid as it is. We see the helpers heading straight out onto circuit, so I do indeed think it'll be straight to the line. Presley Knight and Jack Rossi Minot will go off the front row then. Shay Downey and Jules Nash on row number 2. Oakley Rudman and Mark Ristic on row 3. Then it's going to be George Miller and Vinnie Wright with Stanley Thurston and Teddy Smith with Nicholas Ansett and Jed Evans on row 6. Henry Exton will start alongside Briella Stevens with Teddy Delaney and Maverick Reddick in front of Albert Omi and Gabriel Chu on row 9. Timmy Robinson and James Talbot are in front of Omari Morrison and Frank Tingle. He charged through the field for a top 10 in heat number 1. Can he rinse and repeat in heat number 2? About to say, where's the pole man? There he is, weaving his way through. Presley Knight. Five-second board in hand, then 7 minutes on the clock, and we are away and racing. It's a good start from the pole man. Equally a good start from Jack Minot, but he's on the outside and he slots in straight behind Presley Knight. Presley Knight drives off the circuit. Jack Rossi Minot will lead. Presley Knight will fall to second place as he tries desperately to weave the front wheel. We've got 2 off in the background, and Maverick Reddick is the driver in the orange, with Nicholas Answer, the final driver there in the 30, just being dragged back onto circuit. Jack Rossi Minot then leads us down the back straight and into the stewardesses. The far end of the circuit has moved down the inside there by the 22. Contact as Briella Stevens goes into Mark Ristick, and Stevens will be beached up on that curb on the inside. Did a few great overtakes on the way in there, did Stevens, but the track ran out down the inside. There goes Presley Knight down the inside of the O plate. Jack Rossi Minot. The field spreading out already with a few opening lap indiscretions, but can Jack Rossi Minot stay with Presley Knight is the big question now. Towards Iredale's, and is already starting to form a bit of a gap. So the top 3 is Rudman, and then we're going to pick up this train here. That's your battle for 5th and 6th between Jules Nash and Vinnie Wright, and then we're going to pick up this battle here. That's Mark Ristick as he tries to recover from that spin earlier on. He's going to try and pull away, and indeed is already succeeding in doing so. From Henry Exton and Gabriel Chu. Down the hill we go into St John's. Good move down the inside into the right-hander in the battle behind. That'll be Frank Tingle, I think, coming through the order. Side by side. Good move down the inside by Henry Exton, and then Exton is tipped into a spin. He's off, and he's going to need some help. So we do have helpers on circuit, so all of our mechanics that sort of start on the out there at the start then make their way out onto track, and if anybody spins they just run and get them back on. It doesn't matter who the driver is, whether it's their driver or somebody else's, it's all hands on deck to get the driver back out on track, which is the great spirit of racing. Down the back straight we go. This is going to be your battle for 6th place. I think that's Jules Nash in the front in the 18, being pursued by Stanley Thurston. Jed Evans in the cart behind. He's been shown as the E-plate. Yes, he is, because he's fallen behind the number 11 of Vinnie Wright. Oh, Stanley Thurston went for half a move, full 360. And I don't know whether he just moved out of the line and tried to go back in there. It'd be interesting to see if we can get another view of that one with Stanley Thurston. He came out like he was going to overtake and then slotted back in. By the time he went back in, I think there was a cart there, so we're just going to have a quick look at this one again as they come out of that final corner. Thurston got a good run and went down the inside, and then I think he thought, no, I won't have it, and the slot back in, but wasn't back far enough, and that's one to watch back and learn from there for Stanley Thurston. He was alongside Jules Nash in the run up to the first corner. So what was 4 is now 3. Nash and Wright, who have been pretty much nose to tail throughout most of the weekend, actually. Whenever they've been racing, they've been in positions that, or at least in a battle with each other. We've got Jed Evans as well in there as this mix of 3. Thurston still in the position behind, so did only drop down to 8th place, but it's got Mark Ristick just behind him as well. He's getting some support in the live chat from his native Slovenia. Back background in the black and gold, there's some lap traffic for our drivers to contend with as they go all the way around the outside of Mari Morrison. Jules Nash has been the big winner in that one. He's managed to gain 5 or 6 kart lengths on Vinnie Wright and Jed Evans. They're going to need to work together for a little while, a lap or so, to try and close that gap back up. With more lap traffic in front for them to contend with. Oh, and Vinnie Wright's tipped himself into a spin. He had got a really good run, did Vinnie Wright. He's going to fall behind Ristic and Thurston. He's going to fall down to P9. As Nash and Evans go side by side. Evans has got the move done. And the lap traffic coming into play for our drivers there. We follow the Timmy Robinson there for a brief while in the number 33 machine. Driver from Nuneaton in Warwickshire. And karting around about a year as Timothy, but this is his first competitive championship that he's joined. Currently running in P19, but hopefully he's enjoying his race weekend. Tractor's progression throughout the year. Here's the one to beat though. Presley Knight on the RCE chassis. Force power to his right hand side. Isn't easing up with a 4-second or 5-second lead. He's still flattening curbs. Which is going to be a little bit easier on that one, but in the wet yesterday, he was going around that curve at Sunny Bend and just launching that number 16. He was the only Iami M1 that was doing that yesterday. Using the concrete curves to great effect yesterday. Today he's not taking quite so many risks. We watched him in qualifying this morning. I was stood outside the Apollo awning who overlooked the paddock bend at the final corner. And a few of the mechanics were out and they were watching Presley Knight. Their awning is just down from the RCE awning. They were watching Presley Knight and how he was attacking them curbs. With a cadet driver in there somewhere for Presley Knight in a year or so's time. The way he was attacking them curbs. This is your battle for second place though. This one's still not over. Jack Rossi Minot and Oakley Rudman coming down the hill. Rudman's getting progressively closer to Jack Rossi Minot, and there could well be a move coming into this final bend unless Minot sees it coming. There's Presley Knight making his way round to take the victory. Presley Knight wins heat number 2. Jack Rossi Minot and Oakley Rudman. Rudman wasn't quite close enough as they made their way through. So it's going to be Knight, Minot and Rudman in front of Teddy Smith. And then it's going to be, that's Jed Evans. He's managed to get past Jules Nash and pull away. Nash will finish in 6th with Mark Ristic finding a way past Stanley Thurston on the last lap. Ristic for 7th, Thurston in 8th. Frank Tingle once again moving up from the back row into 9th place this time for the 65 of Frank Tingle. He's got a really good chance of taking some silverware home in the final. He'll start, by my reckoning, in about 9th or 10th place, maybe a fraction higher, and that will give him a real chance, I think, without having to come through the field, to potentially take some silverware home. The top 10 completed by Vinnie Wright in front of Shay Downey and George Miller. So, field will make their way off, and the final one of the heats for our Bambino age drivers from 5 to 8 years old will make their way out onto circuit. This time it's Koma C50. Bit of a shout there out there to Shay Downey actually. His bumper came off at the start and we didn't think he was going to take any part in it, but it looks like they managed to get the kart fixed out there, get the rear bumper popped back in, or at least fastened on somehow, and he managed to make his way up from pretty much last place to finish in P11 for Shay Downey. Great effort for him. We'll see how he goes in the final. Koma C50 then, heat number 2. We'll see Matthew Pearson and Jace Hannon resume their weekend-long battle. Logan Grassi in 3rd place. Let's see whether he can make a bit of an improvement on his starts and stay towards the front. He dropped to 8th last time out. Robert Hanley, Ayrton Edward Jones and Jacob Hayward-White are on row number 3, with Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Reggie Rhodes on row number 4. Then it's Aidan Hughes and River Di Giorgio Miller in front of Jude Campbell and Tristan Begley, with Regan Abercrombie and Jensen Hodges. 14 runners. Here they go then with your Koma C50s. That's Jace Hannon on the right-hand side. He'll go off the outside of the front row. Pearson alongside. Logan Grassi behind. And we're away and racing in Koma C50. It's another good start from Jace Hannon on the outside of front row as per heat number 1. He sweeps around the outside of Matthew Pearson. Logan Grassi again losing some places. This time he'll drop down from 3rd into P6. And, see whether he can make his way up the order. Top 2 then have been the top 2 all weekend. Everybody's round the first half of the lap by the look of things. Nobody in the background. As wide goes Jace Hannon. Has he gone any wider? He's been high-fiving the spectators on the outside of the circuit, and that's allowed Matthew Pearson to come through down the inside and take the lead. Reggie Rhodes in 5th place there, trying to find his way past Jacob Hayward-White. And we can have another change for the lead. This time Hannon down the inside of Pearson. Pearson will take a much wider line this time on Hannon and maybe try and switch down the inside. That's Logan Grassi down the inside of Reggie Rhodes for 5th place. Hannon then will lead us over the line at the end of lap number 1. He's got a gap of 2/10 to Matthew Pearson, with Robert Hanley, Jacob Hayward-White, Logan Grassi, Reggie Rhodes and Dalton Dyke Whitfield in front of Ayrton Edward Jones. He's there in the green. Pearson back in front of Hannon. Tap into the rear by Hannon just to remind Matthew Pearson, in case he needed any reminding, that he was still there. And a really good run down that back straight towards the right-hander. Goes down the inside of Jacob Hayward-White goes Logan Grassi. Moves the Anglo-Brazilian driver up into 4th place. Hannon still in them wheel tracks. We'll focus on this battle for 3rd. Grassi gets a really good run, and we're back to it just as we cut away. Jace Hannon's back down the inside of Pearson. Pearson always gets this chicane bang on though, so should be well within the wheel tracks of Jace Hannon as they head up towards the McRae's hairpin. Hanley and Grassi are in 3rd and 4th. Hanley gets a tighter line, looks over his shoulder. Grassi's fallen back because he's gone wide, but will then carry more speed up the straight, and there he is coming straight back into shot is Logan Grassi, using all of the track and the rumble strips as Pearson goes down the inside of Hannon once again. And in a carbon copy move, that's Logan Grassi back up into the 3rd place that he qualified, down the inside of Robert Hanley for P3. Hannon's been getting a good run round this corner, lap on lap on Pearson, and it looks like it's going to be the same this time round Just seems to get that line a little bit happier for him. But then Pearson is really quick through there, but he's picked the outside line here. He's going to have to try and sweep all the way around the outside. There's a switchback coming, but that will again put him on the outside of the track unless Jace Hannon's going to fall back. And in fact, he does. It's a really good run out of there by Pearson. Neither of them near the apex on the inside, but that will give them a good run on the outside all the way up to the McRae's hairpin. To the S's. Now Stuart S as they go back down the hill. Still nose to tail. And he's going to try and pull out. It's a little left flick that might set him back a little bit. No, it does not. As he uses his momentum to go back down the inside of Matthew Pearson. This is all out racing from our youngest competitors here this weekend. This time it's Pearson who tries to use the same line that Hannon used last time. Pearson's going to choose the inside this time. It was the outside last time. That will put him out wide and will allow Jace Hannon to come back alongside him. And this time it's Hannon that will lead them up to Iredale's. Pearson's going to be alongside again. I don't think either of them are going to ease up as they head towards the final few minutes of this race. Lap traffic in front as they try to find their way around Tristan Begley. They're going to go either side of him by the look of things here. Begley sees Hannon on one side of him and moves over slightly. Pearson's lost a few kart lengths. He's going to need to have a good clean couple of laps now to close back in. Behind them, Logan Grassi has pulled away from this battle for fourth place with Robert Hanley, Jacob Hayward-White and Reggie Rhodes. And the contact warning for Reggie Rhodes. He's in sixth place, trying to find his way through. All fairly consistent through there. I don't think they're going to get a better run than each other as they run up, although two of them out wide. And whilst that wide line does work for our bigger classes, I'm not convinced it works for the Komas. They generally will normally try to go as wide as they possibly can to try and keep as much speed up as possible. But bouncing over curves just doesn't seem to work quite as well for the Komas. It's okay for the Mighties and generally the Iamis as well. And certainly if Presley Knight's anything to go by, the curb flattener. The Komas don't seem to like it quite as much. Whether that's the groove tyre more than anything else, it doesn't quite bite as much, but time is down to 0, but Pearson and Hannon's pace is that they crossed the line 200ths apart last time out. And over the timing line before the time elapsed to 0, so got a good run. He's having a think about it, but I think he's a little bit too far back this time to challenge Matthew Pearson. Looked to have balked his own run there, but the line doesn't appear to have been a particularly bad one for Jace Hannon, and we know that he's quick down this hill. He came from a kart length back earlier on to find a way past Matthew Pearson down the inside. Again, wide goes Pearson round that paddock bend, and it's giving Jace Hannon the chance every single time. 1,000th of a second between them as they cross the timing line to commence the final lap here at Rowrah in this second heat for Koma C50. Jace Hannon and Matthew Pearson. Hannon led over the line by 1,000th. They're going to have a little switch back. Pearson's back in front on the exit. He was the one who took that tighter line. Hannon went out onto the outside and bounced over the rumble strip that I said earlier on I didn't think was a particularly fast line in Koma. And that's put Pearson back in front. Well, Pearson have learnt the lesson if Hannon doesn't come through on this corner regarding that final corner and not carrying too much speed and going too wide and allowing Hannon to use that switchback that works for him. He's done 3 or 4 overtakes in that corner. Pearson takes the defensive line down the hill into St John's. They both take the same round Sunny Bend. Hannon looks to be a little bit further back than what he was before. Will he manage to hug that inside white line? I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. He was tighter on turn-in. And this time, it's going to go the way of Matthew Pearson. Pearson then takes the victory from Jace Hannon. Logan Grassie's in third. Fourth's going to be Robert Hanley. Pursued to the line by Jacob Haywood-White. The 10th between the two of them for 4th and 5th. Reggie Rhodes in P6. We'll wait Dalton Dyke Whitfield. There he is in the green to come through for P number 7. It's going to be 8th, 9th and 10th to the line. Ayrton Edward Jones there in the Welsh colours on the right-hand side. He takes P8 from Jude Campbell. One of those drivers was some lap traffic. I think it's Tristan Begley who crosses the line in P13. We'll await the arrival of River Di Giorgio Miller for 10th place. And Regan Abercrombie and Aidan Hughes have had a really good battle throughout this race as they come to the line with Abercrombie taking 11th, Hughes in P12. I think there's only a 10th between them at the start of the final lap, so they've had a really good battle throughout as well. So the Bambino age classes can go and have a rest for an hour or so and step it up to our cadet age classes as we go racing in Micromax and Iami Water Swift Restricted. So heat 1 dominated by Zane Sofawoglu. We'll see whether he can do the same in heat number 2. He goes off the front row. It's Ellis Holt, who qualified on pole position this morning. He goes off the prime berth. Charlie Cale and Buster Scott are behind with Archie Mostyn and Jackson Foots on row number 3. Row 4, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and Cooper Galloway. Arda Billionoff and AJ Halil with Noah Brad and James Hudson on row number 6. Row 7 is Alfie Ward with Jensen O'Connor, Tommy Delaney and Hayden Bailey. Ezra Robinson Matthews and Daniel DeBrio are on row number 9. Row 10 sees Sam Hope and Max Stone. Ronnie Griffin, Arthur Rhodes and Santo Amico complete your grid. Reminder that Rhodes and Amico are your Iami Water Swift runners. Right, the VR12 saying, where is this happening? So round number 1 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship comes from Cumbria Kart Club in Rowrah in the northwest of England. Championship after this goes to GYG in North Wales in the first weekend of May. Before we go to Fulbeck in Lincolnshire, Clay Pigeon in Dorset, Wilton Mill in Northamptonshire, the home of Alpha Live. And then we go to Shennington for the final round of the season, with Noah Brad having a bit of an excursion, although with the way that his arms are going, I think he thinks that somebody else might have been involved. But Noah Brad, who races under the flag of Romania, should manage to get himself back into position to retake his grid slot in P11. There he is. Hopefully he can get down the hill and slot back in at Sunny Bend. Is he going to try and weave his way through, or is he going to go off the back? No, he's trying to find his way through. Is Noah Brad. It's very difficult to get into position down that hill, though. It does widen up a little bit on the exit of Sunny Bend. We'll see whether he can find his position. He may well have to settle for going off the back, though. There he is in the 49. We've got a stationary cart as well in the middle of Sunny Bend. We may well not get this one going at the first time of asking. No, we are. Looks like they've managed to get restarted. Plug may well have oiled up, but Looks like we are away and racing as we run up towards the chicane for the first time. Ellis Holt will lead us through then, with Zane Sofawoglu just behind, and Sofawoglu is wasting no time as he goes down the inside. Charlie Cale trying the same move to go through the same gap that was always going to close, and that's going to allow the 85 of Buster Scott to try and get a run. They'll go 3 wide with the 47 getting squeezed of Archie Mostyn. Cale's going to try and come back down the inside. He seems to be really struggling with heat in them tyres at the moment, is Charlie Cale, as Buster Scott goes up into second place and looks really intent on taking the fight to Zane Sofawoglu. Contact warning for the 11 of Max Stone. Three wide right-hander. So Sofawoglu leading then. From Buster Scott in second place. He goes out wide onto the rumble strip. Ellis Holt following him. Zane Sofawoglu at the moment not breaking away in quite the same way that he did in heat number 1, but as you can sort of see now, what he does is just two tenths there, 2 tenths at the end of the next lap. All of a sudden he's got 1.5 seconds, and that's when it becomes 5 very quickly, because the driver then in second, third and fourth, they feel like they can't catch Sofawoglu, so they just fall into a battle over second place as a move down the inside by the 182. That's Arthur Rhodes coming through the order once again, as he did in heat number 1. Ellis Holt, Charlie Cale, Archie Mostyn there. That's Mostyn in 5th. Behind him, Ellen and Shelby Parsonage. Currently all on their own though at the moment. They're just sort of trying to whack into a train, but with this battle for second place, Ellis Holt looks like he's going to be close enough here, is he, to try and move on Buster Scott, but they need to work with each other. We've got a driver off at the final corner who we're just trying to assess. Looks like he's okay because he's just pulled his visor down and he's rejoining. That's Tommy Delaney in the number 33. So Marshall's was just with him. He's rejoined just in front of our race leader. Did feel that we may have had to have, at the very least, gone to a slow conditioned or a Battenberg flag that's still in use here at Super One. Had that kart still been there. But he's back into the race. This battle here between Buster Scott and Ellis Holt. Up towards the Stuart Essen. Holt's got a really good run there on the exit. Slotting back in, but even the two of them working together at the moment are still being pulled away from by Zane Sofawoglu, who was 7 tenths faster on the previous lap than these two, and this time round is 4 tenths quicker. Gaps out to 2 seconds, and Zane Sofawoglu is off into the distance. Yesterday's final winner. He's looking to start the season with a Super One double. Charlie Cale looking to one side. He's going to find that Archie Mostyn is going to drive all the way round the outside of him. Mostyn, a graduate of Bambino at the end of last season. Moving into Micromax this year and is really developing very, very quickly as Archie Mostyn into a very accomplished driver. So Charlie Cale now, who would have hoped to have been at least battling for that second place with Buster Scott and Ellis Holt. Buster Scott moving up from 4th, and Charlie Cale probably a little bit too close actually there through the chicane on Archie Mostyn, that lost a bit of momentum, and then wide out onto that curve again has not helped him on this occasion. Gains a bit more down at Iredale's and toes up onto the back. Been closer once again, but lost them 2 or 3 kart lengths earlier on and had to work through most of this lap. A bit of overspeed there around St John's meant that he had to get on the brake not to crash into the back of Archie Mostyn. Interested in Arthur Rhodes behind them as to whether he was quicker. He was 4/10. He's in a different class, of course, as Charlie Cale bounces over some curbs. But we'll need to find a way through. I just want to go back and potentially have a look at the results from heat number 1 in this race, because I had this feeling that Arthur Rhodes, and he did in fact, so Rhodes won that heat on track by a good distance, 27 seconds. He was faster than Santo Amico, but got a front fairing penalty coming through the Micromax traffic, and when there's only 2 of you in a class, and the drop penalty here is 5 places rather than 5 seconds, so they do have a way. Was that Charlie Cale going down the inside? Yes, it was. It was a send and a half, and it sent Archie Mostyn almost to the moon. They both managed to stay largely on track, and they've just swapped positions, but Charlie Cale moves up a place. In front of them, it's Arthur Rhodes, so he's worked his way all the way up into 4th place overall. This is your battle for second then, as the time elapses down to 0. Zane Sofawoglu at the front has a gap of 3.4 seconds. As they come down the hill to head towards the last lap board, Sofawoglu, Scott and Holt are your top 3. Rhodes is a Water Swift in the 182, so it's Cale in 4th place in Micro, Mostyn, Parsonage, Fuchs, Galloway, Hudson. Contact warning for the undefined driver. I'm sure they'll bring that up very shortly as to whom it is. With Jensen O'Connor, Arda Billionoff, AJ Halil, Sam Hope, Hayden Bailey, Ezra Robinson, Matthews, Alfie Ward, with Santo Amico the second of the 2 Water Swift runners in front of Noah Brad and Daniel DeBrio. Max Stone, Ronnie Griffin, Tommy Delaney, who went off earlier on, has since retired. The number 33 machine. Half a lap to go for Buster Scott to try and hold on to this second place from Ellis Holt, and I think he may well have enough in terms of position up towards the Stewardesses. Can Holt get a good run down the hill? Buster Scott though has 2 or 3 kart lengths on him, so unless he's going to try a Charlie Cale type move, Zane Sofawoglu though will continue the form. Heat 2 victory to go with Heat 1. Pole position in the final for the Turkish superstar. He takes the victory by 4.5 seconds from Buster Scott. Ellis Holt and then Arthur Rhodes has taken the victory again in our Water Swift class. Charlie Cale, Archie Mostyn, Eleanor Shelby Parsons, Jackson Fuchs, James Hudson, Cooper Galloway, and then in 10th place is Jensen O'Connor in our Micros. Next up then, it's going to be Honda Cadet and our Might E Cadets as well. So an amalgamated grid for the next one. Honda Cadet and Might E Cadet. So they'll be waiting to head out on track. It's rolling start now rather than the standings we had earlier. So Micro rolling, Honda rolling, and everybody back through then before our 3 Bambino Age finals, which go back to a standing start. Hondas will be going out first. Good for them as per qualifying this morning. Henry Colborne and Archie Cannon, who went at it in heat number 1, along with Archie Loveridge and Luke Hamill. They'll be on the second row. Mason Becker and Marcus Cooper are on row number 3, with row 4 being occupied by Aubrey Harrington Evans and Archie Rutter. Ben Bors and Reggie Duffy are on row number 5. Ollie Knox and Nico Veselovsky are on row number 6, with Freddie Williams and Jaden Bond, and George Lilly and Phoebe Shelton. Mighty Cadets then see Daniel Stangarian and Harry Voss on the front row for their class. They're followed by Jax Wong, who retired from heat number 1. He's going to be alongside Frank Pearson, Chase Wilmington and Gianluca Hudson, Emily Christie and Samuel Penny. Your grid. So field waiting to make their way out. Support coming in from Pam Wilmington and from Bam Bam, both supporting Chase Wilmington in the number 95 machine. Cars just making their way across the walkway ahead of the Intermax race, which will around about 20 minutes time. Junior Max will follow this one, then it's going to be Intermax and Mighty Super Cadet before the Senior Max heat number 2, and then we head into our finals. There's your pole man, Henry Colborne, BRK British Racing Kart Chassis, taking him to pole position this morning. Challenge for the victory as well in that first heat of the day. One result was Colborne, Loveridge and Archie Cannon. So the top 3 in quali and the top 3 in the first heat, but that wasn't the story. They battled throughout. Loveridge and Colborne on the final lap were there. Cannon had lost a little bit of time finding some lap traffic. He closed up though in the final lap because of the battle in front of him. Keep an eye out for Phoebe Shelton. She goes off the back row, but the qualifying doesn't really do her pace justice. Look, their battle for the podium yesterday, so Loveridge working the wheel. Colborne and Canning not quite so much so. So field forming up then. Honda Cadet will go first. They've left a little bit of a gap this time to the Might E Cadets, which was a bit of a problem and was causing a false start in the first race. Into the tram lines they go. That's not the tidiest of starts, but it does appear like we are away in racing, with Henry Colborne, Archie Cannon, Archie Loveridge getting squeezed around the outside. We've got one driver going through the escape road and we've got one off into the wall on the outside. This driver in the orange colours will pick them out at the end of lap number 1. Archie Cannon's going to try and move through into an early race lead here on Henry Colborne. Indeed he does, and that actually gives Archie Loveridge a little bit of a lifeline, because he had been cut adrift ever so slightly of that leading duo having been squeezed out. That's a move down the inside, a send by Ollie Knox, and he slides his kart down the inside and makes up a place. So Cannon, Colborne and Loveridge are your top three. So across the timing line at the end of lap number 1. There's your top three: Mason Becker, Marcus Cooper, Luke Hamill, with Ollie Knox, Aubrey Harrington-Evans, Ben Bors and Phoebe Shelton already up from P16 to P10 on the opening lap. It was Archie Rutter in the orange who was tipped into a spin on the outside and goes off into the wall. He's rejoined P16 in our Honda class. Down the back straight they go. Not all have a quick look over the shoulder. They are moving away though from Mason Becker, who won the O Plate here last weekend. So Archie Cannon on the relatively new but fairly well tested now Apollo chassis. Leading the BRK chassis Henry Colborne. Archie Loveridge will be on the Project 1 running in the colours of Ambition Motorsport. And at the moment they're just playing a bit of a waiting game. This 3 at the moment doesn't appear to be a huge amount of action, so there's Becker and Cooper going through the camera shot. Side by side goes George Lilly and Nico Veselovsky. Now we see some of our Might E's making their way through the tail of the Hondas. Still looks like we've got Daniel Stangarian in the 22 leading. Still making their way around Paddock Bend. Still no change in the top 3. Hamill and Knox there in the number 12 and the 82 respectively, being hunted down by Phoebe Shelton. Gap back, so they're being hunted down by Ben Bors. There's a gap back to Aubrey Evans, and then Phoebe Shelton in that P10 in front of Nico Veselovsky and George Lilly. There's Daniel Stangarian, who's your leader, in front of Jax Wong. So the 22 and the 76 down the hill are your leaders in the Mighty Cadet class. Bam Bam asking for more Mighty Cadet coverage. Explained earlier why it's difficult at times to pick those up in terms of where their race battle is, but we'll endeavour throughout the year to try and bring you more Mighty coverage. At the moment it's Daniel Stangarian, who you can see on the screen in the 22, leading from Jax Wong. They try to make their way through some of the Honda Cadets. Hamill and Knox go down the back straight towards the Kane. It's Stewart as Daniel Stangarian trying to find a way past the number 24 of Reggie Dufficy. And in doing so, trying not to lose a huge amount of time to Jax Wong. Wong's going to try and move around the outside here in this Mighty Cadet race. And get past this Ambition Motorsport duo. Reggie Dufficy, George Lilly. Move down the inside, and Daniel Stangarian's going to go through the gap that was created. And Daniel Stangarian is out of this race by the look of it. Went down the inside, made contact with the side pod, and whatever happened, I think it took the chain off of Daniel Stangarian. He's looking to his right for confirmation, but whatever it is, that car has stopped on the outside. And yesterday's final winner will score minimal points out of heat number 2 in our Might E Cadet class, and Jax Wong will move into the lead. All change at the front though. Archie Loveridge is now in front of Henry Colborne. Colborne with a good run though out of that chicane. Can't overtake though. because there's a stationary yellow flag. And Marcus Cooper is right in the mix as well. That's the Project One liveried machine in 4th place. There he is coming into this. And he's set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap and was 7/10 faster than those in front. They are battling now though, with the time elapsing closer to 0 lap on lap. Into the left-hander of Sonny Bend. They'll get round before the time elapses by a good margin as well, and that's what Cooper's going to want. But he does need these to scrap in front of him, so I think the gap will go out. It was 0.8 of a second to Archie Cannon on the previous lap. It's remained fairly similar. He lost a 1/10.5, but there's also again what happened in the first race. There was lap traffic to contend with that allowed Colborne to get the run on Loveridge and take that Heat 1 victory. And once again, there's lap traffic in front for them to contend with again. Adds an extra dynamic for these young drivers, Honda Cadet drivers from 8 to 12 years old as they run down the hill. Mighty's in front of them. And Loveridge will be very mindful here that he's going to end up trying to go all the way around the outside. They've done really well there. Loveridge got on the brake nice and early. It has thrown Marcus Cooper back into the mix in that 4th place final lap. Great driving from Loveridge thus far to navigate that traffic. He just slowed the cart down. It's raining. They're on slicks and it's starting to rain here at Rowrah. Like half a lap to go, and look at the understeer into McRae's up towards Iredale's. And it's hammering it down, half a lap to go. Oh, they're all off, they're all off. Mason Becker's the next one round. Becker from 5th could lead. Becker into the side of Loveridge. Colborne gets out of the bark at the far end of the circuit, but it's going to happen again. Wet surface flags out, I think they know. It's hammering it down. Oh, we've got another one off. Into the far end of the circuit. That's the 77 of Nico Veselovsky, and he's stuck at the far end of the circuit. Yellows are out. We've got down the hill. The race is still going on. There's Henry Colborne coming through. No, I think they've stopped it. Have they? No, that's a yellow and red flag. So that's the wet weather flag. Cooper slides down the inside. Colborne with some oversteer. Colborne's won a chaotic second heat in Honda from Marcus Cooper and Mason Becker. And then it's going to be Archie Cannon in front of Archie Loveridge, with Ollie Knox and Ben Bors coming to the line, Luke Hamill, George Lilly and Reggie Dufficy. And I tell you what, it stopped raining. It's still coming down slightly on the screen, but largely it looks like it stopped. That was a very, very brief shower that gave a chaotic end to Honda Heat 2. Whew. And breathe. Still got a few drivers waiting to come over the line, although they could be the ones being recovered from the far end of the circuit. There's Rowrah coming through in the number 20 machine. And that is going to be one to watch back again and again and again. That last lap from our Honda Cadet runners. Colborne from Cooper and Becker. I thought Becker was going to get into the lead there on that final lap as Colborne, Cannon, Loveridge and Cooper all went off up at Iredale's. He was the one that was able to brake a little bit earlier and went down the inside, rejoined with Archie Loveridge. And on what was a chaotic final lap, Marcus Cooper tried to move on Henry Colborne into the final corner. Couldn't get it done, and Colborne takes his second heat victory and will start the final from pole position. So next up then, I think we've probably got a few kart collections As you can see, I can see the one of the vehicles still out on circuit and a few people with trolleys as well collecting carts. So it'll give us plenty of time to run through the grid for Junior Max Heat number 2. Now, even though the track may well be damp, all of these karts have had their tyres fitted to them. They've left Parc Fermé and are on the ground. That means that unless somebody has played an absolute blinder, they'll all be on slick tyres anyway. Doesn't look like many of them are ready to go racing just yet. That's Elijah Hartley on the right-hand side. His mechanic, Harry Hurst-Grover, with the tyre pressure gauge round his neck. Zach Jennings on the left-hand side. Last year's third place man, Riley Bishop. His dad's on the spanners for Zach Jennings this season. So, heat number 1 saw a dramatic end as Alex McCullough's car ground to a halt. He had coasted it over the line to finish in 3rd place. Post-race, the 2 drivers in front of him, Laurie McVeigh and Jude Pudderfoot, had front fairing penalties, so Alex McCullough got his win back, having led by 2 seconds and being pipped by 7/10 at the line by McVeigh and by Pudderfoot. He starts on pole position anyway, because that was where he qualified this morning. All of our heats starting in the grid positions that they qualified in. So it's going to be Alex McCullough and Elijah Hartley on the front row. That's Amy Peacock behind her mechanic Darryl, just making his way out of the camera shot on the right-hand side. They'll have Jude Pudderfoot, the 2025 Sodi World Champion and X-Kart Scholarship winner, behind on the outside of the second row. 23, that's Warwick Milam. He goes off P5. Just in front of McVeigh. Full grid then for you here for Rowrah for the second heat of Junior Rotax. McCullough and Hartley on the front row, Peacock and Pudderfoot row 2, Milam and Ron on row number 3. Then it's going to be Laurie McVeigh and Jake Cozzy with Zach Jennings and Tyler Banks on row number 5, Cian Hundle and Ryan Wheatley on row 6. Row 7 we'll see Aidan Young and Sam Stockton in front of Charlie Halewood and Timmy Shahini, with Archie Ray Watson and Fletcher Groves, with Nelson Taylor and Jerry Duffy completing a top 20. Ralph Olianu and Arena Sipilova. If she is out, she had a bit of a crash in heat number 1, so we'll hopefully see the 55 out. Travis Dolby, Jensen Powers are on row number 12. Grid completed by the 83 of Neve Allen, the 25 machine. So just checking out the window, and on all our cameras it looks like recovery has taken place out on circuit. We're just waiting for the start marshal to give us the go ahead. Vinny C saying massive good luck to Jude in this race. He goes off the outside of the second row. There he is in the number 14 machine. We're going to get the green now from the start marshal on the thing, and we do indeed. Start their engines. Battery down to the left-hand side. That's what they thought was the issue with the Alex McCullough car. Joe Weaver racing machine, and had a full battery wiring loom change on that car. Field are going to be out, and they're going to be feeling out where the grip is. The track will dry very quickly. The sun is back out here at Rowrah, but there are wet patches, particularly at the first corner, and we've got a waved yellow. But is that just because it's the rolling up lap? Possibly so. So the marshal is wavering feverishly. But yeah, patches certainly on the first corner on the inside of both apexes. It's going to be very important that the drivers really, for me, it doesn't matter if you lose a few places on the opening lap, just get round the opening lap. Must have been the message from the mechanics. It's going to be very damp up there as well, and mainly because these hairpins, they've got them bark traps on the outside. If you go in there, it's very difficult to get back out, and on the opening lap of things, you're going to fall all the way down to the back of the order. So I think they're going to get 2 rolling laps here to get used to this. Again, I think that's a really good call by the clerk of the course to give them 2 laps on the slick tyre to get used to the track conditions and try and get some racing heat into them. Jude Pudderfoot's gone missing out of 4th place. There he is coming through the shot, I think. Yes, it is. That's Jude Pudderfoot. So he needs to retake his positions. He had a little bit of an off track. Alex McCullough's gone off at the front of this one. And we'll need to begin backing them up about now. Trying to figure out where Pudderfoot is and whether he can thread his way through this traffic to retake his position alongside Amy Peacock on the 2nd row. So field forming, the gap is still there for Pudderfoot to get into, and he's going to need to do it here to go round the outside, and we've come to pretty much a halt for Alex McCullough. So slightly out of grid slots here, and we are down to a walking pace. This is pretty much what Alex McCullough's done in all the starts so far. We had a red flag in heat number 1, and he did the same thing, and he does it to perfection normally. There he goes into the tram lines. We're away in racing as the sun comes out at Rowrah on this drying surface. Can everybody get through? We've got 1 or 2 off there on the outside. They're going to have to squeeze back in, but largely that's a very tidy start in difficult conditions for junior Rotax. There'll be a few changes of line, and it's going to be when that full dry line comes back into it. You see them hacksawing at that front wheel just to try and find some form of grip, hooking that curb on the inside and trying to fire the cart out the other side. And McCullough from Hartley, Peacock and Warwick Milam there, that's in 5th place. So he's, as he started, it's been a good start, I think, for Nathan Rond. He's gone up into 4th place there behind Peacock. So he's one of the test drivers. It is Rond in front of Milam. Laurie McVeigh in the Project 1 colours. Field tiptoes through, and at the front, Alex McCullough's got a gap of 1.4 seconds from Hartley, Peacock, Ron, Milam, McVeigh, Cosy, Pudderfoot in 8th place. Jennings and Wheatley are your top 10. 22 runners, so should have had 25 gridded. It looks like we could be missing 1 or 2 from where we had qualifying this morning. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. That was Jake Cosy, I think, into the back of Warwick Milam as they crossed over track positions. And again, this is always quite difficult. And Cosy's out of this race. He peels off to the left-hand side, I think. I think he's got a bit of a problem there, and he's just going to roll that down the hill and into pit lane. Jake Cosy is out of this race. Zach Jennings there in the number 22 being chased down by the 14 of Jude Pudderfoot. 7th and 8th now. Ryan Wheatley just behind them. Even gap between the top 6. And then there's this battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th as well. Tyler Banks is in there, the test runner. And Ryan Wheatley gets down the inside of Jude Pudderfoot. Pudderfoot just gets his power down and drives all the way around the outside of him. Yeah, everybody's still taking that very wet line. It's patchy, slippy still down the far end of the circuit. I think down this section here, I'd be interested. They're all taking a normal, fairly dry line. Hartley is 4/10 quicker on that previous lap to Alex McCullough at the front. Not quite there yet, as down the inside goes Ryan Wheatley on Zach Jennings, but we'll keep an eye on it because if he has another lap like that, he'll be within 6/10, and that's when you start picking up a little bit of a slipstream off the kart in front. Wide go, oh, the 29 was always going to run out of track there. Zach Jennings was down the inside, and that race suit's going to need a good wash, as will the visor at the end of this one. Contact warning for the 77 of Timmy Shahini. Zach Jennings was on the inside there as Ryan Wheatley went wide and onto the outside. Wheatley was needing to come back in. Jennings didn't want to let him. The tarmac ran out and the grass arrived quicker than Wheatley would have liked. 10th on the last lap for Hartley. So McCullers had a bit of a hurry up. There they are. Like I said, we'll track them as we go. Peacock still looks comfortable in third. Laurie McVeigh is being closed in by... He's found a way past Nathan Rond on the last lap. He's not closing in. It was McVeigh who closed in on Rond and now is in front in fourth place. Rond in P5. Then there's a decent gap back to Milam and Puddifoot, Jennings and Wheatley. That's the battle we've been watching in the last couple of laps. And that corner there is where Elijah Hart is taking chunks out of Alex McCullough. He's hooking it in incredibly tight, getting the kart slow, and then just getting it on the power on the dry bit. Doing really, really well. There's Elijah Hartley, and he's going to try and send one down the inside from a little bit too far back this time, with 2:20 to go. Plenty of time here, but on a track that is a bit one-liney in places, he is going to have to tiptoe his way round and try and find a way past Alex McCullough here as McCullough goes wide. Slots back across the circuit. Elijah Hartley's going to try that switchback. That is a tidy move from Elijah Hartley. He's going to have to just get it stopped now. He's been super into here and really confident on the brakes. And there, look, that's where he's been gaining lap on Alex McCullough, and the gap now, he's pulled that, and that is 15 to 20 kart lengths in one corner for Elijah Hartley. That is a very, very special move for the lead and then to pull away and open up that gap. And now Alex McCullough's got to use these next couple of laps to use where he's been strong throughout this race, and then now start to use where Hartley's been strong and learn and see whether he can close back in. Amy Peacock behind them was 6/10 quicker than Alex McCullough as well, so she's still going to have eyes on second place, is Amy Peacock. McVeigh, Ron, then there's a 4-kart battle going behind with the 6th place. Milam, Puddifoot, Jennings, and the fastest lap of the race goes to Ryan Wheatley in 9th place on the last lap. He was 4/10 quicker than Jennings. So Milam in 6th place is ahead of the train. And they'll come down the hill. They'll come into shot now. There's Peacock, McVeigh, Ron, and this is your battle for 6th place. It is a really tightened up between Warwick Milam, Jude Puddifoot, Zach Jennings and Ryan Wheatley. 2 laps to go, 30 seconds on the clock. Contact warning for Jude Puddifoot. He's in this battle as wide goes Warwick Milam. Outbreaks himself into McRae's. Jude Puddifoot down the inside. Healthy bounce of side pod, and through he goes, and he's going to go wide. Milam's going to give it back to Zach Jennings as the benefactor. He goes down the inside. Milam and Puddifoot preoccupied with each other. Zach Jennings says, thank you very much. I'll take you both, and I'm up into 6th place. Milam now in hot pursuit down the hill. Jude Puddifoot going with him as well. Puddifoot looks like he's got a front fairing. That nose looks very bouncy and very pointing towards the ground. So for Jude Puddifoot, Ryan Wheatley as well. Confirmation on the screen that Zach Jennings has made up 2 places. So final lap we're on. Leader's got a gap of 1.2, home and dry at the moment for Elijah Hartley. Although to be fair, we thought that about Alex McCullough in heat number 1. His kart did not respond, although he did re-inherit that victory. Oh, down the inside, can he get it stopped? Yes, he can. That's Ryan Wheatley on Jude Puddifoot. Puddifoot with the switchback. They'll be side by side. Oh! Contact between the 2 rear wheels. No harm done between the 2 of them. Puddifoot is down the inside as they get to the final far end of the circuit. Out of the final corner though, comes Elijah Hartley to win heat number 2 from Alex McCullough. Amy Peacock in 3rd, Laurie McVeigh and Nathan Ron. Next to me, Zach Jennings in 6th place. He should come through now. Yes, he does. In front of Warwick Milam, Jude Puddifoot and Ryan Wheatley, with Tyler Banks crossing the line there in the Vitesse kart to complete the top 10. Sam Stockton with Archie Ray Watson, Aidan Young, Jensen Powers, Fletcher Groans are going all the way to the line here. Oh, side by side between the 37 and the 83. And it's going to be the 83 of Neve Allen, who holds off Travis Dolby at the line for P18. So battling all the way down the order. Top 10, Hartley, McCullough, Peacock, McVeigh, Ron, Jennings, Milam, Puddifoot on track at least, but looks to have a front fairing penalty potentially. He's in 8th, that would drop him down to P13. Ryan Wheatley, Tyler Banks. 10 in junior Rotax. Thank you very much for everybody that's getting in touch between the live chat. I'm not at GYG, but I'll be at the next round, and I'm going to endeavour to learn Turkish before then, because then I can understand what a lot of the live chat is saying. I'm going to try and pick a few bits up before that race. Right, 2 more heats. Next one is Intermax and Mighty Super Cadet before we go to our senior max final heat and then into our finals. So here we go then with Intermax and Mighty Super Cadet. So we'll show the grid for Mighty Super Cadet, but Intermax did go out first last time, and I imagine we'll have the same as well. Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson on the front row for Mighty Super. Logan Jackson and Will Beattie in front of Jacob Hutchinson and Harry Watkinson on row number 3. Brandon Hartley and Oscar Dudley are in front of Zachary Farr and Casey Baker. Inters, Charlie Gregg, who's been dominant so far this weekend. He starts on the front row alongside Calvin Sherlock. Leyland Bradnam and TJ McLeish are in front of Eli Romolo and George Allison. Charlie Ford and Finley Fawkes on row number 9. Evan Dearden, hopefully he can get a little bit further than he did in heat number 1. His kart ground to a halt before the start line. Arlo Atwood and Xavier Davidson complete the grid. Stationary kart at the moment is the number 74 of TJ McLeish. He's trying to get it going. Marshall's telling him to get out. He doesn't want to, but he's going to have to give up the ghost on that one, unfortunately. I'd be very surprised if we get this one going at the first time of asking. And I am correct. I'm not right often, as confirmed many times by my wife. But on this occasion, the fact that we've got a field spread out massively means that we're not going to get that one racing. Whether we let this lot go as well and start this race, but I don't think so. The Mighty Supers still think that they are going to go racing, but they're not. They've been given the false start. And, but the Inters need to slow this down a lot, because they're already on that back straight. There's only 5 of them. And the rest of the field, of which there's about another 10, only 5 or 6 Inters, need to just make sure we're missing a lot of them, and we just need to make sure that they all get into position. So we're coming down the hill to try and join on. We might get this going. I think there's 9 remaining after that retirement, early retirement of TJ McLeish. And we might get this going, which is going to have... It's going to be good that we're going to go racing. It's going to have quite a big gap, though, between these cars and the Mighty Super Cadets. So, time starts and we are away and racing, are we? No, it doesn't look like it. False start flag remains out at turn 1. Which means the Mighty Supers are also going to have a roll round. They probably want to be a little bit closer, maybe. Potentially for those little things. Having a quick look here in the live chat. Code 0 just said would love to get his lad into owner karting. Currently in Club 100, a fantastic championship as well, covered by Alpha Live. So costs are somewhat prohibitive in terms of limited budget at the moment. I mean, you can race at club level, and for a, you know, in the grand scheme of things, of course, motorsport at any level isn't particularly cheap, but it's one of them kind of sports where we all get into it knowing that we're coming into it. We're going to have to spend a little bit. I myself, it's easy when you say that for the commentary box, but to be fair, my lad races as well. So as we're away and racing in Intermax, we'll try and keep an eye out on Super Cadet in the background. Looks like that was George Allison getting squeezed a little bit further down the order in that number 19. He's going to come back into things down the inside. Mighty Super Cadet are away and racing as Ansel Murray leads us through the chicane, being pursued by Harry Stinson. We'll keep an eye on them. There's no yellow flags in the background, so it looks like they're all nice and tidy through. George Allison's going to having another run out that final corner. Can he draw alongside? Let's see if he comes into shot down the inside. Yes, he does. There he is in the colours of Hunter Motorsport with the Ayrton Senna-esque helmet. Back to Mighty Super Cadet. Ansel Murray with a double look over the shoulder to the right-hand side. Semi-defensive line down the far end of the circuit as those drivers try not to go through at the front, that puddle on the outside. Those further down the order don't really have a choice. They're still too wide. Into the right-hander of Paddock Bend then at the end of lap number 1. Mighty being led then still by Ansel Murray, who managed to pull away and gap Harry Stinson in heat 1. Hasn't quite had that opportunity to do so just yet, and is being pursued at the moment by the 178 machine. Gap back to Will Beattie, who's been in that third place for most of it. Most of this weekend, Logan Jackson, I think that's in 4th place. The rest of that Mighty Cadet grid is begun to fragment slightly, other than the top 2 still being nose to tail. Beattie still in that 3rd, I think that's Jackson in 4th place, still trying to pick out who it is in P5. It was Jacob Hutchinson earlier on. Right-hander, and he's going to get a good run out of here, is Harry Stinson. He's going to try and move down the inside. Thought he was popping out to go down the inside of Ansel Murray. Up over his shoulder. They are pulling away from Will Beattie in that 3rd place. So out of Paddock Bend, 4 minutes still on the clock in the 7-minute heat, so plenty of time for Stinson and Murray. Greg's got a big gap at the front into keep an eye out on it. Waved yellow flag, so we've got a driver off there, and that's one of the Intermax runners that the Mighty Supers have had to find a way past. Still stationary down the far end of the circuit. We'll see who that is at the end of this lap. Didn't quite make it out behind the barrier, but that was the waved yellow flag. This is your battle for 2nd place, with Leyland Bradnam with a bit of a gap, although he's lost it by going wide at Paddock Bend, and got Charlie Ford behind him now in the 17, and George Allison, who was nearly last at the start of this race, had a troublesome opening few laps, including the rolling up lap where I think he had a problem. But he's found some pace now in that number 19 machine. Just needs to be careful not to undo all his hard work with a front fairing penalty. Calvin Sherlock, who was started off the front row, was fallen to the tail of this train, as down the inside goes Charlie Ford on Leyland Bradnam and up into 2nd place. George Allison will try and do the same as they run down the hill towards St John's. And then we'll be on the outside as Bradnam comes across, and there's a switchback coming here if he can get a good run. There we go, that was a spoiler rather than a prediction. George Allison down the inside on the exit and through, up into third place. He finds a way past the 48 of Leyland Bradnam. I think it was Arlo Atwood who was the driver that was off a few laps ago down at McRae's. It's fallen off the back of the Intermax grid. 2 minutes to go. Lead is now out to 8 seconds nearly, well beyond that because of this battle for second place that has been going on between Ford and Allison. Ford had a good gap, but Allison's pace is unreal at the moment in this second place. Over the timing line, they're going to get 3 or 4 more laps in here. 50 seconds will take us down to 1 minute and 40. And leader is 8 seconds down, so there's 4 laps to go. George Allison has got enough time here, I think, to mount a challenge on Charlie Ford. Ford, who's worked his way through from well down the order as well, showing the starting P17, but that's because they were shown as being gridded behind the Intermax runners. So these two, George Allison and Charlie Ford, started alongside each other, some around about 7th or 8th in class. They've made their way up into position, so and there again, Allison's going to try that little switchback that worked for him last time out on Leyland Bradnam. It doesn't quite get the run on Charlie Ford, and that's shown Ford his hand. Ford with a defensive look to one side. Allison not close enough anyway, and slots back into the right hand side and then gets a little bit. Ford just doesn't seem to have the drive out of the corner, and having to do what he can to mitigate that, particularly out the 2 hairpins. Seems to have enough top end to hold off George Allison. Allison, I would imagine, will go for another little switchback down the inside. He takes a slightly later turn in and it puts him on the inside, and this time George Allison will try and draw alongside. Can't get the move completed. So we are down to 0, but Charlie Gregg was under the timing line, 13 seconds down the road to give us 2 more laps of Ford versus Allison for second place in Intermax. Ford doing well to hold on here, just parking that number 17 where he needs to, trying to open up the arc on those corners to mitigate the bottom end issue that he appears to have had over the last couple of laps. Allison carrying a lot of speed down there. I wonder if the dive into Sunny Bend will whet his appetite onto the final lap, because I do get the feeling that Charlie Ford's got this final corner nailed now, with some lap traffic in front for them to contend with. Can George Allison box in? Can't. They'll go down to the far end, but that was a huge chunk of curb by Charlie Ford on the inside that appeared to unsettle the number 17 machine. And Allison's got the track position on the inside. Ford should have a little bit more pace at the end of the straight, but George Allison with the track position moves through and into second place. Half a lap to go. Down the hill we go. I think the leader's probably already crossing the line. Charlie Gregg's taken the victory. We're going to stick with this battle for second place though between Charlie Ford and George Allison. That's some lap traffic going through. Gregg's already taken the victory. Charlie Ford and George Allison will come out of the final corner. Allison with second place, and he's rightly happy with that. It's been a valiant effort from Charlie Ford to hold him off. Great battle throughout the race. There's Leyland Bradnam coming through from Calvin Sherlock, and Harry Stinson takes the victory in mighty Super Cadet from Ansel Murray in the O-plate. So, questions coming in. So, question for when is Honda GX200? Probably about an hour's time-ish, I think, for their final. But do go back and watch the second heat, particularly the last 2 laps. It was an absolute classic. So watch that before you watch the final. But yeah, they'll probably be in about an hour's time. They've had their second heat. Emma Parsons saying you've got this Charlie Gregg. Well, I don't think there's any doubting that. If you look at the top left corner of the screen, 15.5 seconds was his gap, taking the victory there. Alex Owen saying, what do I think is the best track on the calendar for Super One this season? It's all of our drivers now. I am, of course, at the risk of upsetting 5 of the 6 tracks by mentioning a favourite. Do like Rowrah, of course, because it's just a superb track. Views, I think the drivers love it, and I think it's a real challenge, particularly with the weather conditions that come in, as we saw in that Honda. Big fan of Wilton Mill as well. I think just provides great racing and overtaking opportunities. I think the camera positions there as well sort of really give the perspective of speed at Wilton Mill. But as a whole, I think the calendar is a real great mix for a championship. You've got tight, twisty, technical track of Fullbeck, which is a very risk and reward type of circuit. You have to hit the curbs to be fast. I think Clay Pigeon is a very much a driver's circuit but from a commentary perspective is very much a one-line circuit, but the drivers all seem to love it. So then we go to Shennington for that final race of the season, an absolute classic of a circuit, and of course GYG the next round. Right, final heat then is with us. It's time for Senior Max. Emma Parsons in the live chat saying San Isla isn't taking part this year. Is that in karting as a whole or just in Super One? Please let me know for Isla Parsons. Whilst we run through the grid for senior Rotax, Ronnie Smith and Morgan Hudson Brown off the front row, Lewis Holton, Isaac Parkinson row 2, George Cole and Billy Edgecombe on row 3. Row 4, Rory Hinckley and Kieran Denyer with Ollie Rowley and Tom Nottingham on row 5, Max Lorna Bennett and Caden Welch on row number 6. Kian Eastick and Melissa Adrian, all being well, we'll check in a moment. They go off row 7. Jay Pearson and Charlie Goody with Franklin Summer and Shaquille Joseph in front of Lucas Steele and Max Chown. Then we've got Max Davis and Max Greenland, Riley Mason Lewis and Izzy Lawton are on row number 12. In front of Lucas Olafson, Archie Doherty, Josh Gora and Harry Gill, Emma Stoner, Jacob Baran, and then it's going to be Robin Brain, Tom Williams and Tom Taylor to complete your senior Rotax Heat 2 grid. So green flag, and I'm just going to see if on the right hand side of the screen we get the appearance, there it is, of Melissa Adrian, her helmet written off in the rollover in heat number 2. So in rollover heat number 1, so in heat number 2 she wears the helmet of her driver coach Jessica Alexander, and she is back out. That car heavily repaired, helmet written off as she went over in heat number 1. Wrists hurting a bit, driver off to the left-hand side on the grass. They'll retake position, they'll have plenty of time, but Melissa Adrian, an hour and a half ago, was upside down and in a bit of discomfort. It was thought that she may well not take any further part in today's race day. Went to see her during the lunch break and she was like, we're going to give it a go. So Melissa Adrian back out for heat number 2. Disappointment there for Parsons will probably be missing most of the 2026 season, which is unfortunate for her. I love this camera shot from the top of the hill, which covers most of the track, but just gives you an idea of the depth of this senior Rotax grid. Keeping it slow, keeping it slow. Turn right here. We'll begin the power down process. Morgan Hudson-Brown, let's see whether he's got it scouted. Thought he was going to be up and around the outside there of Ronnie Smith and Morgan Hudson-Brown. They'll make their way through. Lewis Holt behind them. And that looks like it's been a good start as well by Billy Edgecombe. He looks like he's moved up from 6th place into P4. There he is in the team momentum colours. Dark blue and yellow. Top 3 though with a bit of a gap already. There's Smith and Hudson-Brown the defensive. Lewis Holt trying to go all the way around the outside up towards the Stuart S's for the rest of the field as they try somehow to get into some sort of single file order down the far end of the circuit. Wide goes Smith, and that's going to open the door, is it, for Morgan Hudson-Brown to throw it down the contact. Hudson-Brown's on the top of Smith. Brown's in the wall. Smith's out of the race as well. Lewis Holt will lead. They tried to go 3 wide round the final corner, and the top 2 for all of the weekend are out of heat number 2. Lewis Holt leads then now from Billy Edgecombe. Looks like both drivers are okay, but they sort of came into each other around that final corner, and then Lewis Holt put his kart down the inside. We're going to get another look at it. There with Hudson-Brown on the switchback. He tried to move across and Lewis Holt was already there. 100% a racing incident. Morgan Hudson-Brown went for the gap down the inside of Ronnie Smith, and Lewis Holt had already put his kart down the inside, seeing that those two had slowed each other down into that final corner. Holt then leads them from Edgecombe, Hinckley and Denyer. All change inside the top 4. Parkinson, Cole, Max Lorna, Bennick, Ollie Rowley, Tom Nottingham, Melissa Adrian up from 14th to 10th in the opening 2 laps, and this one's going to throw a real curveball into the final in a weekend that's been dominated by Ronnie Smith in conjunction with Morgan Hudson-Brown. They'll be stood debriefing that one on the start line. And they'll be picking up minimal points from heat number 2. Melissa Adrian down the inside and up into 8th place. Not lost a huge amount of time in that overtake, as down the inside that's George Cole and Isaac Parkinson. That could have allowed Max Lorna Bennett to move through down the inside. There's a great battle going on there for P5, and we're going to pick it up here. That's Max Lorna Bennett in the yellow helmet. It was himself and Melissa Adrian who came together in that first heat. He's at the front of this train now. George Cole went down the inside of Isaac Parkinson. And there's Cole in the Project 1 number 98 machine. Melissa Adrian just behind in that rebuilt number 48 TA Industries privateer, as we've got a problem down the far end of the circuit, and that looked like a stuck open throttle, because when the driver lifted the rear end up, Adrian down the inside of George Cole. It's important to get that done, because as soon as they're round this hairpin now, which is Iredale's, it'll be waved yellows down the far end of the circuit, so she'll have respite and there'll be no overtaking, I imagine, up to this far end. There's the waved yellow. Driver off on the outside is Lucas Olofsson, the Swedish driver, who's off on the outside. There is Isaac Parkinson. Max Lorna Bennick in front, Melissa Adrian behind. She's up to P7, having started 14th. Holt and Edgecombe have a gap of half a second between them, then 8/10 of a second back to Rory Hinckley as we come to that lead battle. Behind them, Kieran Denyer. Then there's this train of Bennett, Parkinson, Adrian. A few kart lengths back to George Cole. Then a few more kart lengths back to the TDR double. Tom Nottingham and Ollie Rowley. There's Melissa Adrian down the inside of Isaac Parkinson. I think we're learning a valuable lesson here. If you want to go fast, have a rollover in your first heat. Melissa Adrian is absolutely flying in that number 48 machine. Fastest lap of the race as well on that previous, which included an overtake down the inside of Isaac Parkinson. Everybody in front set the personal best as well. All but one driver in the top 14 went green on the timing. Move down the inside, that's George Cole and Isaac Parkinson. Really good moves as Billy Edgecombe starts inching closer to Lewis Holt at the front of this race. Similarly, Kieran Denyer and Rory Hinckley are keeping each other incredibly honest. And Billy Edgecombe, who was pretty much a shoo-in for the podium yesterday, with Smith and Hudson Brown, and then had a terrible final. Problems with kart, dropped him from the top 3 down to 24th place in that final for Billy Edgecombe. So here's Hinckley and Denyer. Denyer number 7, seeded number from last year. And in 5th place, that's Melissa Adrian, who's moved through, got past Max Lorna Bennett, and she's gone 14th to 5th. 20 seconds on the clock as we battle for 3rd. There is Melissa Adrian in front of George Cole. Max Lorna Bennett was at the front of that train, but Melissa Adrian's got through and everybody's gone through the gap that she's created. This is a charge and a half from Melissa Adrian. She's going to be under pressure from George Cole on this final lap though. And we'll have to keep the door closed. The door is not closed and George Cole goes down the inside. Adrian drops down into P6. Final lap then for Ellis Holt and Billy Edgecombe at the front. And then for Kieran Denyer and Rory Hinckley behind. And that's Denyer now in front of Rory Hinckley. He'll have to defend up towards Iredales, as does Adrian from Isaac Parkinson. Everybody on the white line on the inside to a large extent. We'll pick up the leaders in a few moments as they head down the hill. There they are in the far distance, into the right of St John's and the left. Lewis Holt will come through to take victory in heat number 2 from Billy Edgecombe. Then it's going to be Denyer, Hinckley, Cole, the hard-charging Melissa Adrian, 14th to 6th after the retirement in heat number 1. In front of Parkinson, Lorna Bennett, Nottingham and Ollie Rowley, with Charlie Goody moving through for P11, having started 16th. He finishes in front of Kian Eastick. Max Davis and Josh Gorham made good gains as well. 13th and 14th having started 21st and 27th respectively. The top 15 completed by Franklin Masama. So we are done for our heats now. It's finals time here then from round number 2 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Reminder that you could watch all of yesterday's finals if you were a Slipstream member. They'll be available in a week's time for you to watch free of charge. If you do want to watch the finals on the Saturday from GYG, then please become a Slipstream member and you'll be able to watch all of those finals, and that will be the case throughout the season. So I'm just saying that could have been a lot worse. I know what he's saying regarding the Smith, Hudson Brown and Holt incident, but all drivers appear to be okay. They'll be out for the final. On to finals then, the first of which is Mighty. It's time to go for our first final of the day. So kart recovery just taking place there. That's Morgan Hudson Brown's TWR Pantano being recovered from the start line. Ronnie Smith's will be as well. So grid up then for your first final of the day. Luca Peed and Oliver Reynolds will start on the front row. Eli Parkhouse and Aidan Castleman on row number 2 in front of Ray Purdy and Max Tetlow on row number 3. EJ Deere and Joshua Chung are row 4. Jensen Paris and Arton Odula are on row number 5. Fabian Smith, he'll start 11th. Teddy Veselovsky alongside on the row number 6. With Archie Watkins and Jack Voss and Dax Miller in front of Astro Matthews. So there'll be a little bit of a wait whilst we clear the circuit of senior Rotaxes. Of Joshua Chung in the background, just he's focused. Some of our other Mighties having a little bit of a chat with each other in the background. There's EJ Deere in the number 26 purple and fluoro yellow kart. Still do like that black livery of Eli Parkhouse. So Luca Peed in the O plate in the colours of Ambition Motorsport on the left hand side. We'll be looking to crown a largely perfect weekend. Heat 2 didn't quite go to plan for him, but he still scored enough points throughout this race day between the 2 heats to put his kart on pole position. Heat 2 winner Oliver Reynolds in the 77 will go off alongside him. Drivers being sent forward 2 by 2 to their helpers. So, field forming the grid. 2 additional minutes placed upon the clock for the finals then here. Board just being held for our drivers. Start marshal will move to one side in a few moments and we'll turn the board round to 5 seconds. The lights will extinguish and we are away and racing. It's a good start by the pole man Luca Peed, and he could well hold on to the lead here and does. He squeezes the 77 of Oliver Reynolds to the side of the track, and Luca Peed is into the lead in front of the 77 of Reynolds. Eli Parkhouse goes up into 3rd place, although that could be 2nd shortly because he's got a good run as wide went Oliver Reynolds. Reynolds is going to be a bit later on the brakes though and up into the right-hander. He's going to have to work hard to try and stay with Luca Peed. They did it well in heat number 2 and Luca Peed did not have it all his own way. In fact, then he got embroiled and fell down the order. He finished in 3rd place, I believe, in that race, but at one point he was down in P5. Down the hill towards St John's. Around Sunny Bend, and Luca Peed has got a gap. Max Tetlow down the inside. He seems to have started a little bit further back in this race than what I'd have expected. Wondering now whether when he picked up a penalty. In fact, he did. 5 positions for gaining an unfair advantage is what's dropped Max Tetlow down the order, and he needs to come through this fairly quickly. He'll have confidence that he's got pace to win this, but has got to get through early as Rafe Verdi and Aidan Castleman, who haven't been too far apart all weekend either, remain nose to tail in 5th and 6th respectively. Tetlow chasing down Eli Parkhurst, Parkhouse. On that last lap, Oliver Reynolds, I think, was shown as 8/10 slower than Luca Peed, but that was the end of the first lap. But he's not dropped away at all. Verdi and Castleman down the hill, and Tetlow thought about going out. We've got the driver going very, very wide round the outside. That's Jensen Paris in the 55. There goes Tetlow with a half move on Eli Parkhouse. Parkhouse is far enough in front. As here comes Reynolds trying to go round the outside of Luca Peed. Peed didn't realise that he was there. Nearly came across on the 77 of Oliver Reynolds. So it's 6 for the lead, it's 5 for the lead. As round goes Rafe Verdi, he goes into the back of Max Tetlow, and then Aidan Castleman didn't really have anywhere to go. And makes contact, and it's going to make it very difficult now for Aidan Castleman, because he's on his own, to tow up onto the back of this 4 if this 4 work together reasonably well. Oh, we've got a driver out at the far end. Is that EJ Deera at the top of the hill? Looked like his colour scheme. We're picking out in a few moments. It is EJ Deera walking off and into retirement. Kart being dragged to one side. Looks like the yellow flag could already be in as it's out of the way. We're back to the 20. There's Rafe Verdi, who had that spin earlier on, lost him 4 seconds in that spin. Max Tetlow still hasn't found a way past Eli Parkhouse, but at the front, Oliver Reynolds has found a way past Luca Peed and does lead, albeit briefly. Back down the inside will come Peed. Reynolds is going to try and get a switch back, but by doing so, he gets some oversteer and scrubs off all the speed. Parkhouse still close as these leading duo continue to battle, as is Max Tetlow. Aidan Castleman, who I thought would struggle to stay with this battle, with being on his own, is actually staying with, and fractionally I think on this lap will be a little bit closer, as wide goes Luca Peed, gets back onto the tarmac just before the rumble strip on the outside turned to grass. But again, now that's brought us together as a 4, fastest lap of the race as expected by Aidan Castleman. Said I thought he looked a bit closer, and he was 9/10 quicker, and he really has come into this one once again. Using the battle in front to get himself back into this mix, and Reynolds is going to try and do to Peed what he did on the last lap, but Peed's a little bit later on the brakes. Max Tetlow looks over his shoulder at Aidan Castleman and must have thought you were long gone. Castleman, though, is on a charge now. Tetlow with half a nose out down the inside of Parkhouse. Wide goes Luca Peed once again onto that rumble strip that gives Oliver Reynolds the chance to get a run and get right into the slipstream once again. And once they give him enough of a run that he's going to draw alongside, up towards the chicane. And through goes Oliver Reynolds with 3:15 on the clock, and that's brought the top 5 together once again. It was a 2 and a 3. Now it's a straight 5 as wide goes Reynolds. He's going to rejoin the circuit. There's lap traffic in front of them to contend with. That will be 79, I think, of Astro Matthews, and Reynolds is going to get boxed in here by Luca Peed, as he manages to get across. Matthews has held his line really, really well. Credit to the youngster on the outside in that number 79 to just hold his line and allow the leaders to come through, and we remain in a battle of 5. Oliver Reynolds. Luca Peed looked like he was going for that one. And we'll try and do to Reynolds what Reynolds did to him on the previous lap, which is switch back down the inside. 2:15 on the clock. They will cross the line, I think, for 4 more laps. I think by the time they get round for 2 more, they'll cross the line with about 5 or 6 seconds on the clock. So they're in 1:05s at the moment, so 2:10. They cross the line at 2:14. So wide goes Pede. Did really well to keep all of that on track. Pam Wilmington asking what happened to EJ Deere. We don't know exactly what happened. He stopped on the outside of the chicane, was walking off. So it looks like it was more of a kart issue than it was a driver one. Reynolds running out onto the rumble strip. Pede was doing that when he was in the lead, and Reynolds was taking the tighter line, and it's going to happen again as Tetlow goes side by side with Eli Parkhouse. 1:08 on the clock. And Reynolds holds on. Tetlow, though, now up into 3rd place. Looked a good move down the inside of Parkhouse. Went side by side and put his car into the position where Parkhouse wanted his to be, and did well to hold on. But Mighty doing well. It's a good showing. Pede goes down the inside and has to get on the brake. Max Tetlow loves a one hand down the straight, and he's just like, look, I'm just stay back, I'm coming through. There we go. Max Tetlow down the inside of Luca Pede and up into 2nd place now for Max Tetlow. Started in 6th, has slowly chipped away 1 place at a time, and will give himself 2 laps, I think, here to try and challenge, unless Luca Pede comes back down the inside into the final corner and doesn't really lose a lot of time either. 3 seconds on the clock, and we are set for 2 final laps in this Mighty final. And last time out, the battle for 2nd gave Oliver Reynolds the opportunity to pull away in the final couple of laps. Will that happen again as Luca Pede goes slightly defensive on Max Tetlow, but it might give him the line up towards the stewardesses. Parkhouse and Castleman 4th and 5th, as they have been for a fair bit of this race. Castleman with the fastest lap earlier on. Luca Pede is moving out, but I think that was more defensive on Max Tetlow than it was on an overtake on Oliver Reynolds. More lap traffic in front, I think, as they come up on Dax Miller, and down the inside into the final corner goes Luca Pede, and Max Tetlow tries to go through the same gap. Can't get it done, but then it's going to be Pede then leading now as they enter the final lap from Tetlow, Parkhouse and Castleman. Lap traffic in front for them to contend with, and they'll all go to the inside as they head up towards the right-hander, and this contact side by side. Max Tetlow into the side of Oliver Reynolds. He goes through into 2nd place. Luca Pede's going to go off into the distance. Reynolds may well still hold on to 3rd here briefly. He's going to then go wide. He's on the outside. He's going to drop all the way down to P5. Tough break for Oliver Reynolds that he's drove superbly throughout this race. But it's going to be Luca Pede and Max Tetlow at the moment in the top 3. Eli Parkhouse with Aidan Castleman up into 4th. Reynolds then down into P5. They'll run down the hill. Parkhouse will go slightly to the inside as Castleman goes into his rear bumper. More traffic for them to contend with. Luca Pede's going to come round the final corner to take his 2nd final victory in 2 days. Luca Pede goes to the top step of the podium from Max Tetlow. Oliver Reynolds has come back into 3rd because of the lap traffic. He's been able to find a way past Eli Parkhouse and Aidan Castleman. So what looked like it was going to be a disappointment for Reynolds, he now sees him back inside the top 3. So Pede, Tetlow, Reynolds, Parkhouse, Castleman. They're racing to the line between Smith, Veselovsky and Paris for 8th, 9th and 10th. Arten Odula crosses the line there for P11. It's going to be Archie Watkins as the final runner on the lead lap in P number 12. P, Tetlow and Reynolds will stand on the podium. Eli Parkhouse, Aidan Castleman and Rafe Verdi will collect trophies as well as we trophy down to P6 in our Bambino and Cadet age classes. Joshua Chung just misses out in P7. Hopefully he'll be back at GYG and trying to take some silverware home. Fabian Smith, Teddy Veselovsky, Jensen Paris completed top 10 in front of Arton Odula, Archie Watkins, Jack Voss, Dax Miller, Astro Matthews, and the unfortunate retiree of EJ Deera. Next up then is our final in Iami M1. So Iami M1 will make their way out. EJ Deera's cart will be collected through the gates, and I think maybe already has at the first corner. Quad is out onto the circuit. Presley Knight then will try to continue his impressive run of form. He goes off P1, Jack Rossi Minot in P number 2. Oakley Rudman and Teddy Smith go off the second row. Jules Nash and Mark Ristic are on row number 3 with Vinnie Wright and Stanley Thurston in front of Frank Tingle and Jed Evans with Henry Exton and Teddy Delaney on row number 6. George Miller and Gabriel Chu with Nicholas Answer and Briella Stevens are on row number 8. Maverick Reddick and Shay Downey are on row number 9. Then it's Albert Omi with Timothy Robinson, James Talbot and Omari Morrison completing your runners in Iami M1. There's EJ Deera making his way back in. Presley Knight on the left-hand side and number 16. He's the one to beat today, has been for the majority of the weekend. Jack Rossi Minot on the right, in the Tony Kart colours. And Jack Rossi Minot just enjoying a relaxing Sunday afternoon sitting in his cart. Presley Knight as well. And he has been showing the field a clean pair of heels, and now he's showing it to the rest of us as well. Wait to start of this Iami M1 final. A few more carts across. In the number 33 machine, just behind Shay Downey in the 51. Just wake him up when the marshal waves the green. Just going to have a quick look out as to what the delay is here. Teddy Smith giving us a wave. So Iami's then getting a start and they'll head down onto the grid. So helpers making their way down. Iami, of course, the fastest of our Bambino age classes. Also has the loudest supporting parents as well. So a bit of a competition going on between Teddy Smith's dad and Stanley Thurston's mum as to who can be the loudest shouting supporter. I think at the moment, Stanley Thurston's mum is probably the loudest. Oh, we've got a car off. Is that Stanley Thurston rolling to a halt inside the dummy grid? And Teddy Smith's dad is certainly the most enthusiastic. There is Stanley Thurston's kart. It just didn't go. Hopefully somebody can get him started. But obviously all the helpers have gone down onto the track. So can somebody just run up there and potentially get him going? There's the berth on the outside where Stanley Thurston would have been. Hopefully we can get his kart started and at the very least get him out onto track. Look, that's what you want to see. You want to see 4 or 5 people trying to get that kart going. We don't want to see anybody miss their race. We don't want to see anybody miss their final, but everybody on there, loads of people over from RCE and a few others as well, trying to get that kart going. At the moment, it doesn't look like it's going to be. And oh no, we're not in the right order towards the tail of the field. Which is helpful, hopefully, if we can get that Stanley Thurston kart going. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to take part, unfortunately, but we are away and racing in Iami M1. We'll see whether Stanley gets back out in the next few moments, but if not, looks like his day's going to be an early one. Presley Knight and Jack Rossi Minot then make the way up towards the right-hander of McRae's for the first time. So top 4 are clear. And you've got a big train of karts then going down this back straight towards the stewardesses. So Presley Knight, Jack Rossi Minot. Then it's the 19 of Teddy Smith in 3rd place. Good move down the inside there by George Miller in the number 34. So make their way back down the hill across the timing line at the end of lap number 1. Oakley Woodman in 4th. Good start from Mark Ristic. He looks like he's up into P5. Jay Downey trying to find a way past the 22 of Briella Stevens. We've got 2 off, and that's Teddy Smith in the 19 and 1 in the wall on the outside. Helpers go running, but it's Presley Knight, Jack Rossi Minot, Oakley Rudman with Mark Ristic, Jules Nash, George Miller, your top 6. Evans, Tingle, Exton, Delaney are your top 10, with Teddy Smith down the order in P16. It looks like it's Vinnie Wright, who was the other driver who was off on the outside. Good move down the inside by Frank Tingle. And very impressive, despite that issue in qualifying earlier this morning, meaning he had to start both of his heats from the back. He started this final from P9. That should see him up now into P7, and he'll still be fairly confident he can take a trophy home here. Will Frank Tingle. Up onto the back of George Miller he goes. Miller in 6th place. Miller will be in 7th place in a minute, I think, because that's Tingle down the inside. Good move by Frank Tingle. And lost timing in the top left shows him in P7. That's because he was halfway through an overtake. He's definitely up to P6 now in front of George Miller, but then goes wide and may well have to re-overtake George Miller again, so it looks like Miller's back up into 6th place. And the Extons on the back end of this train. In fact, it was 2 places lost for Frank Tingle. He fell behind the E-plate of Jed Evans. And it's Shay Downey behind them in the number 51 machine, who's looking to close up onto the back of this, hoping that they battle. And in fact, he's already there. There's no hoping to close up. Shay Downey has closed up. He's right behind this battle. Up and over the timing line. Downey not quite close enough to draw alongside, but was nearly there on Henry Exton. As in front of them, Oakley Rudman battling with Jules Nash over fourth place. Top three look largely comfortable at the moment. Rudman and Nash will be hoping that they can catch up to Mark Ristick. Exton on the inside, and he's going to move through on Shay Downey. Downey's going to try and hold position, and those two do indeed squabble. They've lost himself a little bit of position. In front of them, though, they're finding that Oakley Rudman going slowly in the 9. In fact, Oakley Rudman going very slowly in the 9. He's got a problem, clearly, as he's fallen right down the order and will be passed almost like he's standing still by Henry Exton. George Miller squeezes the 65 of Frank Tingle to the inside. That's going to give Jed Evans an opportunity, and you can see in the background Oakley Rudman has fallen even further down the order. He's got a problem. He was battling it out with fourth place with Jules Nash, and there he is, stopped. He's trying to find a way of getting him back in, and wheels are running still. He's going to head back out onto track. Hopefully, he might still hopefully pick up a few points for Oakley Rudman if he can keep dragging that cart round. So George Miller leading this battle. Frank Tingle in front of Shay Downey. Bit of a gap back then to Jed Evans in that yellow cart. Henry Exton not too far back either in the all black cart with the yellow helmet. So 5 of them head over the timing line. 3.5 minutes on the clock. So 34 of George Miller, who is at the front of this training P5. Helped along there by Frank Tingle. Tingle's going to find we've got some lap traffic in front as they try and go round Omari Morrison down the back straight. Morrison just keeps his cart to one side, but that will allow Shay Downey to come through down the inside of Frank Tingle. The Knight at the front has a gap of 2.5 seconds. He's heading up towards the first hairpin at the moment with a clear gap back to Jack Rossi Minot. And they've got nearly 7 seconds back to Mark Ristick, who is in a comfortable third place, but is slowly being chipped away at by Jules Nash. Well, keep an eye out on that one as we follow this battle for 5th place. As down the inside goes Shay Downey, but then he goes wide. That could allow George Miller back through, and it does. Miller goes back up into 5th place, having briefly lost it to Shay Downey. Downey's going to come back down the inside of him. And this is going to, should give, side swipe. No, that's not going to make either of you go very fast. That was a little bit naughty, that, I think, by Shay Downey, if he knew that the 34 was there, but I'm not convinced that he did. I think he was just moving across on the, what he thought was the racing line and thought he was clear of George Miller, but Miller ended up on the grass on the outside. That's your battle for 3rd place, though, now, between Mark Ristick and Jules Nash. Nash has drawn up onto the back of Ristick at the rate of about 2 seconds in the last 2 laps. It was 1 second dead and then 9/10 for Jules Nash. And he's going to go down the inside of Mark Ristick into the hairpin. Oh, and it's tipped him into a spin. Jules Nash, he'll hold on to 4th place, hopefully. But the cart's going to take a while to spool back up, and now he's going to be embroiled in this battle, and he's going to be engulfed in the battle as well. Here's Jules Nash. He's going to lose at least 1 place, but around about 7 seconds of track position, unfortunately for Jules Nash. He caught up onto the back of Mark Ristic very, very quickly. Had Nash, went for the move down the inside, the two came together. And something's happened to Presley Knight, because Jack Minot has taken 2 seconds out of him in 1 lap. Is that lap traffic affected, or is that problem for Presley Knight? There doesn't appear to be a lot of traffic behind them. As Knight had a spin here off camera, but he's lost a lot of time to Jack Rossi Minot. 1:02 on the previous lap for Knight. Jack Minot now in the wheel tracks, needs to go down the inside with, and does, with Presley Knight as they make their way past some lap traffic. 4 seconds on the clock, down to 0. We're a few corners away from seeing the last lap board, and all of a sudden Jack Rossi Minot looks very, very fast at a time when Presley Knight doesn't quite look like he had the early race pace. Gap is a little over 1/10 of a second. As we enter the final 1,000 metres of this race, and again more lap traffic in front of the two of them. And that could give Jack Rossi Minot the opportunity to go through the middle of the lap traffic. Presley Knight's going to be on the inside, but Minot's going to lead up into Iredale's, half a lap to go. And Jack Rossi Minot is going to lead 500 metres of this race, but it might be the most important 500. And Presley Knight's not catching him either. Down the hill they go. Minot, who was victorious here last Sunday in the O-Plate meeting, will be looking to keep that run of Sundays going. Here, though, comes Presley Knight. One more opportunity, one more corner, one more overtake for Presley Knight. He's back into the lead, and he's going to take the victory at round 2. Presley Knight from Jack Rossi Minot at the front of Iami M1. The rest of the field coming through is traffic that's been lapped by our leaders there. For a podium in his first Super One weekend in 3rd place, the Slovenian driver Mark Ristic takes 3rd place. Jules Nash, Shay Downey and Henry Exton will be picking up silverware as well at the end of the day inside the top 6. Evans, Miller, Tingle and Briella Stevens complete the top 10 in front of Teddy Delaney, Gabriel Chew, Nicholas Anser and Maverick Reddick, the final runner on the lead lap in front of Timothy Robinson, Albert Omi, James Tolbert, Omari Morrison, Oakley Rudman and Teddy Smith retiring. They will be classified in 19th and 20th place respectively. So Mark Ristic getting a lot of love in the live chat, as was Jack Rossi Minot. But as a lot of people are saying, it's Sofawoglu time. It's time for Micromax and Iami Water Swift Restricted. Oh, it's not. I've got ahead of myself. Koma time. Koma C50. So apologies. Live chat was throwing me there, and I've also got my notes in the wrong order, so bad commentator. So nearly cancelled the Koma C50 final there myself, but we will allow them to race, and I'm sure they'll put on a fantastic show. So grid then for the final, Matthew Pearson and Jace Hannon will again go toe-to-toe at the front of Koma C50. Is there anything that Robert Hanley and Reggie Rhodes can do? Let's find out as they go off the second row. Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Jacob Haywood White on row number 3. Jude Campbell and Ayrton Edward Jones on row number 4. Aidan Hughes and Regan Abercrombie are on row 5. River Di Giorgio Miller and Tristan Begley are on row number 6. Jensen Hodgetts and Logan Grassi go off the final row. Why is Logan Grassi going off the final row? Let's find out. He had a non-compliance in heat number 2, and that's why he's going off the back. So let's keep an eye out for the number 28 machine. So grid being cleared, 9 minutes on the clock for Koma. And we creep in, and we are away and racing. Everybody had stopped, so Jace Hannon goes round the outside of Matthew Pearson off the front row. He's done that pretty much in most of the races throughout today. Pearson, though, hasn't been one to settle behind Hannon. And to be fair, Hannon hasn't been one to settle behind Pearson. They have exchanged places many, many times throughout these races. I wonder if they're under instructions from their mechanics to try and push away together the start of this one for a few laps, and then they can go at it as they did earlier on in this race weekend. Pearson and Hannon behind them to pick out who's had good starts. Field make their way back down the hill for the first time towards St John's, and round the left-hander of Sunny Bend. We've got a driver off in the background. We'll pick them up on the timing. In fact, that's the 44 of Jacob Hayward White off on the outside, and looks like it's the 55 or 53 potentially of Robert Hanley that's gone with him as well. Hayward White's out of the kart and out of the race, seems to be okay. Pearson and Hannon then over the timing line at the end of lap number 1. From Rhodes, Jude Campbell up from 7th into 4th. Dalton Dyke Whitfield, Ayrton Edward Jones, Aidan White, Logan Grassi, Regan Abercrombie and River Di Giorgio Miller. It was indeed the 53 of Robert Hanley who was off with Jacob Hayward White. They've come together on the opening lap. See the 44 of Jacob Hayward White getting back on circuit, or was that the 48, I think, of Regan Abercrombie? So that's Jude Campbell in 4th place there in the number 15 machine. He's being followed by Dyke Whitfield and Edwards Jones. Hannon and Pearson still going at it. Pearson trying to get the switch back down the inside. Hannon's going to have a little bit too much there. Goes all the way around the outside and holds on. Same as always though, gets a really good run through the chicane. We'll try and go wide on entry and get the switch back. And should have track position there, will he? I think Jace Hannon might have to let him have this one, and certainly if he doesn't into that corner, he will into this one. And Matthew Pearson slides through down the inside. And Jace Hannon now trying to come straight back at it, up towards the Stewart-Esses. He goes back down the inside of Pearson. Pearson's going to try and drop the kart back in, but he will have to drop into 2nd place as they run around that final right-hander of the Stewart-Esses. And Jace Hannon's being very defensive in that 75 machine when he gets into the lead. See whether Pearson goes slightly wider here on entry. Indeed he does, and we'll be hoping to get that switch back down the inside. This time he's got a bit more of a run than he did on the previous lap to draw alongside Jace Hannon, but they'll still go side by side as Hannon squeezes him out onto the rumble strip. Pearson hand off the wheel. It's not a congratulatory hand, I'm fairly sure. So they head round the Crays and up towards Iredales. The half race distance when they get round. The switchback's coming again. Pearson loves that move. Really good by Pearson. Hannon on the last occasion switched him back and came to the inside. Pearson though, nothing he can do there for Matthew Pearson. He's had a long trip up from Basingstoke in Hampshire as Pearson. to compete here at Rowrah for the first round, the first weekend of the SuperOne Series SuperOne Championship. Finally, yesterday went to Jace Hammond. Pearson has won both of the heats throughout that day. So field fan out and make their way through. That's Logan Grassi finding a way past, I think, 17 of Ayrton Edward Jones. Side by side again for the leaders. Pearson down the inside, launches himself over the entry curb and launches himself into the lead. Here comes Hannon though, back down the inside of Pearson. Pearson's going to go wide, switch back down the inside, and the corner later than he'd hoped for. He's finally got the job done. Pearson in front of Hannon. The gap back then to Reggie Rhodes, who's comfortable in third place. Jude Campbell still in that fourth place, but being followed by Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Logan Grassi and Ayrton Edwards as well. And Hannon now has the opportunity to use the switchback that's been used on him on a number of occasions. And through he goes back into the lead. These two are so evenly matched. Pearson back down this. We need an overtake counter in the bottom corner, a bit like Rambo films. And because these two are just going at each other, overtake after overtake between Hannon and Pearson. Reggie Rhodes was looking comfortable in third, still has a gap of 1.2 seconds back to Jude Campbell, but looks like the train behind him caught him on the previous lap. Here comes Hannon, we're 3 wide down the back straight. That's Logan Grassi on the inside. Double overtake for Logan Grassi. He goes down the inside of Dalton Dyke Whitfield and lap traffic as well, I believe. No, it's the 15 of Jude Campbell. Campbell's getting shuffled back. He's gone from 4 down into 6th place. Logan Grassi then back up into 4th place. And that is Reggie Rhodes in front of him in the E-plate, who had a gap of over a second from Jude Campbell. Pearson led over the line, but that's Hannon back in front in Koma C50 at the head of this train. There's Logan Grassi trying to find a way past Reggie Rhodes in the background. Pearson's back in front of Hannon. Hannon was in front when they came into shot previously. Over the timing line it was Pearson. There goes Hannon trying to stick a nose down the inside. Pearson has that door closed on. Keeps Hannon behind him. Minute on the clock, so this will be the penultimate lap this time round. That'll be the last lap after. Oh, we've got a few off down there. That's the 53 again of Robert Hanley, not the first time he's been off, and we've got a car on the outside. They're going to get him going again. Trying to figure out who that one was. It could have been the 82 of River Giorgio Miller, who was in 10th place. They were very close on track. I did clock a 2 on the outside. A little bit of a conversation going on as they go down the straight between these two, between Hannon and Pearson. Kart was off on the outside there. Down the hill, time will be 0 by the time they get to Sunny Bend. Pearson will be wide, but that will give him the cutback as they head towards the timing line. There he is down the inside. They're going to squeeze each other a little bit, but over the timing line, Hannon leads by a fraction from Pearson. Pearson's going to try the little switch back round the outside for Pearson. Super move. And Matthew Pearson will lead us down to McRae's for the final time. So anything that Jace Hannon can throw at Matthew Pearson, these two have thrown the kitchen sinks, the kitchen cupboards, the door to the kitchen, the rest of the house at each other throughout this race and this race weekend. Half a lap from home. At the moment it's Pearson at the front. He'll take a defensive line and that may well open up the run down the start-finish straight for Hannon. Hannon's going to try and go all the way round the outside. Can he hold on? Yes, he can! Super driving by both of these Koma C50 runners. Pearson's going to try the little switch back down the inside. They'll draw alongside. Head down. Who's going to take it? Hannon by 7 thousandths of a second from Matthew Pearson. That's your top two with 15 or 16 seconds back in the battle for third. But there's Logan Grassi going through. He's gone from the back to the front as Logan Grassi. He finishes in third place. Having started this race, being classified in P14, I think he actually started 13th, but with his 13 runners, he was on the outside. We didn't have Jacob Hayward-White completing the opening lap, hence why we've only got 12 down the left side. Hannon, Pearson, Grassi will stand on the podium. Rhodes, Whitfield and Campbell will take silverware home as well in 4th, 5th and 6th. With Ayrton Edward-Jones, Aidan Hughes and Regan Abercrombie in front of River Di Giorgio Miller in P10. Tristan Begley and Robert Hanley retired with a few laps to go. He was off down at Iredales. There is River taking the checkered flag to finish in P10. Tristan finishes in number 11. Into the live chat, Alex Owen saying what a final lap. Certainly was. And a few others saying super passes. Those two drivers at the front, Jace Hannon and Matthew Pearson, racing well above their years today here on the Alpha Live channel. The two of them, no matter what order they are, Pearson will naturally be disappointed, but only one of them could win. But they can both hold their heads as high as their very little shoulders will let them. They've been superb all weekend. So it's time then to move on to Micromax. We'll be with them in a few moments' time. So the sky blue cart on the left-hand side of the right-hand side of the train, because we've got both sides of the grid accompanying. We'll see Zane Soferoglu. There he is. Just in case he forgets his name, it's on the top of his helmet as well. So he will be on pole position. Alongside him, the 9 of Ellis Holt. Buster Scott and Charlie Cale will be on row number 2. Archie Mostyn and Jackson Fuchs on row number 3. Cooper Galloway starts 7th. Ellen Shelby Parsonage alongside in P8. James Hudson and Arda Bilionoff completed top 10 in front of Ezra Robinson Matthews and Tommy Delaney. On row 6, Sam Hope and Alfie Ward, AJ Halil and Noah Brad, Jensen O'Connor and Hayden Bailey on row 9. Row 10, Daniel DeBrio and Ronnie Griffin, Max Stone, Arthur Rhodes and Santo Amico will go off the back again in the Iami Waterswift Restricted. Rhodes rapid, but needs to be careful not to get a front fairing penalty whilst making his way through the traffic. Hayden Bailey and Ronnie Griffin there wait to get the green flag to head out onto circuit. Sun shining now then here at Rowrah. Still very windy though. Sun incredibly deceiving. I can assure you outside it's not particularly warm, still about 6 or 7 degrees. Cooper Galloway there, just having a bit on the shoulders. And we are away on our rolling lap then in micro. Their way round. Formal 2x2 as they head down the hill towards St John's. We've got a very slow moving number 44 of AJ Halil. See whether they can get that car cleared out. Zane Sofawoglu is practicing hopefully for him for the race. He's off into the distance. And there is the slow-moving AJ Halil. It's very oily, that plug, got a lot of smoke coming out of the exhaust. Hopefully they can clear. Oh, contact as they slow up. That's going to be drop down central. The leaders slowed and would have been slow for a fair amount of time, I imagine, and then those coming down the hill didn't, and that's Cooper Galloway, I think, has got a problem, has he? And certainly there's AJ Halil, arm up in the air with the cart on the right hand side, and we'll see if we get this going at the first time of asking with AJ Halil's cart on the side of the circuit. They should have enough time to get that clear, around about a minute and a half to move one cart out of the way, should be okay. Sofawoglu has historically gone slow round the corner and powered down immediately. It's the same again, but from the second row it's a good start. And Ellis Holt's going to go round the outside. Sofawoglu keeps the nose in. Ellis Holt has nowhere to go. Sofawoglu saying, oh, we've got a spin. Oh, that's the big one. Big one, red flag. Red flag will be out here. And this will be a complete restart. I'm absolutely sure of it. Red flag indeed. Marshall's over there. Great drivers are helping each other and trying to lift the cart off, which is a really good thing. They're looking out for each other for our micros. Hopefully they're all okay, and we'll confirm that. We'll put away, of course, while the marshals check out, and we'll try and report who's involved there, but didn't quite get the number as the cart got launched to one side. It was Buster Scott who got tipped into the spin, and then he was collected down there. 3 carts are involved. Buster Scott is one of them. He was the driver that was facing the wrong way, and was other carts were launched over the top. There's AJ Halil, who retired before the race started. Now, if somebody can get that cart and do a little bit to it, AJ might get back in this race. So, drivers just being attended to. Buster Scott obviously got spun round and was collected. I believe Eleanor Shelby Parsonage is one of the drivers involved. Hayden Bailey, another involved there. So we'll report when we know. But as always, we'll take sufficient time, and One driver just being lifted out of his car and will be placed into the pardon? Yeah, I can do. Which is queued up, yeah. So I think Eleanor Shelby Parsons, Hayden Bailey are two involved with that, but they're up out of the car. One's just been carried and just popped into the quad. They'll be taken to medical for precautions, as always, and drivers there we'll see. But we'll just take a break in a few moments. We'll keep tracking it in here, and we might have a bit more of an update upon our return. So as you can see, the 85 there of Buster Scott, who was the launch pad in all that, he'd got turned round and was launched up and over. There are your two karts, or two of the three karts involved. So the 43, that the 43's had, that's James Hudson. He's had some rear end because the bumper is bent up. The right-hand side kart was Hayden Bailey, although the back end of that kart looks okay. So that's Hayden Bailey's kart that I can see off camera just being picked up and wheeled away. So he's going to be out of this one. AJ Halil won't make the start. Cooper Galloway, I think, is at the back. No, he's at the front. So it's the second of the two Jack's Motorsport liveried machines. He's just getting out and we'll regrid, but we'll regrid this up 2 by 2, so hopefully our drivers can remember who they were next to. That's Max Stone in the number 11, just up and out of the seat. In the background, AJ Halil just continues the watching brief. A race unfortunately coming to a premature end on the rolling up lap. So Buster Scott's kart's just going to have a little once over to make sure that they're happy with that. So they're going to grid up again. 24 LC Gaming saying, can anyone say what's happened? So red flag for an incident. Buster Scott turned round on the exit of the chicane, and as the karts came round and fanned out, a few karts went into and had one upside down. Do believe that was potentially Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. She's been taken to medical. Hayden Bailey was involved as well, as was James Hudson. So Buster Scott looks like he's retaken his position, but we are 3 down because of the other 3 involved and AJ Hillo's retirement. So hopefully everybody is okay, of course. Circuit being cleared, and we'll get this Micromax final resumed shortly. Be a complete restart, so we should reset with 9 on the clock. Forward goes Tommy Delaney. as does Sam Hope. Good effort really for Sam Hope running in the midfield. Driver that's just sort of starting out and is one of the younger drivers on this Micromax grid. May well get a dose of reality next weekend when he's not racing, because he might probably helping his dad lay some floors, try to earn himself some money to go racing. Jensen O'Connor may well be the next one called forward in the number 26 machine. Yes, he is. Just waiting on the next number to get called forward. There's only 7 of them remaining. When they stop in a straight line, nose to tail, it's sort of difficult for them to get back out when they're wedged in. So Max Stone in the 11 at the back, waving his gun. I think it could be me soon. Needs calling forwards. I think we're just. Series director there, John Hall, just making sure that all the front bumpers are okay. And we'll get this race resumed, I think, in a few moments' time. Final few runners are just rolling into position now. Indeed they are. Santo Amico rolls the 119 Iami Water Swift into position. So we're all in position. Just need to tell the front two to get going and we should be able to get this race underway. There we go then. Interesting to see whether they get a full lap of warm-up or whether they are far enough back that we can just get this one going, given the time delay. But I think Dane Sofawoglu thinks that we're going to get going at the bottom of the hill. Round the corner they go, and it is another rolling lap. So wasn't sure if we were going to get that going. I thought we were far enough up the hill that we might have just done a few corners and then get the race underway, but will allow the drivers an opportunity to get a little bit more heat back into their tyres. And so how this one goes. Happy birthday to Arthur Rhodes. That's coming in from Grandma Lindsay. He's been very fast today. Nice to ensure that front nose stays where it should be and he didn't pick up any penalties. So field now beginning to back up once again. Sofawoglu leading them down the hill. So Sofawoglu leading them round, dictating the pace, as is his right as the poleman. Should be 9 on the clock again. We'll confirm that when they come round, because it's still showing as a red flag until it gets the reset. Sofawoglu gets us going. 9+1, and we're away and racing as they run up towards the first chicane for the second time. And Sofawoglu has already got a bit of a gap to Ellis Holt and Buster Scott, Charlie Cale, and then that's Cooper Galloway, but then down the inside of Galloway. There's a tidy little move, although I think he gets squeezed out, and that could well be the 17 of Jackson Fuchs making his way up into 5th place. So all nicely through, single file down the far end of the circuit, and at the front, Zayn Sofawoglu is checking out. Gap could well be a second and a half, indeed it is, between Zayn Sofawoglu and Buster Scott. Ellis Holt, Charlie Cale, Jackson Fuchs, Cooper Galloway, Ezra Robinson Matthews with a strong opening lap, 11th to 7th in the 91, in front of Archie Mostyn, Alfie Ward and Tommy Delaney. 19 runners remaining. Buster Scott, a little bit of understeer down the far end, but in second, and Ellis Holt is defending Cooper Galloway as Charlie Cale here. Cooper Galloway in that battle behind with Jackson Fuchs. They run down the hill. Ezra Robinson Matthews in 7th. Needs a little bit to catch up onto the back of them and drag Archie Mostyn along with them as well. Holt holding firm at the moment from Charlie Cale. He makes a radiator flap adjustment, so does everybody else. This is the battle for 5th place as Cooper Galloway loses a place to Ezra Robinson Matthews. Robinson Matthews will break early, get the cart stopped on the apex. Does that Alfie Ward is going to come down the inside, and Alfie Ward, look, oh, and trying to turn across the front of Alfie Ward was Ezra Robinson Matthews. Ward was alongside. Robinson Matthews turns across, and that loses some places. And is that a slow moving cart in front as well? I think it may well be. I think we've got a problem, have we, for Jackson Fuchs. That cart is not going particularly fast, and it's handling like a pig on roller skates, and that's why we're a wheel missing on the front end of the number 17 machine, and that car is out of the race. Sofawoglu with 2.6 seconds at the front then from Buster Scott, who's now started to open up a bit of a gap to Ellis Holt. This is the battle behind as Ezra Robinson Matthews once again goes side by side with Cooper Galloway. Alfie Ward in the background, who's had a bit of a tough day as Alfie, but seems to have found a little bit of pace in this final, and he's trying to mix it up at the front and trying to take a trophy home potentially in this Micro Max race. Trophies for 6th. Ward there with a bit of a look down the inside. That nose has got a bit of a dent in it. I think that was from earlier on though, and it doesn't look to be flapping around, so Alfie Ward looks to be okay. No risk of penalty, so we're 3 and 3. Matthews, Galloway, Ward, then Delaney, Mostyn, O'Connor, and then Brad and Arthur Rhodes, who is in that Iami water slip. His biggest challenge of this race will be making sure he doesn't get a front fairing penalty that basically lost in the lead and the victory in heat number 1 earlier on today. So came into this as there's only 2 of them on equal points with Santo Amico. Robinson, Matthews, Galloway and Ward. Onto Tommy Delaney, Archie Mostyn on the back end there in the dark green and orange helmet. There's Jensen O'Connor. Wide goes Delaney, and that could give Mostyn a good run. Run it towards the far end of the circuit. Okay, there's a train. They are started catching them in front as down the inside of Jensen O'Connor goes Arthur Rhodes. And he got up into third place overall in the last race, so he should be able to find a way through as he goes down the inside of Archie Mostyn. We don't see many moves into Sunny Bend. As Arthur Rhodes finds it, moves down the inside and moves up into 9th overall. Currently leading that class. He'll pick up the 22 of Sam Hope, making his way through the chicane. Rhodes is through to the front of this train now. Out onto the rumble strip there on the outside. Went Alfie Ward, and there he's down the inside, I think, into the stewardesses. Zane Sofooglu has a gap of 5.2 seconds as he makes his way up and through the first chicane. As that battle is working its way through, with Arthur Rhodes trying to find his way through the traffic. There's Zane Sofooglu. Rhodes is now at the front of the train of all of the micro, I think, bar one. He's certainly got through the traffic. Hopefully he's got through it cleanly, because he certainly deserves it for the way he's worked through. So the one at the front there isn't in the battle for position. Then it's Alfie Ward, who's going to be in 6th place overall. Fallen off the back of Ezra Robinson Matthews. Still holding a trophy position as it stands. Under pressure though from Cooper Galloway. There's Delaney, Mostyn, O'Connor. That's where they've been throughout all of this race really, as Mostyn tries half a move on Delaney. Delaney, Mostyn, O'Connor. 9th, 10th, 11th on track will be 8th, 9th, 10th in their class as Arthur Rhodes is up there challenging Ezra Robinson Matthews over 5th overall. There he is, and that's the 85, sorry, Buster Scott, both in RCE livery and both with yellow helmets. That's going to be makes a run on some lap track because he goes through and down the inside of Ronnie Griffin. Alice Holt and Charlie Cale are going to battle it out over the final step on the podium. Some lap traffic coming up. There's Buster Scott in 2nd place in that car. I imagine that he's managed to take that kart to 2nd place. Really good awareness there again by, I think that's the 88 of Ronnie Griffin. Get that lad an extra Easter egg. I imagine there must be something bent on that Buster Scott kart, the impact that took in that incident right at the start of the first instalment of this race. Sofooglu, Scott are your top two comfortable. Can Cale do anything? Although I think he made a little bit of an error coming round Sunny Bend because the steering wheel took a little bit of a slap. But there's Zane Sofooglu. Won in the wet yesterday. And today He's going to win in the dry. 3 corners from home as he begins his descent towards the finish line, which will signal his ascent towards the top step of the podium. Zain Sofawoglu makes it a Turkish double. He's going to win for the 2nd time this weekend. Zain Sofawoglu will go to the top step. He's going to be joined on the podium by Buster Scott and Ellis Holt in 3rd place. Charlie Cale takes the trophy home in P4. Who's going to get P5? They're battling to the line. That's Arthur Rhodes who's going to take the victory. Ezra Robinson Matthews 5. Cooper Galloway will finish in 6th place in micro, having squeezed his way past Alfie Ward. Tommy Delaney, Jensen O'Connor, Archie Mostyn complete your top 10 in that class in front of Noah Brad, Samho, Arda Bilionov, Santo Amico is 2nd in Iami Water Swift Restricted. Max Stone, Daniel DeBrio, Ronnie Griffin, and a retiree in the 17 of Jackson Fuchs, who we expected because he was going very, very slowly earlier on, but ran very, very well in the first few laps of this race. So timing is showing it's a Might E Cadet final, so maybe we're not running them with Hondas. So we'll find out. They've got the same sting, which is fine because they're merged together, so we should be able to get them sorted. And then we'll go down to the dummy grid to find out whether they're running together or whether Might E Cadet are on their own. So Frank Pearson and Jax Wong then will go off the front row. Daniel Stangarian and Emily Christie on row number 2. Harry Voss and Gianluca Hudson on row number 3. Then it's going to be Chase Warmington and Samuel Kelly. They'll be your 8 Might E Cadet runners. As we'll hopefully head down to that dummy grid in a few moments just to confirm that there's definitely no 4-stroke Hondas. Alex Owen said it might be good if Might E had their own time on the stream. Well, your wish has been brought to you. Jax Wong then on the right-hand side in 2nd place. 75 is Frank Pearson. He goes off the front row. Pole position. Keep an eye out for Daniel Stangarian. Won the final yesterday. Won Heat 1. The kart ground to a halt though in Heat number 2. I suspect it was the chain that came off that kart. That is Frank Pearson on wets. That is either a massive curveball, particularly as there's no rain expected, or they've left the dummy grid with their slicks on and had their slicks impounded. And I'm no Poirot, but that's what I'm going with. So slick tyres and wets here are kept in Parc Fermé. You take them off at the end of each race, hand them back in, and then you go take your cart, as you've seen many times, the cart's being wheeled across without any tyres on. You collect them, there's one, right on cue. Harry Stinson's cart's wheeled across. And if you take the tyres out of Parc Fermé, I would assume that you can't use them. So, unless they know something we don't, then it's either a massive gamble or a victim of circumstance, unfortunately for Frank Pearson. So field will make their way round. Rolling start for Mighty Cadet. 8 runners on the grid. They're going to get their own final. Followed then by Junior Max. Which, showing is the next final, but I would have expected Honda would have come after this, as these two classes were merged together. Try and see in the background on this camera shot which class is in the sort of tyre change area, but I'm not sure it's going to pick it up in the background. It's not, just a little bit too low for us to pick out who's in the tyre change area to see whether it is going to be Junior Max next or Honda Cadet, but certainly we'll find out. Through we go then into the tram lines. And we're away in racing as round the outside goes Jax Wong on Frank Pearson. I would expect Pearson on them wets to go well on lap number 1, but then as soon as they get a ridiculous amount of heats in them, they will start going and falling off the cliff. Run up. Frank Pearson still holding on to that second place as is. The O-plate of Harry Voss just trying to run all the way around the outside of the 23 of Emily Christie, and does indeed get that job done. Christie, who started in a really good 4th place, but so Frank Pearson still holding on to second place at the moment from Daniel Stangarian. The wet tyres that he's got on will come up to temperature. I would expect that kart to become a bit of a handful shortly as the block on the top gets hot. It'll start to move around. You don't really want the tread is there to displace water. It's not there to move around and offer grip. But the worry here is that if Daniel Stangarian cannot find a way past Frank Pearson pretty much on this lap, Jax Wong's going to be down the road and already eyeing up the podium that's on the outside of the final paddock bend. He'll be spying that top step. Frank Pearson doing really well here to hold off Daniel Stangarian for as long as he has, but finally the 22 goes down the inside. Frank Pearson can't hold on. He moves through. Looks, I'm trying to pick out the number of the kart behind. Should hopefully catch it here. It's Chase Warmington in the 96 who could well be up into 3rd place in a matter of time. Stangarian's going to try and move away and close that gap down to Jax Wong, but visually it's going to be a big ask at least for Daniel Stangarian to close that gap in. This is where I'd expect Warmington to have a chance, as Pearson will go slightly wide through there, and Warmington does indeed draw up to the rear, but not quite close enough to emulate what Daniel Stangarian did on the previous lap. And as you can see, Stangarian is moving away 10 kart lengths or so. But then wet tyres aren't dropping off quite as fast as I'd expected. Frank Pearson. Again, Warmington's another driver, needs to find the way past here, because I think it's Harry Ross in the O-plate who He's closing up behind. There you can see him with the orange helmet getting progressively closer to Chase Warmington. Warmington alongside Pearson. Go to the outside again. Straight line into there. Needs to clear him really this corner coming up, because Harry Wass is going to be right with them by the time they get down to the Stewart-Esses. As expected, there is Harry Wass right back into the camera shot. Moving up onto the back of Chase Warmington. Here's now where Warmington just needs to get a little bit of a switch back. Get that run down the start straight. He's drawn alongside 2 or 3 times and just hasn't had the conviction at the end of the straight to keep the power in and get the nose down the inside. Just getting a report, particularly on the live chat, saying Honda Cadet is going to be the last race. So we're expecting that to be senior Rotax. Here could be Warmington moving through, certainly not this time, but so it's Jack Swong and Daniel Stangery, and it's showing in the top left corner that Harry Wass is in 3rd place, but he's not, he's in 5th. It's showing that Chase Warmington is in 8th, but he's not, he's in 4th. And they're chasing down Frank Pearson, who's showing in 6th, but is actually in 3rd. So, see why it's a little bit difficult for me at times. There goes Warmington alongside Frank Pearson. The move finally done into that first corner. Still mightily surprised that Frank Pearson's cart's not shredding rubber left and right off those Vega Cadet wets. And granted, it's not particularly warm whilst there's sun as Pearson goes into the back of Warmington. Warmington earlier on the brakes than what Pearson was expecting. Whilst the sun's out and it looks warm, it's definitely not. Oh, we've got a spin. The 83 goes round of Samuel Kenny. So he'll definitely be a lap down now. Leader's already through and messes that battle for 3rd place. But Warmington is now going to try and have an opportunity to try and pull away. Harry Voss needs to find the way through on Pearson faster than what Chase Warmington did. But this is a valiant effort from Pearson. There, should the move have come down the inside with 2 minutes to go. Got such a good run, did Harry Voss out of the chicane. He could have gone down the inside there and given himself a chance, but with every corner, Chase Warmington is going another cart length clear, another cart length clear. And at the moment, he's heading towards a podium. A minute ago, I'm going to address a comment in the live chat that apparently we offer bias towards the English drivers. We don't. The problem is, and the reason that we don't give Zane as much camera time as that you would quite like us to, is the fact that he's drove off into the distance and he's not really battling with anybody. Harry Voss down the inside, so we could spend the whole race watching him drive round on his own, but that's not that entertaining. So it's less about bias and more about entertainment. And I'm sorry if you disagree with that, but you're stating an opinion and I'm here spitting facts. So it is what it is. And if you do want to make the journey to Fallbeck, which will be my next venue, I'll have it out with you face to face. We can discuss it then. It'll be cool. It'll be fine. And then I'll still be right then. So we're all good. Jax Wong off at the front with Daniel Stangery. He's Hungarian, by the way. And Jax Wong, he's from Hong Kong, so we'll put plenty of focus on the two of them, of course. Chase Warmington still in that 3rd place. And moving away from Harry Voss in that 4th place. Well, Warmington has done enough, I think. Voss has found that way past Frank Pearson. Ten seconds on the clock, and Jax Wong will be heading towards us shortly, I'd imagine. There is your race leader. And this will be the final lap then for Jax Wong. Back-to-back hairpins then for McRae's, and he goes very wide. Doesn't really need to be pushing the envelope here. He's got a fairly big gap. Back to Daniel Stangarian in second place as Jax Wong. And from retirement in heat number 2, for Daniel Stangarian, it's going to be second place. Jax Wong also has had a retirement this weekend as he follows down the hill. He's going to try and find the way past Samuel Kenny, and indeed does. So 2 corners from home now. Jax Wong round the left-hander, up towards the right-hander of Paddock Bend. And Jax Wong will take victory in Mighty Cadet. It's going to be Daniel Stangarian in the 22. There he is coming into shot in second place. There's Harry Voss. He's going to be fourth, because in third place and on the podium is going to be Chase Warmington in third, Harry Voss in fourth place. Frank Pearson, I think, is going to hold on for P5 in a valiant effort on wet tyres. It's been a great drive for Frank Pearson. I was expecting those tyres to fall off a cliff after 1.5, maybe 2 laps, and they just kept going. He kept driving the wheels off that thing. It's a P5, and that's a super effort from Frank Pearson. So the top 5, we're fairly sure, is Jax Wong, Daniel Stangarian, Chase Warmington in third place. A great effort for him, and I do believe that's his first top 3 in Super 1 in Mighty Cadet. I'm sure Pam in the live chat will confirm whether that is correct. Harry Voss in fourth place. Frank Pearson, I think, has got P5, and then it'll be between Emily Christie and Gianluca Hudson as to who was 6th or 7th. I think Samuel Kenny had that spin earlier on, so I think he'll be classified in P8. So it'll be Junior Max next, then if Honda are going out last. So it'll be Juniors, then into Senior Max, then Honda, to bring us to the end of round number 2 here at Rowrah of the HWE BIM Services Super 1 Championship. So we'll take a very short break. We'll play the sting, and it'll be time for Junior Rotax. So it'll be Alex McCullough on pole position then, with Elijah Hartley alongside. It's going to be Warwick Milam and Nathan Rond on row number 2. Laurie McVeigh and Amy Peacock on row number 3. Sam Stockton and Zach Jennings, row 4. Jude Pudderfoot and Jake Cozzy on row number 5, with Aidan Young and Tyler Banks on row 6. Row 7 we'll see Ryan Wheatley and Timmy Shahini, with Cian Hundle and Charlie Hale in front of Archie Ray Watson and Travis Dolby on row number 9. Fletcher Groan starts 19th, Jerry Duffy in 20th, Neve Allen and Nelson Taylor are on row number 11 in front of Jensen Powers and Raul Folianu. Grid completed by the 55 of Arena Sipilova. juniors making their way out. One of them appeared to be a little bit smoky. The ball that's all up. So Alex McCullough, and we know this, he likes to do this, he likes to go out on this outlap really, really quickly, get a huge amount of heat in the tyres, and then he will slam the anchors on coming down the hill towards St John's. There he is, slamming the anchors on as he comes down the hill towards St John's. Elijah Hartley getting as much heat into those fronts as he possibly can. I think the front row may well have this one fairly scouted from Alex McCullough. He comes to a halt, waits a bit more. As soon as he turns right and he gets to that last grid bait, there he powers down, and generally we go racing in Junior Max, and you can see through the cloud of smoke, and Elijah Hartley's going to run him hard here. Side pod to side pod, and Hartley's going to come through, and Warwick Milam is tipped into a spin as he tries to go round the outside. The two of them came together, and Milam from the second row will fall all the way down to the back of the order. Hartley then at the front, good move, that's George Cole going down the inside. Amy Peacock just behind is in 6th place. The field streams down to the far end of the circuit. Laurie McVeigh, I think, is P4. We'll confirm all of this at the end of lap number 1. Spring sunshine starts to fall down behind the quarry here at Rowrah. We end lap number 1 with Amy Peacock sending it down the inside of Sam Stockton. So it's Hartley, McCullough, McVeigh, Cozzy, Peacock, Stockton, who's gone really, really well to move up into 6th place. Rond, Pudderfoot, Jennings and Aidan Young complete your top 10. Side as they run up towards the far end of the circuit. 39 is Tyler Banks, the test racing kart. Jensen Powers, I think he's had a tough weekend, but he's had great pace when he's had everything hooked up as Jensen Powers. I mentioned that during the Slipstream broadcast of the finals yesterday. And he goes very well. And here's Powers in that blue and white and red JDR coloured machine. That's put a foot down the inside. And makes the move stick on Kian Hundle. No, it's not Nathan Ron, sorry. 67, not the 65. And Wheatley moves his way into the top 10. Fastest driver on the previous lap though, Laurie McVeigh, 3/10 faster than those in front of him. As we can have another move down the inside. Good overtake. 95 of Archie Ray Watson in that Fernando Alonso inspired helmet. Been running there for Tom Day Racing, and that's Warwick Milam coming back through the field after that opening lap trip across the grass and into the barriers, where he tried to go for 2nd place round the outside. Change for 2nd place, sees Laurie McVeigh in front of Alex McCullough now. Peacock fastest on the previous. Again, 3/10 quicker than the driver in front. That's what Laurie McVeigh did to Alex McCullough on the previous lap. There is Amy Peacock in the O-plate. This is your battle for the final step on the podium then. As Amy Peacock pushes through down the inside and moves up a place, and Alex McCullough's going backwards here, getting shuffled, and he's been overtaken by both Jake Cozzy and Amy Peacock. Cozzy did the hard work, Peacock put the kart in the gap and moved up. And now Amy Peacock's going to move up on Jake Cozzy, and this time it's going to be Alex McCullough who takes full advantage and moves back through. So every one of these drivers has been in 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively at some point, and that's Alex McCullough back down the inside of Amy Peacock. She's going to try and switch McCullough back. He's going to run out of track. And Jake Cozzy, again, are they pointing that they need to work together? He goes with Amy Peacock. And, oh, he's down the inside of Peacock. I don't know whether Peacock saw that one coming late, but she did give him half a kart whip to the inside. As soon as she saw the nose down, it was a late move by Jake Cozzy. He took a big risk there that Amy Peacock was going to play ball, because if not, it could have taken them both out of podium contention. And still with half of this race to go, I'm really surprised they're going at it, because they're playing it into Sam Stockton's hands as well. Cozzy back down the inside of Amy Peacock. She's not going to like that. That's Sam Stockton in the background as Cozzy goes super defensive. Stockton in the 66 is a relative newcomer, I'm told, to junior Rotax racing, and if he's running in the top 6 already, he's going to be well in for a podium later on in the year if he sticks with us here in Super One. And to be fair, Zach Jennings and Jude Pudderfoot aren't a million miles back either. There they are in the shot. We're going to go 6 deep for 3rd place here in junior Rotax. Peacock now and Cozzy, they're going to just have to work together for a couple of laps and then decide between two who's going to be 3rd and who's going to be 4th. There's no point having 6 of you to decide who's going to be 3rd and who's going to be 8th. But Cozzy is very defensive, and Peacock's going to have to try and switch it back. The problem is she can't go to the outside, because then Alex McCullough's going to go down the inside, and that's going to be the problem. They're just going to back each other up into a massive train of karts here. Jennings is frustrated, as is Pudderfoot. I think they think they've got more pace, and wide goes Sam Stockton down the far end of the circuit. Pudderfoot's going to try and squeeze his kart through. How did he get that? He got a junior Rotax or an Intermax space there. This is your battle for the lead though. Laurie McVeigh has reeled in Elijah Hartley. We'll come to that shortly. This is your battle for 3rd still, which now has had a bit of a split to it. Jake Cozzy once again is defending, and at the front, was that a move down the inside? We'll try and pick it up at the end of the next straight, but that looked like Laurie McVeigh down the inside of Elijah Hartley. Indeed it was. Change for the lead. Bit more contact at the far end. No, Elijah Hartley back through. Laurie McVeigh went in very deep there, and they're all going a bit deep down at the far end of the circuit at the Stuart S's. I wonder if there's a little bit of fluid down on the circuit up there, but a lot of them are struggling to get that kart pitched in. Hartley and McVeigh then will try and reconvene their battle. McVeigh, I think, at the last couple laps has been the faster driver. Pudderfoot's got past Jennings for 6th place. Again, Cozzy this time not defensive, looks over his shoulder. Sam Stockton in there is still on the back. Nathan Rond and Ryan Wheatley aren't a million miles back either. Peacock will becoming increasingly frustrated at how defensive Jake Cozzy is being here. And here, Peacock's going to try and nose it down the inside. There's not enough of a gap down there. There we go. That's the frustration that's creeping in as Amy Peacock eases Jake Cozzy out of the way, and then she's off the grass as well, and Jude Pudderfoot's got nowhere to go except through the barrier on the outside. He's okay, the nose of the kart less so, and that all came from Amy Peacock's frustration in Jake Cozzy, parking that car on the white line, lap after lap. She tried to create the gap down the inside, and then now he's moved out of the way, albeit there was no contact. That was Cozzy coming back down the inside, but that was all a sort of concertina effect. Lap on lap. Change at the front off camera is Laurie McVeigh and Elijah Hartley, and they squeezed each other over the start line. Did the two of those. Laurie McVeigh, though, is into the lead, and if his pace in second place is anything to go by, he'll be pulling away from Elijah Hartley. Hartley's driven a great race, but would appear that the pace that he had early doors suggests that his tyre pressures are slightly higher than what Laurie McVeigh's were, and McVeigh's are now starting to come to the fore. So 1 lap to go. Laurie McVeigh and Elijah Hartley. Got 5 or 6 kart lengths, enough that he can look over his shoulder. In the background, that's Alex McCullough in 3rd place. Zach Jennings up into 4th in front of Jake Cozzy, and he's got 2.4 seconds after the incident earlier on. He skipped through the gap, threaded the needle when Peacock, Cozzy, and then Jude Pudderfoot as well, all sort of came together. There's Peacock and Cozzy. Jennings is in front. He had much more of a gap than that last time out. He's being reeled in very, very quickly on this final lap, and I get the feeling it's some lap traffic that's caused that problem. Up and out of the final corner, though. It'll be a long drive home to Essex for Laurie McVeigh, but it'll be a happy drive home with silverware. He goes to the top step of the podium with Elijah Hartley and Alex McCullough. Zach Jennings, Jake Cozzy, Sam Stockton, Jensen Powers comes through to P7, having started this race in P23. I said early doors he had some pace when that kart was working well. It's worked its way up to 7th place with Jensen at the wheel. Ryan Wheatley, Nathan Rond and Archie Ray Watson complete your top 10 in Junior Mac. Timing is showing Amy Peacock as a lap down, but I think that's a transponder issue for Peacock. So we'll see where she slots in that top 10, but she was behind Jake Cozzy previously. So unless she's had an off on the last lap that we've missed for Amy Peacock in the O plate, but I'm fairly sure that we saw her coming down the hill. So try and keep an eye out to see whether Peacock did off the line, but nonetheless, that will be something the post-race will be moving on. Bug asking, what's been the best race so far? For me, just because of the drama of the last lap, Honda Cadet Heat 2 is one to watch. And every Koma Bambino race, because we've had Matthew Pearson and Jace Hannon swapping places pretty much every corner. They've been superb, so watch those ones back when you get an opportunity, but don't go too far back, because then you'll have to go all the way back forward again for our next final. It's time for Intermax and Might E Super Cadet. Grid for Intermax sees Charlie Gregg on pole position, unbeaten so far all day. The winner in the final yesterday as well. Leyland Bradnam alongside him on the front row, Calvin Sherlock and George Allison in front of Eli Romalo. Charlie Ford on row number 3. TJ McLeish and Finley Forks are in front of Arlo Atwood and Evan Dearden. Xavier Woods, your final inter-runner. Pole in Super Cadet goes the way of Ansel Murray. He'll be joined on the front row by Harry Stinson. They're level on points, but Murray qualified on pole in qualifying, so that's why he starts in front. Will Beattie and Logan Jackson, Jacob Hutchinson and Casey Baker in front of Harry Watkinson, and Zachary Parr with Brandon Hartley and Oscar Dudley. Your runners. So field making their way down the hill then towards St John's. They're going to need to tighten up a little bit, and I'm sure Charlie Gregg in the Ben Follen Motorsport colours, but racing this weekend with Joe Weaver Racing, will get them backed up nicely, and indeed he does. And we are away in racing as they make their way up and round the first corner, and oh, it looked like Leyland Bradnam was going to try a move there down the inside of Charlie Gregg and had to get on the brakes. We're away in racing in Mighty Super Cadet. Ansel Murray will lead us through from the 178 of Harry Stinson, and Will Beattie will tuck in behind as well in that third place, and it looks like it's Logan Jackson going with in the 112. So there are your two grids already. Both seem to be spreading out nicely, somewhat single file, but the Mighty Super Cadets are going to be on the back of these micros very, very quick, Intermax runners very, very quickly, and it's going to be how Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson, Will Beattie can find their way through. There's Charlie Gregg. There's Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson, as I say, already finding their way through. Will Beattie, I think that is in the 191 just behind. There's your train of three at the front. I think it was Logan Jackson was with them early doors, but the three of them got past some lap traffic into the chicane that Jackson had to follow. And a little bit of contact into the rear as the lines exchange, as Ansel took a tighter line in. Harry took the wider line round the outside, and needs to again Stinson, who won that second heat, found the way past Ansel Murray. I think he's probably got the pace to do so, but got to find a way through here, and Ansel's not going to let him. He's a very, very tough driver, is Ansel Murray. Again, at the younger end of the scale for Super Cadet. He's sort of in the first eligible year for this class, but you see they're trying to find a way through the traffic for our Mighty Supers, and that side pod looks like it's taking a little bit of a beating there for Harry Watkinson on the right hand side. So Charlie Gregg will appear into shot. There he is, being chased down by Leyland Bradnan, and that's George Allison in third place. He moved up from fourth, moved down the inside. There's a great overtake there. TJ McLeish. He's going to go all the way around the outside to Charlie Ford. Forks on the back of that one. Last time we spoke about Finley this weekend, really, as he now finds himself in a battle with those in front of him, and about a spin, I think, with the 55 of Evan Dearden there, and not happy. Driver behind, I think that's Zachary Parr who wasn't happy, but Parr would have been trying to find a way through. We say this all the time, it's the faster driver's job to find a way through, so through the chicane they go. And Stinson has found a way past Murray. We've been focusing on other things. But with all four of them now are nose to tail with Will Beattie and the 112 of Logan Jackson. So can Stinson break away is the big question here from Ansel Murray. So they make their way, and it's not that he needs to break away, it's because it gives him a bit more time to get through that traffic, which they're going to catch at some point. There's going to be some more. It's 4.5 minutes, we're only half race distance here. Charlie Gregg, Leyland Bradnam and George Allison are your top three in Inter, but you can stay with this battle for Mighty Super Cadet whilst they're all in a screen of four. Xavier Davidson in number 20, being pursued by Eli Romolo, who again appears to be having transponder issues, as he's showing as being 5 laps down, so he's either been off track for a prolonged period of time. And Ansel Murray's back in front of Harry Stinson. Down the far end of the circuit, they were not in that order when we last saw them. They've done half a lap and Ansel Murray's back in front. Through the chicane they go, up towards the first hairpin. Ansel with a look over the shoulder, which is normally an invite for the driver to do an overtake, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh, a bit of tyre smoke between them as the wheels come together. Stinson allows Murray to take that corner, but this one's only going to get hot up with 3 to go. Wide they go, and Stinson's going to try, and then Murray again with the switch back in the corner and just gets on the brake in the middle of it. Stinson is not happy at all. They come back into shot. Stinson still remonstrating with Ansel Murray, and I think he feels that, particularly in that corner round the Stuart S's, that Murray isn't getting on the power where he normally would do to try and stop him getting the run out of the corner. They do take differing lines on the way in, and I get the feeling that he feels that Ansel Murray's not getting on the power. The field streams down the hill towards Paddock Bend. Follow the 17 of Charlie Ford, who's battling it out with TJ McLeish over 5th place. Going to pick up the overall leader, Charlie Gregg. He's going to come into shot shortly. He's going around St John's at the moment. He should be the next kart round, and there he is with the orange helmet. He's going to come up some lap traffic of the 55 of Evan Dearden. There's your leader crossing the timing line now, up and through the chicane. Dearden moves to one side. There's Leyland Bradnam, who's still in this battle for 2nd place. This is your battle for the final step on the podium, though, between George Allison and Calvin Sherlock, and then your battle for 5th and 6th going on as well between TJ McLeish and Charlie Ford. Gregg making his way back down the hill towards St John's. He'll be coming round Sunny Bend now, but he's going to cross the line in enough time that he's got to do 2 more laps at the end of this one. There's your leader making his way round. Keep an eye in the background for Leyland Bradnam, who's had a really strong race for 2nd place. Hasn't quite had the pace to go with Charlie Gregg, but has had enough pace to pull away from the rest of the field at pretty much the same gap that Gregg has left him. This is your battle for 3rd, and they're going to have to navigate some traffic in front of them as George Allison makes his way up towards the Stuart S's at the far end of the circuit. And this is where Calvin Sherlock can potentially try and box in George Allison. Allison's going to go all the way around the outside of Evan Dearden. Allison's made it work, and Calvin Sherlock hasn't managed to find the same way through, and that could be George Allison heading towards the podium. Onto the final lap. Here's your leader making his way through some traffic, and he's going to have to try and do two of them up to the far end of the circuit, and does. Charlie Gregg looks incredibly comfortable in that number 8 machine. Hopefully, when planning the journey over here from the Isle of Man, they left enough space in the van for 2 very large trophies. He took one yesterday. He's going to double up and take 2 trophies back with him. Charlie Gregg is round the final corner. He takes victory at round 2 of Super One. From Leyland Bradnam in second place. George Allison will join them on the podium with Calvin Sherlock in 4th place. TJ McLeish, Charlie Ford, we're still battling. We need to try and potentially pick up where we are in Mighty. You stay on this camera. Is it going to be Ansel Murray? Is it going to be Harry Stinson out of the final corner? It's going to be Harry Stinson. He comes through. Last time we saw him, he was remonstrating with his counterpart, but he's going to take the top step for the second time this weekend. Harry Stinson from Ansel Murray are your top 2. After that, it was probably Will Beattie, I think, in 3rd, although no time picking up for him. Logan Jackson, I think, in 4th place, with likelihood being Jacob Hutchinson in the number 5. Might have to check that one after the race. They will publish the results now. As I mentioned, we've got the timekeepers work incredibly hard in the rooms underneath the cafe there, and the windows at the bottom, to ensure that our mighty cadets, supers and bambinos get picked up. So just Bug the Ugg asking, are mighties quicker? Not in the dry, no. The Intermax is slightly quicker. In the wet, I think the Mighty is quicker, and it certainly proved that yesterday, that the Mighty Super Cadet is quicker in the wet weather conditions. So that answers that one. 2 more finals then. Senior Max, and then the rearranged Honda Cadet final that has been moved to the end of the order. But next up then, it's time for Senior Rotax. Seniors then making their way out. Lewis Holt on pole position with Rory Hinckley, Kieran Denyer and Billy Edgecombe in front of George Cole and Isaac Parkinson. Tom Nottingham and Ollie Rowley go off row number 4. Franklin Osama and Ronnie Smith on row number 5. Charlie Goody and Max Chown on row number 6. Row 7, Caden Welch and Kian Eastick. Morgan Hudson Brown and Melissa Adrian are on row 8. Max Lorna Bennett and Shaquille Joseph on row number 9. Row 10, Lucas Steele and Jay Pearson with Riley Mason Lewis and Max Davis in front of Lucas Olafson and Josh Gora. And Harry Gill and Jacob Barron on row number 13. Archie Doherty and Emma Stoner, Izzy Lawton and Robin Brain are on row number 15. The grid completed by Tom Taylor, Max Greenland. Sorry, Tom Williams, Max Greenland and Tom Taylor. Holt is on the inside. He's going to be the one that's controlling the pace. Head notes back out, ready for the next final. We're into the tram lines. We are away and racing by the look of things. Yes, we are. No, we're not. The false start flag is out at Marshall's post 1. So they all got the power down. They went away and racing. I had a quick look out the window and there was a false start flag. So that's we are going to slow this one down and have another go. It wasn't the tidiest of starts in the grand scheme of things. The drivers leaving their tram lines prior to the start, so we're going to have another go at that. Sometimes, I'm not saying it is on this occasion, but sometimes it can be largely deliberate sometimes for the leader. If they want to try and get some more heat in their tyres, to almost create a false start, to get another lap of heat in the tyres if it makes them feel a little bit more comfortable. So that happened on that occasion, but it wasn't a tidy start particularly, so. False start call, it was the right call as well. So come back down the hill for the second time. So Lewis Holt and Rory Hinckley bobbing their heads together. Keep an eye out for Ronnie Smith, of course, on row number 5. There he is in the turquoise coloured suit. Heat 1 winner, retired from heat number 2. Same for Morgan Hudson-Brown. They're finishing points similar, but Hudson-Brown, I think, has got a drop down from that second heat, so that drops him down the order. We're trying to go 3 wide through a corner that's not going to allow it, but they do decide that discretion is the better form of valour, and they all chill out with 9 minutes of this race. So all slotting back in, a bit of side-by-side as they head off the rumble strip and up towards the Iredale's hairpin for the first time, and it's going to be Lewis Holt leading us through. That looks like it's Kieran Eastick, so Kieran Denyer up into second place, and keep an eye out there for Morgan Hudson-Brown trying to come through from P15 as well. Got one of the Attack Motorsport carts going fairly slowly, but I think they have to do a 4th wide and needed to get back into the gap at the far end of the circuit. There's Ronnie Smith making early moves down the inside, as is Morgan Hudson-Brown in 3. Smith from 10th to 6th on lap number 1. Morgan Hudson-Brown 15th to 13th. So minimal gains, but they've gone forwards on the opening lap and stayed out of trouble. That's the main thing. Holt from Denyer, Hinckley, Cole and Edgecombe, Smith, Parkinson, Chow, Nottingham, Goody are your top 10. Melissa Adrian, number 48, in front of Max Lorna Bennett. Up towards paddock, move down the inside there in the mid-pack. Holt still with that lead, and down the inside goes Archie Doherty. Caden Welch losing a few. Back to Archie Doherty as he battles it out with Jacob Barron. Changing every corner. There's very little point in me running you through an order from 10th down, because it's changing every single lap. Kieran Denyer, though, has gone to the head of this field in front of Lewis Holt. He crosses the timing line 0.2 of a second in front. There he is. Holt's going to try and not only defend off Rory Hinckley, but Hinckley's going to be under pressure here, and Hinckley gets run out wide. Ronnie Smith up into 3rd place. George Cole trying to go round the outside. Cole's going to try for a little bit of a switchback, but I don't think he's going to be on the power enough. No, he's not. Rory Hinckley across. Ronnie Smith started this race in 10th place, already worked his way up to 3rd, but needs to be careful he doesn't pick up a front fairing penalty. But will drop him 5 places and undo all of the hard work as he tries to find a way past Lewis Holt. 5.5 on the clock. Ronnie Smith, whilst needing to be careful, needs to find a way past here because Kieran Denye's going at the front, starting to pull a gap. Radiator adjustment for George Cole. The top 5 clear to the tune of 1.3 seconds back to Parkinson, Chow, Hudson Brown. There's Ronnie Smith down the inside. Gaping hole created by Lewis Holt. He didn't feel the need to defend, and Ronnie Smith goes through. And Lewis Holt may well now feel that Ronnie Smith can drag him onto the back of Kieran Denye. There's your top 5. Parkinson is Holt's going to lose a few though. He's going to drop down to P5 here, I think. He's going to be on the outside, tries to squeeze across on George Cole. Indeed he does. That was a robust defence by Lewis Holt of his 4th place. Smith needs to find 0.8 of a second as Lewis Holt defends 4th place from George Cole. Isaac Parkinson is getting a little bit closer. Morgan Hudson Brown now in 7th place has got clear track in front of him. There he is in the orange helmet in the background, TWR Pantano kart underneath him, and he's going to try and get his way up inside this top 5. Contact warning for the 33 of Emma Stoner. And to be fair to Kieran Denye, I was expecting Ronnie Smith to have a little bit more to try and go at him. That's a move down the inside. Coming in hot is George Cole. Potentially too hot, and Holt saying, look, I think we need to think about this, but Cole's got the speed to go all the way around the outside and hold his position. Clearly feels he's got enough pace to try and go forward and challenge for Smith and Hinckley. Contact warning for Lewis Holt. Back into 2nd place goes Rory Hinckley on Ronnie Smith. Kieran Denye with another 2.2. Moves himself even further forward. Morgan Hudson Brown with what I can only describe as a skew-width Nassau panel on the front end of that car. He needs to be very careful that that does not flip up into his face. That would be mildly inconvenient. Down the hill after Sunny Bend, and he's going to go down the inside of Isaac Parkinson in front of him, and Lewis Holt as well, who's gone from pole position all the way down. There's Hudson Brown in the middle of that train now with that Nassau panel to one side. I think at the moment he's going to be okay with that, but it'll certainly be getting looked at because that bottom bracket is certainly broken. Clearly not doing him any harm. Makes you wonder why they need them, really. He's going to try and move down the inside of Parkinson into the stewardesses at the far end of the circuit. He's catching up onto George Cole in front. They are taking a little bit out of him on this lap now that they've managed to find a way past Lewis Holt, who's sinking at the moment and will be coming under pressure from Max Chown in 8th place shortly. Hinckley has taken a bit out of Denye on the previous lap. Ronnie Smith falling away in that 3rd place, and will now probably have to defend from George Cole. The TDR battle there between Ollie Rowley in the background trying to chase down Tom Nottingham. Quite close enough for Rowley on that occasion. Hudson Brown is indeed past Isaac Parkinson and up into 5th place. 0.8 of a second was the gap that Kieran Denye had. It's down to 0.7. 3 laps to go, and off is Kian Eastick. That's down at Iredale, so this is where we're coming up to now, so there'll be no overtaking. That's for sure. Oh! There's fluid on the track from Kian Eastick. They're all round. We've got 5 off, 6 off. They're all going to need to be very careful. Look at that. The circuit is absolutely soaked, and that's because someone's gone into a barrier and taken the water. Oh, they're all going in. Surely they've got to stop this. This is very dangerous. With 30 seconds on the clock, I'd be very surprised. They've gone Battenberg, so the leader will slow this down. They've gone to a Battenberg. Morgan Hudson-Brown leads us over the line under Battenberg conditions. And they may well get a one-lap shootout at this. The 13 is Izzy Lawton. She's out of the car, out of the race. The 17's rear bumper is Robin Brain. That's scrap. That's not getting used again, that's for sure. Hudson-Brown's going to take this down to a walking pace. We've got, with all the water on the track, I would be very surprised if we get this race going again. And if we do, it's could well be that we see that all over again next time round. But Morgan Hudson-Brown will bring us round, having started in 15th place. He got up to P5 and had the opportunity to see the other carts going off in front of him. Got on the brakes early and moved through, kept his cart on the tarmac, did Morgan Hudson-Brown. And a checkered flag. Checkered flag is out. We're no point doing the final lap under Battenberg because we weren't going to get going again. So from P15 to P1, it's Morgan Hudson-Brown taking the victory from Lewis Holt, Max Chown and Kieran Denyer, who got back on track having gone wide. Isaac Parkinson, Ronnie Smith and George Cole, with Tom Nottingham, Charlie Goody and Caden Welch, your top 10. They're going to have to try and do something with that corner before Honda Cadet go out. So they're going to have to try and get that dry, maybe a few sweeping brushes. And at the very least, the Honda Cadets need to be told to be very, very careful on that run up to Iredale's on the opening lap whilst they get used to them track conditions. So hopefully someone's had the foresight just to give them a quick heads up down there. But that track is going to be very, very slippy and not as they expect it. They're going to get a rolling up lap, of course, to figure that out themselves. But field are peeling off into the pit lane. I'm not sure all of them did. I think we saw a few go round. So I'm trying to keep my eye out to see if anybody comes up towards the first corner. They did. Morgan Hudson-Brown, Lewis Holt, Max Chown, Kieran Denyer, all the way down to Ronnie Smith in 6th place. They're going to go for one extra lap. Right, we are still clearing up the circuit, that's for sure, but we'll head towards our final race of the day and run you through a grid. But it's time for Honda Cadet. So, due to the Hondas having that split, we don't appear to have a printed grid. And if there's no printed grid, we can't put it on the screen. However, I'll try my best to wing it. That's Henry Colborne. He's won both heats. That means he gets to start on pole position. That bit I can do. Alongside him, that'll be Archie Cannon. He's in the number 42. So he's in second place. In third place is Archie Loveridge. There we go. Fifth place will be the 56th of Marcus Cooper, with Mason Becker behind in fifth place. Then it's going to be, is that the 20, looks like it could be the 82 of Ollie Knox, just behind. Then it's going to be the 12 of Luke Hamill. It's like, where's Wally? This isn't it? Trying to pick a number out. Not saying that any of them are Wallies, but still got to find out who they are. There's Luke Hamill. Murray Adams, his mechanic for the weekend there in the second of the two woolly hats. Benjamin Bors there in the number 28 machine. And then most of them are then hidden round the corner, unfortunately, for Hondas. I'm just refreshing the timing in here, and we've still not got a prelim result, but I'm going to go back to see whether they were on the inter grid. I don't think they were, but we can have a quick look. Oh, they're all getting out. I imagine the conversation's going to be with whomever's going to talk to them. One of the SuperOne staff members down there. The conversation's going to be, it's a bit slippy up at the second hairpin, so you might want to take it steady. And as I mentioned, I said I thought this was a wise call to tell all the Hondas that it was going to be slippy up at the second hairpin because they've had that water on the track. I don't know why I've gone quiet. It's like I'm trying to listen in, but the camera's like 50 metres away there. They're not picking up exactly what they're saying, and the wind's travelling in that direction as well. So, right, drivers, it's a bit slippy up at Iredale, so brake pedal's the one on the left. You might need to use it. Okay, take it steady on outlap. This is a river of water running across. Cool, right, all sorted. Back in your carts, take it steady. Hopefully we'll not be picking any of you out of the bark on lap number 1. Still looks like a fair bit of track work going on, potentially up there at that Iredale's hairpin, but there's not a lot you can do. The track will dry when the track dries. It's not like we can put anything out on it. There's Bruce Parry, one of our clerks, in the woolly hat. Well, I'm not going to have to do like the voices again between two people having a conversation, am I? But there we go. Right, you said your thing, and now we need to get some Hondas on track because we need to get this final of the day underway. Just going to live chat. The champion's in the house. Hello to the reigning Honda Cadet British champion Riley Blakemore, who is in the live chat with his mum Anna, supporting 42 of Archie Cannon. So they'll roll round, and in a few moments' time we're going to pop the camera onto this corner here. There we go, dry, dry, dry. Big wet patch. This is where they're going to have to be careful, because they're going to be all on slick tyres, and I'll tell you now, that corner I don't think will dry before the end of this race. They're going to need to be very, very careful. And I think Henry Colborne's done a really good job here. Slow down a little bit. Have a look where everything is. Have a look what's there. Assess the situation. Let that fall into the squidgy bit in the head. And then use it on lap number 1. And again, he gets that important line. Get round lap number 1. So 9 minutes on the clock for the final here at Rowrah. Coming down the hill, it's quite a pace for our Hondas. Oh, and there's already, that's Cannon turned round already. Surely we're not going racing. False start flag already called. Archie Cannon, who was on the outside row, was tipped into a spin. He needs to retake his position. Colborne could really do with slowing this down just to allow us to reform. There is Archie Cannon. See, they're all weaving to get heat in their tyres, but what that does mean is that the drivers that need to retake their position can't get back through. Cannon will indeed take that position back, and we'll have enough time as they come down the hill. But there's one driver further down that is away. I think that was the 20 of Archie Rowrah, who was facing the wall and will be some half a lap down here. We'll need to try and get back through. Hopefully they slow it down, but this needs a slower pace this time. And Bruce tells them to do just that. Chill it out, slow it down. Cannon's telling them the same. And we're going to go round the last corner. See, Cannon's got to go further, so he needs to power down slightly earlier. This is a lot tidier, and we are away in racing, and it's good this time. Colborne leads us through then from Cannon, Loveridge. Then it's going to be Marcus Cooper, Mason Becker. Round the left-hander, this is fine. This is where it's going to be the tough one as they head up towards the right-hander. Is everybody going to get round? It looks like they've done a great job actually there, Honda. The top 3 on a bit of a breakaway. Who's that in 4th place though? Because that's not the driver that went in. I'll pick it out in a moment. It's a 2 Project 1 cars of Cooper and Mason Becker that were 4th and 5th on the way in. That looks like, could that well be Ollie Knox up into 4th place. Confirmation is about to come, and it is indeed Ollie Knox up into 4th place. He's in front of Mason Becker, Marcus Cooper, Luke Hamill, Ben Bors, Nico Veselowski and Phoebe Shelton. Complete your top 10. Let's see whether they can do this at the second time of asking. Well, Cannon's going for a move. And oh, that wasn't going to work in the wet, was it? And that's going to allow Archie Loveridge to move through from 3rd place. And Cannon, that was a double move really from Cannon. He thought about it and then popped back in and then thought, no, actually I'm going to do it. Went down the inside, and the first time I wasn't convinced, and I was less than convinced the second time either there for Archie Cannon. Not the right corner given the conditions, but we're going to go 5 at the front with Ollie Knox in the mix as well. Mason Becker, last week's O-Plate winner, in 5th place. The gap back then to Marcus Cooper in 6th place, with Luke Hamill 7th. And that's Ben Bors just behind. Wide they go. Ollie Knox is squeezed out onto the outside by Mason Becker. All get the carts turned in there on that wet patch. Honda doing a really good job so far of keeping their carts on circuit. So Loveridge leads from Colborne. Contact warning for Archie Cannon. I think we can all know what that's for in the previous lap. Here comes Archie Cannon down the inside of Henry Colborne. Colborne tried to an extent there to stick that round the outside. And lost a little bit of time. It's going to give Mason Becker an opportunity. Look to one side for Colborne. Becker's going to go down the inside on the other, and Colborne's going to get levered out wide by Mason Becker on the outside, and Ollie Knox is going to have half an eye on a move down the inside. Most of the drivers appear to have that corner figured out now down the far end of the circuit as Archie Loveridge leads this race. Marcus Cooper not fully out of this yet. He had fallen away off the back of this 5. There he is coming through, but with a few overtakes in the last couple of laps, he's still within a few kart lengths, and a lifeline could well be thrown should a full-on battle commence with 5 minutes and 15 on the clock. Colborne bouncing over the curbs. That wasn't the cleanest of the chicanes, and he knows it because he's having to defend from Ollie Knox. Colborne, who started this race on pole, as Knox goes into the rear bumper of Henry Colborne into the braking zone at the far end of the circuit where it's wet. And now Knox is going to go down the inside, and Colborne is having a tough couple of laps of it, but tapped into by Archie Cannon earlier on and has been going backwards. And then be interesting to see whether Ollie Knox ran himself out of road or whether Henry Colborne helped him. We'll look at that one after the race, I think. But Ollie Knox, to be fair, doesn't appear to have. I think he might even have a bit of a problem, because that Marcus Cooper going past him, and he was a fair way back as well. He was pushed offline, so that would have ruined his momentum and given Cooper that opportunity to move inside the top 5. Knox is looking down though at that car. Keep an eye on him. At the front, Archie Cannon is closing in on Archie Loveridge. Wide goes Marcus Cooper. Better this time through there than not, so it may well be that he's had a little bit of assistance. Out of the final corner they come. 3 minutes and 20, which is going to be about 3:25 for the race leaders. Changes further down the order. Rutter up into top 10 in front of the 38 of Aubrey Harrington Evans. Reggie Douglas and George Lilly swapped round as well on the previous lap. No change as we were at the front, but the closest battle inside the top 6, 4th, 5th and 6th between Marcus Cooper and Ollie Knox. Having said that, now Archie Cannon is right up on the back of Archie Loveridge. And 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. Coming in for Ben Bors. Live chat, thank you very much. Two minutes to go, and these two so far have been fairly compliant with each other. Archie Cannon electing to push for most of it, and then immediately comes out the slipstream at the end of the straight on Archie Loveridge, and Loveridge will now move into pushing duty. No real time loss for either of them there. The front, but Archie Cannon, a driver that certainly does like to lead, that's for sure. Towards the left-hander at McRae's. Despite that overtake, they still managed to put nearly 4/10 of a second on the two behind them. Everybody's really got a measure of that hairpin at the far end now with the water on it at Iredale's. But it'd be interesting to see whether anyone's got the confidence to make an overtake down the inside in the final few laps of this race. There'll be 2 to go at the end of this one. Drivers doing 54-second lap times. That's what's on the clock now. And they're not near the timing line just yet. So 2 to go. Cannon with a half look to the right-hand side. Half expecting to see the Ambition Motorsport kart of Archie Loveridge going down the inside. Was Cannon on the top step yesterday. And Loveridge wrestled that away from him. At the moment, still fairly content at working and pushing away. Gap out to 1.6, so they're going to be able to battle with minimal risk as long as they don't take each other out. Down the hill they go towards St John's. And again, Loveridge tucked up under the rear bumper of Cannon. He'll go wide here. Cannon doesn't feel the need really to defend. Final lap board out for Cannon and Loveridge. Gap is 1.5 seconds back to Mason Becker. He's got a comfortable run, although Colborne has closed in on the last couple of laps and was quicker on the last as well, so he's still hoping for a 3rd place. Cannon's going to go defensive here. Loveridge follows him down the inside and trying to get the switch back, and he's got the switch back there alongside. Cannon's on the grass. Archie Loveridge through into the lead as they head down the back straight towards the Stewart-Esses for the final time. And Archie Loveridge has got 3 kart lengths on Archie Cannon as they come down the hill. That extends even more as he gets on the power. 2 corners from home. And as they head up towards Paddock Bend, he's not going to need to defend. Archie Loveridge goes to the victory lane from Archie Cannon. And Henry Colborne at the line, it looked like, but it's Mason Becker on timing. Becker in 3rd, Colborne 4th, with Marcus Cooper and Ollie Knox in 6th place. Ben Bors, Luke Hamill, Nico Veselovsky. There's Archie Rutter coming through for 10th place, which is a great drive because he crossed the line behind everybody at the start due to the issues he had on the opening lap. So he finishes in P10. Aubrey Harrington Evans in P11. Reggie Douglasy, Phoebe Shelton, George Lilly, Jaden Bond and Freddie Williams complete your Hondas in what was another absolute cracker from our Honda Cadet runners. It's been a great day's racing for them. Heat 2 final lap was special. The final few laps of that one as well were brilliant between Loveridge and Cannon. Colborne and Becker crossing the line side by side to bring the curtain down on the first weekend of the HWE BIM Services Super One Championship. Thank you for everybody that's got involved in the live chat. It really does make the day that you are joining and supporting all of the drivers, whether you're a neutral or whether you're following a driver in particular. We really do appreciate it. Remember, the next round at GYG, the Saturday will be a Slipstream broadcast for the finals, powered by Alpha Live for the subscribers to the Slipstream platform. Sunday will be a full race day covered by Alpha Live as well. Finally, thank you to all the marshals and the medical team that have worked really hard here this weekend in some trying conditions at times, particularly Friday and Saturday here at Cumbria Kart Club. Thank you to Cumbria Kart Club for hosting the first round of the Super One Championship. Thank you to all the staff at Super One as well. And thank you to everybody at Alpha Live, the camera ops that have been out there working, directors as well. So from myself, I'll not be at GYG, That should be John Ratcliffe. I'll be back for the rest of the season from Fullbeck to take you through to the final round at Shenington. Thank you for spending your Sunday with us. Wherever you are, be it at the track, have a safe journey home. Whether you're at home, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And we'll see you soon on Alpha Live.